supposedly appointed. We told him we were too busy to come immediately. We had other things to do, but I just apologise to some of our speakers and our guests that I will disappear again for unforeseen reasons, but return later on. The most important part of the day is to start by acknowledging the lands of the Gadi people and the traditional peoples known as of this land. So I'm going to ask Uncle Ray Weatherall to welcome us to country.
These are both one? Yes. There's certainly no need for uncle, that is for sure. I always tell people that my nieces and nephews call me uncle. I have not reached that status yet. My father's alive and my great aunt and other people. That space is waiting for me. I'll step into that when it's, available to me. But well, thank you. Look, I always like to give people a history of myself, first and foremost, and obviously we go on singular paths in our life, but we work in a collective way of thinking, doing, teaching and learning as Aboriginal people. So I always give you that so that we all meet here today. I always introduce myself in my language first and foremost, after what I just said, obviously. Yaman gina gamalaray winingulda, mighty gu Aboriginal gonna do cabin gonna go gamalaray. You all right, Worry. So I was born in a very small town of 300 people called Collarinabri. It's in northwest New South Wales on the Barwon River. When I was born, my parents made a very conscious decision to come here for an education. There's not a lot of infrastructure there. It's, if you imagine the primary school and the high school being in the same building, it's agribusiness mainly there, so there's not a lot to look forward to. So we moved to Gadigal, where Koori Radio is now. We took over a hostel there, my parents did. When Shane Phillips and his mum and dad, they moved back to the block, we took it over, and then 82 Christmas, we moved out to Elwood, Wangul Bidyagal country. And I'll fast forward to 1988 when I got my HSC, because I sort of made a few life decisions then that sort of affect the way that I am today. I finished my HSC and I sort of went into social security. My mother was a person and a pioneer who created jobs throughout social security, or Centrelink as it's now known, around the state. She worked for the Aboriginal Services Unit. There were 2 jobs coming up down at Clarence Street in the city, and she ran some interference with the good manager there, Ken Miners, and he was happy to give me and my brother a job. My brother had already had another job waiting, so he left, and he sort of didn't feel the same way as I did. When I got to around 7 months, I didn't want to stay there anymore. It was a conversation that you certainly don't want to have with your mum when she got you the job, and it took me 5 months to build up the courage to have that, and she took it a lot better than what I thought. And my sister lived in Walgett. It's probably 75 kilometres north, south of where I was born, and her husband, my brother-in-law, was a plumber. So I went out there and I'd play football here for 6 months, and then I'd go to the bush and work for the next 6 months, with wheat, cotton, stick picking, anything that I could do. And primarily with the plumbing, it was digging 6-foot trenches where in 45-degree heat in the shade, the only relief I got was in that 6-foot trench, and my 2 best friends were the mattock and the shovel. And the one thing with discussions all through the day, they didn't answer me back when I had a problem, so it was fantastic. My brother-in-law, he loved to have a chat, so he would leave me for 4 or 5 hours and just say, I need that done, that done, and that done. And you've always got Aboriginal families around, so I would always go and get a dust brush and a dustpan so that I would brush it out. So it was the cleanest trench that he'd ever seen when he came back. And it was sort of, we'd start a conversation about that going into the next day. He was a great boss, and obviously the one who ran the business was at home, my older sister, so the respect for her it came from birth. My nickname was given to me by her, and from the time I was born, she called me her lovely bubbly ball. I was very fat back then. Not much has changed. I love a meal more now than what I did back then, that's for sure. And I always tell people that lovely left and lovely stayed, and that's what you got here today with you. So look, I'm here on behalf of Metro. Back in 1983, I always reference relationships because that's how you build things. And if you think about Aboriginal people, for tens of thousands of years, we had great relationships with each other because we all benefited, we all flourished. So Anne Weldon and Yvonne, I've known them since I was a young fellow, when my mother worked with Anne at the Aboriginal Children's Service, where the Black Theatre used to be. Corey Radio is outside as well, where it used to be. And the daughter Yvonne, there's a photo of her uncle Paul where he's talking on January 26th at Town Hall, where I'm on one side and she's on the other. Nathan Moran's mother and my mother worked at the Department of Aboriginal Affairs, where they wrote up the New South Wales Aboriginal Land Rights Act back in 1983. Now, I reference these relationships just because they become generational in regards to us wanting our mod to be empowered, uplifted, you know. So I reached out to Metro probably about 18 months ago, but I asked them primarily for smoking ceremonies because I believe that smoke on the land heals the land and it heals the people who are on it. And I'm obligated to heal every single person, you know, as someone who has been taught that through my teachings of Diria Gamal, our law as Gumrai. You know, so I think of Parramatta Road, you know, where we are, and even King Street, you know, that border, this, you know, great institution. Now, if you think of Parramatta Road, it takes us all the way to Hans Country, you know, in Nyunga Wajak Country, you know, and Kaya to you as well, you know. And if you think of Port Augusta, when you follow that highway, you know, it goes north to Larrakia Country. It is one of the major pathways that our people use to trade, to do our song, dance and story and our ceremony with, you know. And we do it in many different ways today, but the core of that is from love and compassion and empowerment, you know. And I am a former counsellor by trade. You know, when I finished with all of that stuff, I have a 30-year-old from the first marriage and my youngest is 5 from the second marriage. So at home right now, I have a 23-year-old son, 5 girls who are 11, 10, 9, 7, 5. You know, so I knew that when the 11-year-old was in her mother's stomach, I needed a career, not a job, you know, and I had that education to fall back on. So I went to the Education Centre Against Violence and got an advanced diploma in trauma counselling. This is delivered by Aboriginal women and men specifically for our people. We carry that within our DNA for 6 generations, you know, and it only takes one thing to trigger that trauma and your functionality becomes non-existent, you know, and that could be being a parent, getting up and doing the most normal of things that we find easy every day, you know. So I've made that my life work. I run my own business outside of that, but I work for the Rainbow Lodge just over in Glebe, and through the District Court of the Downing Centre, there's a program called the Wallama Court right now where we're helping men transition out of jail to keep them out. If you think about 3 out of 4 Aboriginal men going back into prison within 12 months of being released, it's not a very good stat, you know, and we believe that we have one of the best programs that will help our men. Our rate of drug addiction and going back is going very well. We run a program once a month in 4 days, just over the Bullock Community Centre at Camperdown. It's called Healing the Warrior, where we get them to understand their trauma and how it impacts on their decision-making processes through their thoughts, feelings and emotions. You know, so unpacking that for them on an individual level, because as you know, throwing a pebble, you know, into a pond, that has a ripple effect. So that goes not only through your family, but your community as well, when you do end up incarcerated. I've told you that a little bit of history that brought us here today, and now I'll get to that beautiful welcome of, you know, look, Gadigal is one of 29 clan group areas, you know, within Wadang or Sydney Basin, you know, and if you think about Victoria Park, you know, the ponds in there were built around existing infrastructure, you know, so you had reeds and stuff there where if you go down Glebe Pond Road, it'll take you straight to Wungal country. And so if you think of women grabbing those reeds, going down there, sitting down at what they call Jubilee Park now, making baskets, making stuff where they could catch fish, you know, to feed their family, you know. And King Street took you back, you know, years ago, without the buildings being there, you could see Kamei, Botany Bay, you know. So there were 2 major pathways here where people came here to this area. My tribe had songlines that brought us here that we did ceremony with these fellows all of the time. I reference Gleagle, where we sang them a song on the way to Wiradjuri country for the Bogong Moth Festival, and they gifted us white ochre for that ceremony. You know, and we bought other things like accents and things here. If you think of the wheat belt of Australia, that was a major trading route where we're the first of the desert people, the Gumrai. And a lot of people came into our country and we traded with them. Now we have a saying where your neighbours, they're your secret keepers. And it's through that ceremony where if you lose it, they always hold it for you through that ceremony again. You know, so on behalf of the Metropolitan Local Aboriginal Land Council, I'd like to welcome you to Gadigal. You know, it's a beautiful area and that's my honour and privilege to come here today to do that. You know, to welcome you on behalf of Metro, their board and the members. I'll leave you with a little quick story before I leave. I've got a smoking ceremony in Macquarie Park that I have to get to and don't like to be late. Now, within Gomeroi, I always say this in spaces where you're raising your levels of consciousness and thinking outside of yourself about other people, how we can help them. And so you just wonder about stars when they're flickering in the night sky. Are they talking to each other? Are they talking on a frequency that we don't understand or we choose not to understand because of the way that we've been educated and thinking these days in our conditioning? Because we thought that way, thought about the stars, use them to, you know, navigate the land at night time. You know, so if you think about Gamalu Bidiwi, so we had two ancestral beings, and this is a Gomeroi story that I share with you. It's already out there, so I'm not sharing something that's a secret. So we had two ancestral beings that had a conversation. So when their sound waves met, they created the universe. We call that Gamalu Bidiwi. Scientists call that the Big Bang Theory. You see, so it's not 65 or 80,000 years for us. It's from before the big light. That's how we translate that. You know, so I always tell people that first conversation, every single one that we have after that is a continuation of the first one. So our words should be used to uplift, empower, make other people feel good about themselves. So you have a wonderful day and thank you for the invite.
Thank you so much, Ray. I didn't realise we had something else in common. 4 daughters, 2 sons, challenges. Wow, he's ahead of me. I'm happy to retire herd at this point. I want to thank the organising committee for this year's symposium because the themes about inclusivity in brain and mind sciences is a really important one for us. I was very glad, and I'll come to introducing Pat Dudgeon shortly, specifically. This is a really big challenge for us as a nation and for us as an institution. We do sit here on the lands of the Gadi people who, as Ray has just elegantly outlined, have been here for tens of thousands of years with their culture and their organisations and their complex systems of thought and of action. Most of us, including my family, have arrived in very recent times, and we've inherited a very traditional Anglo-English way of doing education and of the way that we do things. As anyone hasn't wandered around our quadrangle recently, and our imitation of English sandstone and ways of thinking and operating. So it's a huge challenge within the University of Sydney. We're grateful for the traditions of European learning that we have and that we bring, but in the areas that we face, in the societies in which we live, in the sciences that we conduct, to actually behave in a different way that is genuinely inclusive is really challenging. Our university is on a journey to try and understand that diversity, bring it together and grow as part of that, change the ways that we're thinking. The multidisciplinary initiatives, for those who don't kind of get the acronyms around here, the MDIs that we're part of, the Brain and Mind Centre is part of, seeks to capitalise on that, seeks to bring together the strengths of a comprehensive university. So not only in STEM work in sciences and health and medical research, but across economics and social sciences and many other areas, engineering and IT, etc., that we actually come to behave as a society better. So the real goal of the MDIs, which is really complicated in our world, is to bring together those perspectives to achieve real impact, not just to amuse ourselves, not just to talk within the academy about what we might do, but in what ways in a civil society might we contribute to that. It was always our intention to have Pat Dudgeon, who I'll come to talk this year. So I'm so grateful that Pat has come all the way from WA to actually speak. But let's face the reality, this has been a very tough year for Indigenous people and for our nation. I have the pleasure, if that's the right word, Pat, of conducting a seminar after the Voice referendum with Pat Dudgeon and with their own Director of Indigenous Research here, Jackie Troy, who is reconstructing the Gadi language for anyone who wants to learn another language here, about what a difficult year this has been. And the reality that our nation has overwhelmingly rejected the generous offer of Indigenous people through the Uluru Statement and where that actually leaves us. But not just the vote itself, but the whole year of discourse around Aboriginal people and the themes in the public discourse which have reinforced some of the fundamental racist kind of attitudes in institutions. There are issues about divisiveness that have arisen. There's issues about rejection of the effects of colonialisation. We just heard Ray speak about the transgenerational effects. Many issues that are relevant to the mental wealth and health of our nation being discussed in ways that were fundamentally traumatic to those most affected. So now we're in a really difficult place. It's really important in our own work here at the Brain and Mind Centre and within the University of Sydney to continue with that journey and to be seriously engaged with that journey. We're very lucky in my own program that Jackie Troy is the Director of Indigenous Research, who's very involved with our work here and with First Nations groups in other parts of the world. But we ourselves need to come to a deeper understanding of that. So it turns out, in difficult circumstances, to probably be the best year ever to have Pat. I've worked with Professor Pat Dudgeon from the University of WA over the last quite a long time. Let's just say Pat and I have known each other for a while. Through National Mental Health Commission, through national works, through Pat and Tom Calmer's absolutely nation-leading work on suicide prevention in this country for Indigenous people, down on the ground, regional. What was at the heart of the voice was the issue of empowerment, of local voice, actually controlling one's destiny in the future. Not one of hopelessness or not doing things, but actually bringing people together, taking time, working out what needed to be done, empowering communities to actually be able to act within the complex societies that we are in. Pat's been at the heart of that work for over a decade with Tom. And also perhaps I think the more important kind of issue, which is Indigenous communities in Australia have rejected a lot of the terminology that we have around mental health, around mental illness, about mental wellbeing, in favour of a terminology of social and emotional wellbeing, which is a rather poor English translation about what Ray was just discussing. It's about the mob. Not are you okay, but are we okay? Like, what are we collectively? And you can't be okay just on your own. You have to be okay as part of a wider social group, and you have to have identity as part of that, as well as the broader social group that is in operation. So Pat's work in this area with Tom and with others, I think, has been world leading in that First Nations kind of perspective. But perhaps now, Pat, the challenge is greatest at home to understand that and to bring an appreciation of that. So it's with great pleasure, and Pat has some pressing issues, that I'd like to introduce Professor Pat Dudgeon for our keynote address.
Thank you. We're set up. We have liftoff. Okay, thank you, thank you. I feel a bit overwhelmed with all those lovely words. Thank you, Ian, and it's a great pleasure to present here. I wear many hats. I'm the director of the Centre for Best Practice in Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Suicide Prevention. I'm also the lead chief investigator for the Translating Indigenous Mental Health and Wellbeing grant at UWA. And then I sit on lots of committees and lots of groups, mainly Indigenous, but also non-Indigenous too. So advocacy has been very important for us. Before I start, I'd like to acknowledge Uncle Ray, and I'd like to acknowledge and pay respects to the custodians of the land, the Gadigal land that we meet on today. I'd like to pay respects to elders past, present and emerging of Gadigal country, but also all across the nation. And I'd like to acknowledge and respect the continuing culture, strength and resilience of all Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander peoples and communities. I would also like to acknowledge and pay respect to the strong efforts of our allies. Very important. And as Ian said earlier, in light of, in the aftermath of the failed referendum, allies are most important now. So basically, I've got 30 minutes, folks. That's not too long. I was thinking, oh, what'll I keep in? And last night I had to cut some of my slides out because I'd put more in. Then I thought that's going to be like 2 hours, not 30 minutes. So it's a bit of a skim over everything, but what I wanted to do was share about our big project, which I think will either changed how Indigenous suicide prevention was addressed, or we were surfing on top of a good change that happened. I'd like to think that we were the catalysts of that change for Indigenous people. I'm going to talk a little bit about our project, Solutions at Work, what the evidence and our people tell us. So there's actually a big report there. and looking ahead, where to from here. But before we start, as Uncle Ray said, for Australia, you always have to start with the inevitable history lesson, because all things can be understood from that. And as Uncle Raymond said, he went even further back, but basically Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander peoples and cultures, we have a rich and ancient culture and history of 60 to 75,000 years old. You know, health and well-being flourished for thousands of years. There was great adaptability to the country and living with the country. Indigenous culture in Australia is recognised as one of the oldest living populations in the world. Colonisation occurred just over 200 years ago and changed everything. And all of you will have some appreciation of that history, you know, the genocides and massacres, the removal of people from country. It's been a brutal process, not just for us in Australia, but across the world as well. Despite all that, there was great strength and resilience, and we're seeing a cultural resurgence, a cultural renaissance happening now. But still the struggle for social justice is a priority. But there was also a large diversity of language groups and cultures. Some people say, why don't you have one name for you all, like Kuri or Nyungas or whatever? That would be very difficult because there are distinct language groups, even though there's great commonalities as well. And I always like to show this map because it shows how all the different groups, Indigenous groups that make up Australia. And prior to colonisation, there was over 250 distinct language groups. So this is from the, you can get this map easily. This slide will be available as well, so to share with attendees. But that's all the different language groups that make up Australia. And I didn't probably introduce myself as well as I could have. I live and work in beautiful Nyungar country here, but my people are actually from the Kimberley. So I'm from the Bardi people of the Kimberley. However, what's happened to my clicker? Oh, whoops, it's gone a bit silly. Okay, but I was born and I grew up in Darwin. So there was a bit of a beat from Broome to Darwin. And so I was born and grew up there, but my people are from the Kimberley, and that's where my country is. But a bit of my heart belongs to Larrakia country as well. Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander disadvantage is pretty profound. There's been a lot of government attention to it and a lot of good reports done. So we're getting measured rather well. That in a population of over, about 25 million people, we're 3% of that population. And that's mainly Aboriginal people. We're made up of two cultural groups, but 95% are Aboriginal and 5% are Torres Strait Islanders who are from the Queensland Islands. But following colonisation, we've got a much lower life expectancy. And, you might have heard close the gap. That's about closing the gap in life expectancy and all other indicators between Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people. We've got lower rates of average rates of income, lower rates of home ownership, lower unemployment and education, but we have higher death rates across all age groups. Our suicide rates are more than twice that of other Australians and increasing. It's not going down. I always say that a picture paints one picture can paint 1,000 words. I actually found this on one of the justice reform websites, and this is an example of the incarceration rates, probably done very crudely, but it makes the point. As you can see, the blue parts of that chart is non-Indigenous and the red is Indigenous. So incredibly high incarceration rates and that needs attention, arrest rates, imprisonment rates, and so on. So that is one of the issues that we need to look at. And also for us, and particularly in Western Australia, high rates of deaths in custody. So we support advocacy groups who lobby for change, but for some reason they don't get listened to. But that's one of the indications that, and I think that needed to be underlined just now. Suicide is our focus at the Centre for Best Practice, and we know that 4.7% of deaths amongst Indigenous people are due to suicide. It's the 5th leading cause of death. It's the 2nd leading cause for Indigenous males and the 10th leading cause for Indigenous females. And you have that comparison with non-Indigenous. And we know that between 2018 and 22, 20%, over 20% of all suicide deaths in Australian children are Indigenous. This is probably slightly underreported, so it's probably a bit more extreme than higher than the stats tell us. We do have good stats though. When I talk about Indigenous suicide, people say, why? Why is this happening? And it's not, as I said, it's not just our issue of Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people in Australia. It's Indigenous people across the world. We've actually been meeting and talking, looking to do research with people from First Nations in Canada, the USA, in New Zealand. So it's the same issue. And recently we were part of a book, a chapter in the Lancet on self-harm, and they asked me to do the chapter and to do it for the world, all Indigenous people. And what I did was I thought, well, I'm not going to sit here and talk about, you know, the Canadian First Nations people in Canada or the States or New Zealand. So I actually invited in people who are researching, including a researcher as well, to be a part of that chapter. And I think that Helen Christensen was the one running that. And she was, oh my God, this big tribe of people coming in. But as Ian said, it is a collective effort. And whilst we say don't speak for us, we need to speak for ourselves, I would not speak on behalf of Indigenous people in other countries as well. But so it's similar issues. Why suicide's happening is intergenerational trauma. Any suicide has a great matrix of issues that trigger it off, and particularly for Indigenous people. You know, we see pervasive racism and discrimination at individual, institutional and system levels. There's ongoing exposure to socioeconomic disadvantage. You know, some of our advocates say poverty is at the core of it all. There's multiple psychological stresses. And we have the stats on it. There's grief and loss from premature deaths, suicide of families, community members and friends. There's still dislocation and forced removal of children. That's still a big issue for us. And mistreatment. There's violence and interpersonal conflict, poor health, physical and mental, and social emotional well-being and comorbidities. There's also an access gap. I actually removed this slide because it was a bit, you know, it wasn't as sophisticated as it could be, but how it circles around, you know, they all feed into each other, and it's like a cycle of disadvantage. But in it all, until recently, there was an access gap in mental health services because the mental health services are not culturally responsive. So we know that in the latest ABS statistics, 34% of Indigenous people who reported very high rates of psychological distress also experience access problems to health services. That's going to change. I think I've seen the beginnings of change. First of all, our own Aboriginal medical services have really taken on board the need to provide suicide prevention and social emotional wellbeing services. Also mainstream services, because they cannot be exonerated from their responsibilities, will need to step up and ensure that they're culturally responsive. So there's some potentials that augur well for the future. Again, going back to my little thought that a picture paints 1,000 words. As you can see from this chart, Aboriginal youth are the most at risk in suicide, especially males between 17 to 23. So it's much, much higher than non-Indigenous. And as I said, you know, across the age group, and we're about to investigate that. For some reason, as we get older, Aboriginal suicide rates drop and mainstream rates probably stay steady. So something's happening in the older group. And we were thinking initially, well, maybe it's because, one, those who've made it, our elders who've made it to that age are pretty settled and you know, and are very resilient. And also they're very revered in their families and communities. So they have a valuable role. But when you put that against the population distribution maps, there's few elders around, few older people, and a huge youth group coming up. So more than ever, we need to look after our elders. Anyway, this is going back to 2015, 16. The government at the time, things have changed dramatically, even mainstream, how they talk about suicide. You know, they are using words like social determinants, compassion first. When I was joining those committees way back then, it was all clinical. So that's changed quite considerably, and a very good change too, because it reflects and resonates with our work. But the government was, at the time, they were saying, oh, look at all these, you know, suicides happening, you know, twice that of other people, and it's full on very young people, 10-year-olds, and taking their lives. What can we do about it? And you know, how do we fund it? So they came to us and commissioned us to do a report, and that we did. So we did a big report called the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Suicide Prevention Evaluation Project. And we did a big literature review, or maybe I'm saying that later. There we are. Our aim was to prioritise Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander ways of working, strengthen the evidence base for Indigenous suicide prevention, develop an Indigenous cultural framework for suicide prevention services and programs. So we went and did a big literature review, program review. We went and consulted with the community with a bit of hesitation, because one of the things that our people said was, you know, we get consulted and researched to death, but nothing ever changes. And so it was with a bit of hesitation we thought, oh, we've got to go and have some workshops in the community, and hopefully this will make a change. It won't just be, you know, tell us all your issues and then nothing changes. So we did 12 workshops across the country in different regions. At that time, no one was talking, suicide wasn't a big issue, and people shied away from it probably. We also called the first ever National Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Suicide Prevention Conference. We had that in Alice Springs because we figured that, you know, in the old times, people would come to a central point. So Alice Springs near Uraloo was the place we thought was the best setting for a conference. And we did the conference differently too. We resourced Aboriginal community members, those who were doing different programs, to come to that conference. We had a superb team of Indigenous mental health professionals, both psychologists and healers, and anyone who was involved in the mental health area. And they supported everyone through this process when we came together, because we knew it would be emotional and raw for people. We released Solutions That Work in 2016, and there's a photo of me, which I should pull out and put up in part of my presentation, handing the report to Minister Nigel Scullion at the time. And I think for us, so we launched it in Parliament House, and our fear was that, will this go somewhere, or will it be another bloody report like the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody and so on, many of them we have, that actually just sits on a shelf and gathers dust? That was our fear. But it did not. We did things from that. Change happened after ATSIPAT. So we had a lot of recommendations. We did come from a collective self-determining standpoint, and we've done pretty well through it. I think it did change the way Indigenous suicide is regarded and funded, and that very insisting on self-determination you know, occasionally we're a part of a project or a state plan for Indigenous suicide prevention. There's absolutely no way there wouldn't be Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander people at the table and are very much involved in the decision making. Oh, something's happened. Oh, now it's gone too far. Okay, so that's ATSIPAP. We actually have done we did a lot of, the website's still there. We did fact sheets, an evaluation tool, a community tool, discussion papers. So in a list of resources that I leave at the end, there's the link for the original ATSIPAP report. We actually have had it reviewed and it has had impact. But its overall messages was about community control and empowerment. So any projects needed to be grounded in community owned, based on community needs and accountable to the community. It sounds a bit weird saying that now because, you know, we can't imagine anyone not doing that. But back then they were, you know, that's why things weren't changing. Just other people were making decisions for Aboriginal people and saying, oh, we've got a nice project here, you guys do it. And of course it doesn't work because it isn't self-determining and it's probably quite culturally different. But one of the other messages was about the holistic nature of wellness, Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander definitions of health, incorporating spirituality, culture and healing needed to be a part of programs. That any program needed to be sustainable, strength-based and capacity building. That any program, any service or program about Aboriginal people needed to work in genuine partnerships with the local Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander stakeholders, that there should be safe cultural delivery, that there should be innovation and evaluation. So, but evaluated in a way that takes into account an Indigenous worldview. So what's happened since ATSIPAP? Even though it happened some years ago, its findings and overall messages are still relevant. It's supported by many of the Aboriginal community-controlled health organisations. So, for example, the ATSIPAP framework was applied as part of the national suicide prevention trials with Aboriginal communities. We know that the uptake of ATSIPAP findings has been taken on board by many PHNs. And as I'm saying this, I'm thinking, oh, this all probably sounds, you know, like a foreign language, all these acronyms. But primary health networks are the big spread of the government's attempt to decentralise health and mental health provision. And they have become culturally responsive. The government has started to work in different ways. I'm also a board member of Gaia Dewey Proud Spirit, which is our Indigenous peak mental health, social emotional wellbeing and suicide prevention organisation. We're actually still developing and nearly completing the National Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander Suicide Prevention strategy. So that will be put in place, and already there's been considerable investments made to Aboriginal community control sector for suicide prevention. Our National Aboriginal Community Controlled Health Organisation, which is responsible for 144 Aboriginal medical services across the country, was given $54 million to provide aftercare services and regional networking. So we're seeing this change happen already. So I'm feeling optimistic. Basically, after ATSIPAP, with all the reforms that were happening, a Centre for Best Practice was proposed. We competed for it and were successful, and rightly so, because we sort of knew what was happening in suicide prevention. And our job has been to, our aims are to identify international and Australian research for suicide prevention, to advocate with primary health networks, identify the need and facilitate innovative research to support the identification of best practice, and to promote and disseminate best practice. So we've got a number of clearinghouses. And when Uncle Ray was talking, Julie and I were nudging each other going, oh, we have to, we'd contact him because his programs sound like best practice to us. Basically, we work with communities, clinicians, workforces and funders. We publish clearinghouses of best practice programs, services and research. We develop resources, reports. We contribute to the development of policy and practice. We're partners with key sector organisations, and we speak about Indigenous suicide everywhere. We also support Indigenous people to speak for themselves too, because that wasn't happening when we did ATSIPAT. It was a couple of experts, usually non-Indigenous, would speak about, you know, issues that had happened in a local community. Now we're seeing, I'm really pleased to see that local Indigenous people are speaking up, but we still need, we had a workshop on media training for Indigenous community members. We still need to make that provision available. But promoting best practice services and programs is important. And I'm looking at Yiping at the back there. Yiping is actually a member of, she's a team member of the Centre for Best Practice. So I'm going to take off a bit early as well, like Ian. But if you've got any questions, please ask Yiping and Julie Robotham, who will be staying to represent the centre and its good work. But we're very strict about our criteria of what we consider best practice programs. Needs to be owned by the Indigenous community, have community leadership. There needed to be community consultation and co-design, even if it was a mainstream program that was adapted through. There needs to be evaluation of that program. It needs to demonstrate cultural responsiveness, and finally, but as importantly, is capacity building. Those programs need to build the capacity of local Indigenous communities. And all the programs on our website do that. Projects after the last 2 years, we do a lot of work, and we've probably instigated a lot of national activities, like 13 Yarn came from some of our efforts. In particular, the Thirali, our Indigenous crisis response service, came from our research. And also there was another one, 13 Yarn, Thirali, and the Lived Experience Centre. We consider them our babies that have gone out, grown up and gone out. So yeah, and support them still, of course. But we've done projects where Yiping herself is on a grant that looks at strengthening social emotional wellbeing in the criminal justice system. We've got a cultural social emotional wellbeing program, and that's being currently delivered in Baronia Prison in Perth, and there's research we're doing in Derby and the Kimberley. Oh, there we are. I've got my timing happening there. I'll just go over them quickly. We've worked with Telethon Kids Institute to look at, you know, what sorts of aftercare there needs to be for Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander peoples from a sudden death or suicide. We're working with Black Dog Institute to develop a systems approach to suicide prevention. Because they have got a good systems approach, but it's very mainstream. So we're developing our own systems approach. Julie's led a big project that's still being disseminated, looking at how coroners can improve their support of Aboriginal individuals, families and communities with a sudden death or suicide. We've been, for our community, we've done messages of hope, and we'll continue doing that, especially after the referendum, with getting elders to do videos telling youth basically to stay here with us, that we need them for the future. We did a video, Our Wellbeing, Our Way, and we're just about to do a report on Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander youth that we did with Culture is Life, and looking at what youth themselves thought about what needs to happen in wellbeing and suicide prevention. And last, but most importantly, we're working with the University of Sydney Brain and Mind Centre. We're a part of the Right Care First Time We Live project, so pretty pleased with that. Now, we have a fabulous manual, which Julie's responsible. So we've been taking that out and make sure that people use that. But underneath it all, I know I've only got 5 minutes, count me down. Oh, okay. Underneath it all is our paradigm of social emotional well-being. So I think Ian alluded to it. You know, well-being is a concept not just about the individual, but it's about the individual, their connection with their mind and body, but also to their family and kinship, to their community, to their culture, country, and spirituality. So those are that's what holistic health means. And one of our issues is increasing the social emotional being of Indigenous people. And this is the Culture Care Connect, the NACCHO program that I spoke briefly about. They've based their model of Culture Care Connect on our social emotional being concept. Some excellent resources before I leave. The Working Together book, which we're very proud of. It's just coming up to 10 years old, but still a very good book. Helen Milroy was an editor on that. She's our first Indigenous psychiatrist. And we're very much a big chapter on Indigenous psychology in Laurel Burton's book. And here's some great resources, because I know you're thinking, oh, I want to know more about everything. Here you are. The slides there for you. And do visit our websites. There's the UR or whatever it's called. Just learned that a couple of weeks ago. And we've got Twitter accounts. I thought if I had time, I'd go into unpacking SCWB, but I don't. I've actually stolen this chart from the Kimberley Aboriginal Medical Services, and they're one of the links in that resource page, but they unpack what it means, you know, what's connection to culture mean, the protective factors and the challenges. They're working on changing their service. But that's it for me. Thank you, Ian.
Pat does actually have to get on a plane, which may not wait. But thank you so much. If everyone wants to see a demonstration of individual and collective resilience, it's Pat and Tom Calmer and their colleagues throughout the course of this year and the time that I've known Pat over the last decade. Thanks so much, Pat. I'm going to hand over to Olivia of our organising committee. I really want to stay for the next talk because sleep and its social context is one of my favourite topics. I just say to the next speaker, working with particularly Kathleen Merrick-Angus in the United States and about sleep timing and the social context of sleep, in addition to our own work on sleep systems, is really relevant. So I'll be catching the film and be back.
Thank you, Ian, and thank you, Pat. What a fantastic talk. And it fits really well with the theme of this symposium, where in order to reach the gap, we need to understand who's involved and how to involve. You can't just impose something from the top. You need to involve the relevant people in the process to get changes, to make changes. Now, next speaker, I'm very pleased to be able to introduce Wendy Troxel. Wendy is again a good example of how you can bridge gaps. Wendy is from the USA. She's I'll read it because I can't remember your title exactly, but she's a senior behavioral and social sciences at the Rand Corporation and is also an adjunct professor at the University of Pittsburgh and the University of Utah. As Ian has said, she's working on sleep, but she's working on sleep, but also not just on sleep, but what sleep does and what sleep does to you and what happens to you that also impacts on sleep. So it's all the social determinants of sleep, what happens before you sleep and what happens after you sleep, whether you sleep well or not. Where I find her work really, well, there are many things, but one of the things is Wendy is a good example of the bridging gaps between research and general audience. And that's also demonstrating the importance of the work that we do as scientists, is that we need to do the work, but we also need to go out there and talk about it. And I don't know if you've seen a TEDx talk, please do, because it's really important and entertaining as well. So part of the work has been looking at why it is that we need to change school time in adolescence and why they're having so much difficulty. I have a 17-year-old and my goodness, it's a challenge. And that's what he says to me. Again, this morning, he had an early maths extension session at 7:50 and he wakes up, he's got his big eyes and goes, Dad, I'm tired. I go, yeah, I understand. And yeah, he works at nights. But he has to go to school. Anyway, I digress. I'm really happy to welcome you, Wendy, and looking forward to your talk. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be here with you all today. And hello, Joel. This is my first time in Australia, and this is a, double pleasure because I'm also getting to see, my son, who's now an emerging adult, or late adolescent, who is actually studying at UNSW this semester. So it's been a great joy to get to see my baby as well. And I'm really delighted to share with you my research on trying to look at sleep in sort of a different way than most sleep researchers have historically, which is in the social context. And when we start to look at sleep in the social context, we can also start to understand things like disparities in sleep across a number of populations, including Native populations, as we have in the US, as well as Aboriginal populations here, and other social groups that face inequities in sleep. And again, for starters, I just want to set the stage that the vast majority of sleep research and virtually all treatments for sleep disorders have focused on sleep as an individual behavior, completely devoid of the social context in which it occurs. If you think about the classic sleep laboratory study, what we do is we bring an individual into the laboratory, we hook them up with all sorts of equipment, and we isolate them as much as possible. But this is a far cry from how sleep in the wild looks. Sleep in the real world for most humans is often noisy, interrupted, and for about 66% of adults, shared with a bed partner. So my research really starts to try to unpack this social embedding of sleep. And I try to understand the dynamic interface between sleep and multiple levels of our social environments. So yes, sleep is an individual behavior, but it's embedded in these multi-level social contexts, from the households in which we live to the communities or neighborhoods in which we live, and even under the public policies under which we live. So I'm going to give you a bit of a sort of journey through my research, exploring this interface between sleep and multiple levels of the social context, starting with arguably the most intimate of social contexts in sleep, which is couples and sleep. And this goes back to some of my earliest work when I first became interested in sleep. I had this idea, and one of the reasons why I was so fascinated by sleep was, I'm a clinical psychologist by training, and I've always been interested in why and how it is that relationships are so critically important for our health outcomes. And I started to think that, well, sleep usually occurs in the context of relationships. And, we were finding out 20 years ago how vastly important sleep is for all sorts of health outcomes. And we also know that people who are in relationships tend to live longer, happier, and healthier lives than those who are not in relationships. So I started to think, well, wow, there really might be some bidirectional associations between sleep and how we behave in our relationships. And in fact, if you're partnered, I'm sure you can attest to this. If you don't get a good night of sleep, or chronically you're not sleeping well, you're likely to be irritable, moody, depressed. You might lash out. And who are you likely to do that to? Not your boss necessarily. It's often your closest significant other, who really faces the consequences of your sleep-induced irritability. But so sleep can affect our relationships, I hypothesized, and it's also true that relationship quality could likely affect our sleep. So if you have a conflict with your spouse during the day, it's very likely that that might keep you up at night. So there might be these vicious cycles that exist between poor sleep begetting poor relationship functioning, and then poor relationship functioning feeding back into poorer sleep. But what I found really fascinating is where there are vicious cycles, there are also opportunities for virtuous ones, with healthy sleep begetting better relationship functioning begetting better sleep. And therein lies some intervention implications that I'll soon discuss. So this hypothesis that I began with, we first demonstrated looking, this was a 10-day naturalistic study occurring in couples' home environments, where we studied their sleep nightly over 10 days using wrist actigraphy and sleep diaries. And then we had couples report on their relationship functioning daily using daily diaries. And we did find evidence of bidirectional associations, though the nature of those associations was differed by gender. So for husbands, we found that after he had a good night of sleep, he reported better relationship functioning the next day. For women, a different picture emerged. For wives, better marital interactions during the day predicted both her own and her partner's sleep that night. I don't know if this old saying converts in Australia, but in the US, we like to say, if she's not happy, no one's happy. Well, I extend that to say, if she's not happy, no one's sleeping. And so like I said, and again, this is a paradigmatic shift from how we've studied sleep and how we've treated sleep disorders, but it has implications for sleep disorders treatment. So my colleagues and I at the University of Utah have just recently started to develop and test a dyadic or couples-based sleep treatment for the disorder known as obstructive sleep apnea, which is a highly prevalent and debilitating disorder. It affects between 30 to 50%, particularly of older adults. It's true across the population, but it's particularly prevalent in older adults. And the consequences of sleep apnea are quite significant, increasing the patient's risk for cardiovascular disease, stroke, dementia, and depression. But it's important to note that the consequences of sleep apnea go far beyond the patient. They also affect the bed partner. And in fact, obstructive sleep apnea, or OSA, has been called a disease of listeners, because one of the most common symptoms of obstructive sleep apnea is loud snoring and gasping for air, which is quite distressing to the bed partner. Partners of individuals with apnea are at 3 times greater risk of having insomnia. And partners are actually a primary motivator for getting the patient in the door to actually seek treatment for their apnea. So whether or not we recognize it or treat it as such, sleep apnea is truly a couples level disorder. And the good news is that we do have effective treatments for sleep apnea. Positive airway pressure treatment, or PAP treatment, is the frontline treatment for apnea, and it's known to be associated with significant improvements in both the apneic's symptoms as well as downstream health consequences, and can also improve the bed partner's sleep and quality of life. So that's the good news. The bad news is many people with sleep apnea are non-adherent to PAP treatment. So my colleague, Dr. Kelly Barron, and I from the University of Utah embarked on creating a new PAP adherence intervention that was developed at the level of the dyad. We cutely named this treatment WePAP to conceptualize this treatment as an our problem within the couple, not just a you problem. And the WePAP treatment is a behavioral treatment. It uses a transdiagnostic approach, meaning that we focus on sort of common underlying symptoms related to both apnea and non-adherence, as well as sleep quality overall and sleep health overall in the dyad. Fortunately, WEPAP was originally designed when we first proposed the study to NIH. This was before COVID. It ended up getting funded during COVID. Luckily, we had always planned on it being a telehealth intervention, which was very fortunate. It's a 3-session behavioral telehealth intervention delivered over Zoom. The first session involves an assessment and some psychoeducation on helping the couple adjust to the PAP machine, and to also give some couples-based skills to increase communication with the couple and collaboration around this new device in the bedroom. The second session focuses on a brief behavioral treatment for insomnia, again, adapted for delivery at the level of the couple, and specifically designed to address some of the other common co-occurring sleep problems, particularly that older adults experience, like circadian advances. Older adults tend to go to bed earlier. There's often a lot of disruption as well. And then also helping the couple to negotiate any changes to their sleep schedule. And the final session deals with sort of psychological hyperarousal, either about the PAP machine, which can cause anxiety in some people, as well as insomnia-related hyperarousal. And again, focusing on the couple as kind of how do we help them make their wind-down routine a couple-level ritual. We did a randomized controlled trial. This was a pilot feasibility study comparing WEPAP to information control, and I'll talk about these results pretty briefly. But again, the study involved patients who were newly diagnosed with obstructive sleep apnea and were starting PAP treatment, and their partners. And we had a number of both feasibility outcomes, like satisfaction, number of sessions attended. All WEPAP patients and their partners attended all sessions, so that was good. And a number of both patient and partner outcomes. So I'll just quickly summarize what we found. The first good news, as this was the first trial of this new treatment, we found that both patients and partners strongly liked the WEPAP treatment. They really liked this approach to treating the sleep disorder at the level of the couple and addressing both partners' issues, much more so than those who were randomized to information control. As it turned out, we happened to have an exceptionally adherent group of patients, perhaps because this was done during a pandemic and it took a lot of work for these people to even get their PAP machines. So they may have been very motivated treatment seekers, both in the WEPAP group as well as in the information control. So we did not actually find differences in PAP adherence between WEPAP and information control. However, we're going to be following up this study in a more diverse sample. Actually, we're adapting WEPAP right now for Hispanic couples, where we expect that there will be a greater range of PAP adherence, and we hope to see more positive results for adherence. And we did find, however, that WEPAP relative to information control also showed benefits for both the patient and the partner's sleep quality. So that's also promising news. So I now want to move beyond sort of this intimate social connection, and now start to think about the communities in which we live and how that can impact our sleep, which is probably particularly relevant for the nature of today's symposium. We know when it comes to public health and health disparities that it's not just about how we live that matters. It's also about where we live and our life experiences that matter. And in fact, we know that our zip codes, or our postal codes, as you may say, are as important for our health as our genetic codes. And there's a substantial amount of research demonstrating health disparities based on where people live. But when we first began this work, there was really relatively little research. In fact, no one was really examining how our neighborhoods may actually contribute to our sleep health. And to do this work, this is in collaboration with my colleagues at the RAND Corporation, we leveraged an ongoing natural experiment in the city of Pittsburgh, which is in the East Coast-ish of the US, looking at how changes that were occurring in two different neighborhoods that were two historically disinvested and racially segregated neighborhoods, that is, they're both predominantly Black. How do changes in neighborhood conditions spurred by economic investment impact health outcomes and conditions in one neighborhood versus the other? This natural experiment actually began with a focus on one natural experiment and one specific health outcome. This was a study originally led by my colleague, Dr. Tamara Dubowitz, who's an obesity researcher, who looked at whether the opening of a grocery store in an area that had been a food desert, that is very little access to healthy fruits and vegetables, how that elimination of a food desert via the opening of a supermarket could change obesity and dietary outcomes. That is another story for another time, best led by my colleague, Dr. Tamara Dubowitz. But in the process of conducting this natural experiment, which was specifically focused on obesity, we also started to realize that neighborhood investments do not happen in isolation. So it wasn't just that this one neighborhood was getting its first grocery store. There were also, when we looked at this, intervention neighborhood, which are the dark blue bars, this is the Hill District neighborhood in Pittsburgh, versus Homewood, which is a sociodemographically similar neighborhood, relatively near to Hill District. That's the light blue bars, also predominantly Black American, very low income. They were getting significantly less investments over time. So it offered this opportunity to examine how differential investment in two predominantly Black American low-income neighborhoods could impact sleep in this case. And again, our question was, does changing neighborhood conditions, and at this time, the major changes to the neighborhood were things like improvements in housing conditions and also improvements in overall aesthetics and the safety of the neighborhood. Does that matter for sleep health? What we found, and what I'm going to show you here, these are a number of different graphs looking at different sleep outcomes over time. It's over a 3-year period. Blue bars indicate residents who live within 1/10 of a mile. Sorry, I didn't do the conversion. It's pretty close to public or private investments. So they're nearer to investments in their neighborhood. Orange lines are those who live further from investments. And what we found over a number of different actigraphy assessed sleep outcomes, this is sleep duration, those living closer to investments, the blue line, had improvements in sleep duration over time. So they increased their sleep duration relative to those living further from investments. Those living closer to investments showed less of a decline in sleep efficiency, which is a measure of sleep fragmentation. The reason probably why both lines are showing a decrease over time in sleep efficiency is that residents in both neighborhoods tended to be older adults, and we tend to see decreases in sleep efficiency related to age, but those living closer to investment showed less of a decline. We also showed that those living further from investments had an increase in wakefulness after sleep onset over this 3-year period. So their sleep became more fragmented over time relative to those who were living closer to the investments. And when we looked at subjective sleep quality, we showed that those living closer to investments showed improvements of sleep quality over this 3-year period. So this suggests that not only is sleep not just an individual behavior, but when we start to think about things like sleep health equity, we need to think beyond the individual and think about community level changes and even policy level changes that can make a difference. And this brings me to my third area of research that I want to touch on, which is the intersection between public policy and sleep, which is something that people don't always think about readily when they think about sleep, that there is a policy intersection. Again, because we tend to think about sleep as being this isolated individual behavior that is, created by ourselves, owned by ourselves, and we fail to think about how policies might actually impact our sleep. And I assure you that there's actually many examples of the intersection between policy and sleep. And the best way to sort of start making those connections is simply to start thinking about populations that are vulnerable or at high risk for sleep problems and disorders and insufficient sleep, and there is likely a policy at play. And this brings me to a topic that's near and dear to my heart, just like Olivier. I do have teenagers who are quickly becoming young adults. And when they were in high school, this was a particularly salient and alarming issue that I witnessed in my own home. We know that insufficient sleep among teenagers is a public health crisis, and this is really global. This statistic is from the US. 78% of teens are not getting the sleep they need, which is recommended around 8 to 10 hours per night. And we know that the consequences of insufficient sleep among teenagers is far-reaching and quite profound. Teenagers who don't get the sleep they need show decreased academic functioning, lower graduation rates. They're at increased risk of all sorts of sports-related injuries, as well as motor vehicle crashes, which are the leading cause of death among teenagers. They also face increased risk for chronic physical health conditions that can really set the stage for their health until adulthood, including obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. And a particularly salient issue today, my understanding is it's quite similar here as it is in the US. There is a mental health crisis among American teenagers with skyrocketing rates of depression, anxiety, and suicide, and substance use, all of which are prospectively linked with insufficient sleep and other sleep problems. So there's a lot that we can do, and sleep is incredibly important for the health and well-being and future contributions of this young generation. How did teens get so sleepy? Of course, it's a multifactorial problem. There's the homework, the increasing academic demands that teenagers have, the ubiquitous use of social media and technology, particularly at nighttime, which can disrupt their sleep, as well as the Bainty frappuccinos, Monster energy drinks, or whatever the popular highly caffeinated drink is here. All are important modifiable factors that can contribute to sleep problems among teenagers. But in addition to these individual level factors, there is one public policy that plays a role in contributing to the epidemic of teenage insufficient sleep. And that public policy is the conflict between early school start times and teenagers' biologically driven delay in their circadian biology. So in the US, the average middle and high school starts around 8:03 a.m. And that doesn't take into account the fact that most of our students get bused to school, with many buses picking up at 6:45 a.m. At the same time that we are starting schools abusively early, if you ask me, we know from substantial science that teenagers show this biologically driven delay in their circadian rhythms, meaning that they're biologically programmed to stay awake later and sleep in later. So this public policy puts teenagers and their parents in a fundamentally unwinnable fight with their own biology. And as Olivier mentioned, I have done a TED Talk on this topic. I'm quite passionate about it. And yes, I do believe that we as scientists need to consider impact beyond the top tier journal, and also to making impact, hopefully, with policy as well, especially when it has to do with these population level health problems. As I've summarized in my TED Talk and other papers, we know the evidence is clear. When schools delay their start times, teenagers get more sleep. We also see benefits for academic metrics, including reductions in absenteeism and improvements in graduation rates. We see car crash rates go down. Standardized test scores in math and reading go up by 2 to 3 percentage points, with particularly pronounced effects among the most disadvantaged youth. So this also suggests that a policy level intervention that can benefit sleep can also go a long way to reducing the opportunity gap. We also know, and I can attest to this myself, when teenagers are getting the sleep they need, families are less stressed, students are less stressed, and everyone is a lot happier. So I want to conclude now with some summary of what I've talked about and hopefully some implications for the future. I hope I've convinced you that as opposed to our historic way of thinking about sleep as this isolated behavior, sleep is actually naturally a social behavior, and it is socially patterned, meaning that poor sleep health is unevenly distributed across the population and also can contribute to other downstream health disparities in populations that are historically injusticed. Because sleep is socially patterned and unequally distributed across the population, it is also a public policy concern. And we need to start thinking beyond the individual to multi-level interventions, including public policy, including intervening in neighborhoods in which people live, in order to reduce sleep health disparities and promote health equity overall. And with that, I'd like to acknowledge my collaborators and some of the work that I've presented today from the FRESH project, as well as my funding from the National Institute of Health, from the National Heart, Lung, Blood Institute, and the National Institute of Aging specifically. And I thank you for your time. Yes, great. I didn't know if you had time. Yeah.
We've got a few minutes for questions. Wendy? Whilst people are thinking about questions, from what you're saying, there's also a bi-directional relationship between sleep and these, you mentioned obesity, physical health, mental health, and so on. So it means that there's a lot of places where we can act. So because acting on these aspects of obesity, mental health, physical health will also help with sleep, which, as you also mentioned very early in your talk, is that there's this cycle that that is taking place. So again, sleep is not just in isolation. The importance of addressing all these different aspects together.
Absolutely. And again, because there are bidirectional associations between sleep and, this cluster of mental health and physical health outcomes, it does give us multiple opportunities to intervene. Now, here's the other reason why, as a clinician who treats sleep disorders, and why I think focusing on sleep actually is an important lever for us to address, is that sleep actually, particularly when you think about the bidirectional associations between sleep and mental health, some of my work works within the US military. One of the advantages of focusing on sleep, let's say, instead of focusing, or maybe do both, but as opposed to focusing on depression or suicide risk, is that sleep is often less stigmatized than these other mental health conditions, particularly in populations like the military. And so sleep, in many ways, it's again, you have opportunities to intervene at both levels or and simultaneously, but in many ways, sleep can be this gateway intervention that is less stigmatized, that people generally want to have addressed. Who doesn't want a better night of sleep? And we found in our work that by treating the sleep problems, even though there's opportunities to address either side and there's prospective relationships either way, sometimes sleep is the better sort of conduit to access treatment. And from doing that, we can establish rapport, we can have people feeling better, sleeping better. And if adjunct treatment is also needed, then you already have that relationship. So that's one of the reasons why, even though you can intervene at multiple levels, there's actual advantages of intervening at sleep.
Thank you so much for talking. It's really interesting. You spoke about the positives of implementing a policy to shift start times for schools later in the day. I was wondering about what the potential downsides of implementing that policy are and why there's resistance.
Great question, because when you see the data, it really should be, this is a no-brainer. Why isn't everyone doing it? And it has been an uphill battle. In fact, the data on the benefits of later school start times have been out there since the 1990s from some pioneering work in Minnesota. And we now have just robust evidence showing the benefits of later school start times. In terms of the downsides, primarily the resistance comes from concerns about logistics and practical issues, such as, well, if schools start later, well, then what's the impact on after-school extracurricular activities, particularly sports? If you start later, does that mean all schools need athletic lighting at night? It is a concern. What is the impact on after-school care if older children are now getting out later, they will not be now available to take care of their younger siblings, if that was the case. In the US, there's also concerns about busing. We typically have a tiered busing system. And again, this happened before sleep science existed. They just made a decision, again, many years ago when busing was started for schools. If somebody has to go early, make it the older kids because they can handle it. Don't make the elementary school kids go earliest. Although biologically speaking, that's the only sort of solution that makes sense because elementary school students naturally wake up at the crack of dawn. Teenagers do not. But there's a lot of resistance, even though we know that elementary school students are actually up, but parents understandably don't want their little ones outside in the dark. So it's really these logistical concerns, which are very important issues. But as I say, these are problems to be solved. And as we saw from COVID, major change can and does happen literally overnight. We overhauled our educational system, and no, it was not perfect. But overnight, there were not committee meetings over, should we move to hybrid or not? Should we no, everything changed. And by the way, that was another natural experiment. Despite all the stress and chaos of COVID, we showed in some of my work actually with American Indian, Alaska Native youth in California, that during COVID, when students had to go to school from home, they got on average 2 hours more sleep per night. So in the midst of a pandemic, the one benefit was teenagers were sleeping more, simply because we removed those logistical barriers. So it is hard. It does take stakeholder and community involvement in addressing these concerns, but it can be done when you're thinking about something that has such a major public health impact.
Unfortunately, we have to move on. Thank
thank
you
you
again, Wendy. So, final speaker for this session is Professor Peter Enticott, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Peter. Peter is Professor of Psychology, Cognitive Neuroscience at Deakin University and also Pro-Vice Chancellor of Research. Peter's been working in the area of autism spectrum disorder for most of his research career. At the most basic and clinical aspects of research. And in particular, he's been leading the largest trial on repetitive transcranial magnetic stimulation in autism in Australia, I believe, and funded by the MRFF Future Fund. So welcome, Peter. Looking forward to your talk on inclusion in autism research.
Thank you very much, Olivia. That was a great talk on sleep. Hard act to follow. Really enjoyed it, but I'm really pleased to be here. I'm quite honoured at the opportunity to be invited and come and speak to you today. It's been quite a few years since I've been in Sydney, strangely enough. So nice to come back and get some of that Melbourne rain while I'm here. And is that going to stay? All right. Look, I'm not going to give a sort of a conventional research data talk today. I'm going to, in consideration of the theme of the day, I'm going to really talk about inclusivity in autism research, which is my area, and talk specifically about what I see are the major issues in cognitive neuroscience and clinical trials. Just to say that I think I'll talk a lot about the problems. I think that we are getting better as a community on this, but autism is a spectrum. It's a very broad spectrum, and I think that the way in which we've worked historically has been anything but inclusive, and it's really coming to the fore with some of these clinical trials, and we're seeing this at the coalface with decisions to include or exclude particular individuals. A little about me. I'm a psychologist and cognitive neuroscientist. I work out of Deakin University in Melbourne. Deakin is a university that is spread across both Melbourne and Geelong. It's headquartered in Geelong, and we've got another campus in far western Victoria. This is the lovely building that I work in, and this is an example on the left-hand side of some of the transcranial magnetic stimulation work that we do. And as Olivia mentioned, we're running a large multi-site trial of RTMS in autism with Adam and Kelsie and the team here, which has been fantastic. And that's getting to sort of the point where we are well into it, and hope that we can wrap that one up in the next 1 to 2 years, which will be great. So talking about cognitive neuroscience and clinical trials in autism, most of you will know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about studies that really have been my bread and butter, and people like Adam and others. This is what we've done with a lot of our careers, where you use techniques like MRI or EEG or TMS, and you look at brain activity either during rest or during the performance of a cognitive task. And you essentially do this in a group of autistic people and a group of non-autistic people. And then we look at the differences and say, well, this is what autism is associated with from a brain perspective. The clinical trial space obviously involves interventions. So that could be behavioural interventions targeting things like anxiety. It could be pharmacological interventions, such as the oxytocin work that's been done here. We're doing some work in cannabidiol, but it can also be with medical devices like TMS. Inclusion is a real problem in this research, in all of this research. I'm certainly guilty of perpetrating some of these issues myself. There's going to be a lot of self-flagellation in this talk this morning, but it's really important, I think, to highlight some of these and think about how we might actually move forward and what we can actually do about this to promote inclusion in the work that we do. The broader context here is really important because health inequity is already a major issue in autism. We see autistic individuals having poorer health outcomes on a range of measures. Needless to say, the mental health one is very strong there, but also with physical health outcomes. They often have reduced access to healthcare. We see high rates of diagnosis in higher socioeconomic status groups, which raises the question that perhaps there's a lack of access to things like diagnostic services in low SES groups. So we know that health equity is a problem already in autism. But I want to ask the question today, what about equity and inclusion in autism research, and specifically from the lens that I tend to look at with neuroscience clinical trials? Big spoiler, it's an ongoing concern. This is not a happy story, I think, for us as a field at this point in time. And I want to talk about some of the ways that this is manifested. I think that when we start to think about what the barriers are to equity and inclusion in autism research, what we've really seen in a lot of the work that's been done is a real narrowing of the clinical range of participants. So I'll come back to this throughout the talk, but I think it's fair to say that what we know about autism and what we talk about when we think about, or when we discuss, for instance, what's happening in the brain, what are targets for intervention, the spectrum's here, but what we know about is this group here, the group that have a number of factors that perhaps make them more amenable to participating in these trials, but it's a very narrow band of what we actually need to be demonstrating. We've expanded many of our clinical trials to include other areas that were typically excluded, but I think we've still got a long way to go. So I want to just run through just 5. These are not the only ones, but 5 I think major barriers to equity and inclusion in autism research, and then talk a bit about what we can do about it. So most of the work that's been done, especially in neuroscience studies, is with autistic individuals that were once called high functioning, which is seen as a fairly pejorative term and downplays their challenges as well. But really what it is those individuals who have an autism diagnosis and they have a measured IQ within the normal or the above average range. And that's a problem because we have 1 in 3 autistic individuals actually has an intellectual disability. Many of these individuals are minimally verbal, and as a result, they're often excluded from research. And they're excluded from research for a couple of reasons, one of which is that often there's the perception that they're not going to engage or they're not going to be able to meet the demands of the tasks that are involved. And sometimes that's true, but often it's not. There's also the ethical issue around, does such an individual have the capacity to provide informed consent? And I'll come back to that later. I've always taken the view that that I want my trial participants, adult trial participants, to be providing informed consent, but you've got to demonstrate that capacity. What we've done as a team is we've expanded our clinical trial participant inclusion to actually take in people that might have, for instance, a mild intellectual disability, where I think in many, if not most cases, that these individuals do have the capacity to provide informed consent, and we can demonstrate that in the clinic. But what we also have is in the clinical trial space is a lot of teenagers, a lot of adults who aren't currently able to be included, and parents of these individuals in particular, really quite upset at the fact that there might be new opportunities for therapy, for intervention, and they're not getting a go at this. And I've certainly had several people in my office in recent months that you know, that have come in and we go through the whole process with their adult son. And I have to make the hard call that we can't enroll them because the individual hasn't demonstrated that capacity to provide informed consent. There are other things that we can do from an ethical perspective that's within the bounds of the code, but that's generally how we're operating at the moment. And it's meaning that there's a large group of individuals out there who would like the opportunity to participate that we are not offering at the moment. There's also a number of really important articles, such as this one I'm mentioning here by Tega Flusberg a few years ago, around best practice for involving minimally verbal autistic individuals in research. So there is information out there to actually improve how we do this, but I think for a lot of these studies, it's just been seen as too difficult, and it's resulted in the exclusion of a lot of people that would otherwise really like to be involved. Another one is with co-occurring conditions, which, as you know, with autism is the rule, not the exception. We see high rates of ADHD, depression, anxiety, motor dysfunction, other conditions as well. And it leads, again, if you're going to exclude these, it leads to a fairly narrow sample, but it also leads to a fairly unrepresentative sample. If you just went out and said, I'm going to take people that have a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder and that's it. First of all, you'll struggle to find these individuals. They do exist, but they're a fairly small percentage. But it will also lead to a completely unrepresentative sample. And that won't translate well. So if we're just getting in, again, this narrow range of individuals that seem like the clean cases, so to speak, it's not going to actually be reflective of what's going on in the broader community. Now, there's a challenge here because you're balancing fidelity, study fidelity, with generalizability. It's very hard to go to a granting body and say, we're going to include everyone, essentially, irrespective, because then the issues of confounding is raised. But I think there's a way to do it, and it's primarily based on large multi-site trials like we're running at the moment, where you can actually account for some of these other conditions. Medication is another one there, and again, that's something that we do encounter, especially with our TMS work, where there can be certain safety aspects of medication, but ultimately means that all of this contributes to a number of individuals in the autism community that are just not included in our research. So I'm from Deakin, as I mentioned. We are seen as a regional university. I'm from the Melbourne campus, but our headquarters are in Geelong, and we've got a large campus in Warrnambool as well. And we, from a health perspective, we serve the southwest region of Victoria, and we really pride ourselves on building health equity and giving people access to medical care, but also access to clinical trials, which has been a government priority in recent years as well. And so we know that there's about 30% of Australians live in rural, regional, remote communities. So that's, almost 1 in 3. It's a big portion of our population. But when it comes to research, and in particular clinical trials, it's very difficult to be involved in these studies. We for instance, we base our current trial in Melbourne. we do get people that travel large distances because they're really motivated to take part. Sometimes they'll come to Melbourne and stay in Melbourne for a few weeks in order to be able to take part. But most of the time, again, you're fielding calls from people in regional or rural areas who would love to be involved in something like this, but it's not feasible for them to travel. And at this stage, we're not working well enough with local PHNs, with local clinics, where we can actually start to embed some of this research and provide those opportunities to these individuals, so we can include again a broader range of people. But the individuals living in that modified Monash model, areas 2 to 7, there's just not a lot of opportunities at the moment. We are seeing more and more funding mechanisms with the MRFF and other places to actually encourage more research in this area and get clinical trials conducted in these areas and give people potential access to new interventions. Age is another barrier. We often focus on child populations in autism research because it's often seen as a disorder of childhood, and that's where a lot of the intervention efforts lie. We work with adolescents and young adults in the TMS space, primarily because there's a lack of services there. That's often where they come away from the childhood services and are crying out for new interventions. But that's a fairly rare situation. I think we've got reduced opportunities in that older age group to engage with clinical trials and to engage in other studies. But the issue there, of course, is that a lot of people are getting diagnosed much later in life. So what's there for them in terms of involvement in these trials and in terms of what they might be able to contribute to and benefit from when it comes to therapeutic interventions? And the last one I'll mention is sex. So autism, as you will know, was overwhelmingly considered a male condition. What we've learned in recent years is that while it still seems to be more prevalent in males, it's far more even than we thought. So we have an increased awareness of, I guess, the autistic female profile. And we know that the diagnostic criteria and the way in which these diagnoses have been made have tended to favour that male profile. So we're doing more work in this space by actually trying to recruit equal numbers rather than saying we're going to get, you know, a mainly male population or a completely male population, as often happens in this type of research. But let's go out and actually recruit even numbers so we can get a better understanding of both males and females on the autism spectrum, rather than just taking what we know about autism primarily from males and assuming that will translate to female individuals as well. So I know I'm standing between you and morning tea. I'm not too far away from the end, but why does this matter? So it matters for a few reasons. The first one is the ability for people to contribute to research and understanding. Now, not all people want that, but a large proportion do. You know, they're really passionate about this area. They want to be involved in trials. And to be frank, they're very disappointed when we have exclusion criteria that are basically preventing them from being involved in our research. It matters also particularly from the geography in terms of access to clinical trials, which is a national challenge, but we need people in rural, regional and remote areas to be able to engage in clinical trials. And we partly need that from a translation bent as well. We can't run clinical trials in major metropolitan regions and assume that, okay, well, from an implementation point of view, we'll just roll it out to the country areas. It doesn't work. But the main problem here, as I mentioned at the start, is that what we know about autism from a neuroscience perspective and what we know from a lot of these clinical trials is just a really narrow band on the spectrum. And so from a translational point of view, if we're getting this narrow band and wanting to translate it out to here, these clinical trial therapies are not going to translate. They're not going to be successful. We need to start out with that wide band and ensure that the translation can go as broadly as possible. So in terms of priority setting, I think there's obviously a need, I hope I've emphasised to you today, to improve and promote inclusion in autism research and in clinical trials. But I think that really representativeness can be enshrined in policy, and through funding mechanisms, we can actually start to incentivise people conducting these studies and not just going after the groups of people that are considered more amenable to this type of research. So I think there's a policy angle there, but there's also a responsibility for us as academics to drive research and change, you know, through our education, through the next generation of researchers coming through, that this is actually taught, this is focused on. When I was coming through, We were basically taught, no, you do these studies in your high functioning populations and that's all you do. But I think we really need to shift that focus to actually trying to achieve outcomes for all individuals on the spectrum, not just this narrow band of people. So when it comes to the pathways to translation, which is what we're all about here, I'm sure, clinical research always aspires to clinical translation. But if we have inequity in these research practices, then that's going to be reflected in these translational outcomes. It's not going to get to the broad range of people that we want it to get to, or if it gets to them, it's potentially not going to be of any value because it hasn't been, the research has not been conducted with these individuals. So where do we go from here? I think a big one here is around stakeholder engagement and co-design. And this is again another problem that I can reflect on and I'll say I'm guilty of, is that we often get consumer and community engagement that is quite narrow in itself. And so if you're getting a narrow group of people that say are parents or individuals that are verbal and can speak to that situation, then the co-design work that you're doing is inherently going to be limited. We need a broader range of people being involved in this process, including people that are minimally verbal, and we have guidelines to make that work. But until we get broader stakeholder engagement, we're not going to get what we want here when it comes to inclusion. I mentioned earlier, we can do things to influence funding priorities. We can do things to influence education and training and the development of our researchers. But I think the big one for those of us that are designing studies, and hopefully this is something we can achieve with the current TMS trial, but we need to be doing much larger multi-site studies accommodating for diversity and allowing inclusivity. So if we've got concerns about different aspects of autism, whether it's co-occurring illnesses, whether it's cognitive levels, we can actually get enough people in these trials to start to look at the impact of some of these other factors. I think typically what we saw was small trials where the emphasis was on a homogeneous sample. So let's go out and get a really homogeneous, clean sample and conduct research in this small way. It doesn't get us very far. We need to be working together. We need to be doing these multi-site studies like we're doing at the moment, so we have enough data, we can include a broader range of people and have enough data to actually tease out what factors are important and how that might influence translation. Engagement of rural and regional partners is similarly important. A lot of the time, you know, we're working with infrastructure that is not necessarily precluded from existing in regional clinics. And so with that engagement, whether it's through PHNs or whether it's through regional health services, we can actually start to set up more places throughout our country that people can be involved in these trials and these studies. Now, I say all this, but I think there's going to be a number of challenges remaining. I think those geographical constraints are going to be there for certain types of studies. It's one thing to say we can do a pharmacological study where you're just bringing some medication to a particular area. It's another thing to say we need a 7T MRI scanner to be able to do this research, or we need TMS machines. That's not always feasible. I think when it comes to the cognitive functioning aspects, there's really important ethical considerations for researchers. I've always been, traditionally of the view that I want people providing consent for themselves. And so I guess from that, I've sort of taken the view that if they can't, we don't involve them in the trial. I think that needs to change. There are other things we can do under the National Code in terms of involving guardians, involving next of kin for consenting. And I think the last one is that despite our best efforts, there will be some individuals that have extremely challenging behaviours that are going to prevent inclusion in some types of trials. That's probably not something we can do a hell of a lot about at this point in time, but just to acknowledge that I don't want to suggest that there's not continued challenges. So my final caveat here is that there's a lot of diversity in views in the autistic community. There would be people in the community that say we don't want trials, we don't need interventions. We don't need to know why an autistic person is different to a non-autistic person. So what I'm getting at is that inclusion in research is not necessarily valued by everybody, but what I'm talking about today is the people that would like to be involved in these types of studies and that would like to actually seek out new therapies. And we've been doing a large survey study for the last year or so, trying to tease out the attitudes of autistic individuals and parents of autistic children. So we looked at a range of different interventions and we got their attitudes around how likely they'd be to engage in it, how supportive and so on and so forth. And I think two things come out of this. One is that there's a pretty big split, and it's often a split between parents and adults with autism around whether they want anything at all. And the other one is that you can see here with the parent and guardian in the purple, you will see discrepancies, significant discrepancies. So there's things that parents will favour for their children, whereas if you look at adults, it's really around, you know, mental health. It's around psychiatry, for instance. It's around individual counselling, clinical psychology. So it's not it's far from a homogenous group, the autism community, and there's a broad range of views. So I just wanted to bring that up as a final point. I reckon I'm not too far over the 10 past mark when we were due to break, so I will leave it there. Happy to take questions, but given we've gone over time, maybe if you want to chat to me in the break, that's fine as well.
I'm sure we can take a few questions.
Okay, sure.
Question.
Peter, thank you so much for your talk. Similar to yourself, I'm quite passionate about including people, those actually living with dementia in clinical trials who certainly have lack of capacity to provide consent. I was wondering if it's a Victoria state issue. I mean, here in New South Wales, we have the NCAT Guardianship Tribunal, and it can actually approve clinical trials so that an adult can't provide consent. A guardian or NCAT so can actually provide consent to that person to receive treatment in the trial. Does Victoria have such a system that might actually facilitate recruitment?
Look, to be honest, I'm not sure if we have an analogous mechanism, but certainly from the point of view of the national statement, I think that there is the capacity for that. So I guess I've rethought my approach, and I think that I'd be prepared to go down that pathway in future studies. It's more that it's not something I've done in the past, but probably an area in which my thinking needs to change. But no, thanks. I might have a chat to you more about that, because I'm sure there's a Victorian analogy, but perhaps dealing more so in dementias rather than neurodevelopmental conditions. Yeah, thanks for that.
I'd like to recommend you autism before.
I was looking up there, sorry.
And he, at the start, which is that actually this problem with the studies, and I'm sure it's a little answer, but I really curious more about what experience.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the study, and certainly in our current cannabidiol study, we are including some non-verbal individuals and relying primarily on parent reports. And if we can get a child to do something like a resting state EEG that doesn't involve verbalizing responses, then yes, that's what we do. But I'll share that paper with you, because it's a really interesting paper where they're a lab that has developed a whole range of, basically a framework for how they interact with participants who are non-verbal. And yeah, there's a lot of complicated processes behind it, but perhaps I can share it with you. It's worth a read. Yeah.
One final question.
Feel free to contact me as well. I'm happy for people to reach out to me in future, but thanks again.
Right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks. So that concludes this session. So there's morning tea outside. There's posters on level 5. Go and view the posters. You can vote for the posters because there are prizes involved for the poster presenters. Thank you very much. And we'll be back at 20 to 11.
11:40.
20.
Yeah.
11:40.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to our second session, which highlights some of the research that's done, some of the remarkable research that's done at the Brain and Mind Center. So I'd like to introduce our first speaker for this session, Professor Luke Henderson, who is a professor of anatomy and histology. Professor Henderson, he's a team leader in the translational psychopharmacology team, which is contributing to the discovery and development of new therapeutics for disorders that currently lack safe and effective treatments, or where the existing therapeutics have substantial room for improvement. Professor Henderson's current research interests and projects include the exploration of brainstem mechanisms that are responsible for endogenous analgesia, as well as altered thalamocortical rhythm in chronic neuropathic pain. So please welcome Professor Henderson.
Thanks very much. Oh no, did I just break the microphone? Right, so today I just want to take you through some of the stuff that I've been doing. And this is really in collaboration with other people or other members of the translational psychopharmacology team. Michael Bowen's up there trying to hide, and Kevin Key's up the back. So a lot of this work is the stuff that we do together. Look, I've been really interested in chronic pain and really looking at why treatments are so ineffective, they're horrendous, and how we can try and bridge the gap. So the UN has declared that access to pain management is a human right. And with respect to sort of equity, I guess we need pain treatments that are effective. We need them, and they're not at the moment. We need them to be accessible and affordable, and we need them to be safe. And I guess the recent opiate epidemic in America highlights the fact that most of the treatments are not safe. Now, chronic pain is pain that lasts for at least 3 months, used to be 6 months, but in this fast-paced world, it'll probably be 2 weeks by the end of this talk. But most people have chronic pain for a long time. So most of the people we see have it for at least a year. Most people don't seek treatment for a while. And on average, most people who live with chronic pain have it for at least 5 years. There's lots of people in Australia that have chronic pain, lots of various types of chronic pain. And a lot of those people have depression, comorbid depression and anxiety disorders. So it's not just sort of that centric perception. They also have lots of other things. They have problems with family relationships, sleep. And there's also a bit of inequity. People in regional and remote Australia tend to have more chronic pain than people in the city. They have higher rates of back pain, for example, and that's probably because they don't get very good treatment. Even though the treatments are relatively ineffective, they don't get anything. And it costs us a hell of a lot of money. I mean, every condition costs us billions of dollars. I don't know how accurate these statements are, but apparently chronic pain costs $140 billion a year. I think it's about sort of 20 or 30 billion on the actual healthcare system. I guess the other thing is most people, there's a lot of people that retire early because of chronic pain. And a lot of people with chronic pain are actually working age. So there's lots of lost productivity. Okay, so there are various types of chronic pain. I'm really interested in one of them. There are sort of 3 groups. One is nociceptive, and anybody who knows anything about the brain knows that nociceptors basically transmit signals up to the brain and you can perceive pain. So there are chronic nociceptive conditions. One is typical osteoarthritis, and a lot of lower back pain is sort of nociceptive driven. So we have a lot of treatments trying to target that peripheral mechanism. There's a new category called nociplastic, and that's because we don't really know how to categorize these people. So we make up another term. That's for relatively sort of, well, not sort of unusual disorders, fibromyalgia and complex regional pain syndrome. They're terrible disorders, but they're relatively unusual. And they're sort of, you don't really have any sort of nociceptive activation per se. There's no really noticeable injury. You just sort of have changes in central sensitization, and somehow this chronic pain condition develops. And the third one, is just one I've been interested in for the last 20 years, is neuropathic pain. And that's chronic pain after an injury to the somatosensory system. And it occurs accidentally most of the time. It can occur after surgery, or it can occur as part of a disease like multiple sclerosis. It's really hard to treat, really hard to treat. And it can go on for years and years, be really severe. So this just highlights how bad a job we're doing. So you can have accidental neuropathic pain, as I mentioned. Common ones after spinal cord injury. There's about 2/3 of people with spinal cord injury end up having a chronic neuropathic pain condition. A lot of that is phantom pain. So in the area of their body that they can't even feel. Bone fractures can lead to chronic neuropathic pain. typical nerve damage, and even a stroke within the brain or the brainstem can give you a chronic pain condition. But people sort of don't recognise that there are also planned chronic pain conditions. So when you go for surgery, there's a really good chance you'll end up with chronic pain. If you're going in for an amputation because you've got diabetes, there's about a 50 to 80% chance you'll develop chronic phantom pain. Doesn't matter whether you've got pain to start with, you have a high rate of developing pain. You get it after hernia repair, it's lower, 6 months, it's like 5%, but still we do a lot of them. Mastectomy, even a tooth extraction. We've done some tooth extraction work. Well, I didn't do the tooth extraction. We did the chronic pain work. Actually, they were students at the University of Sydney. So the rates were about 5% long term, and we do lots of tooth extraction. So a lot of people get orofacial trigeminal pain. And of course, you can get it with diabetes and multiple sclerosis. Now, most of the time you recover after an injury. So most people recover. You go in for surgery or you have a nerve damage and you recover. The problem is that in a certain proportion, they don't recover. So anywhere, it depends on what I was talking about just then, it's anywhere sort of between 5, it can be up to 80%. So that can persist well after the injury is healed. So the injury is healed. You don't still have a broken leg. You don't still have a tooth. The injury has gone away. There are no indications that you have an injury whatsoever, and the pain persists for years and years and years. And you're gone. You have a 15 to 20% chance of getting pain relief from current therapies. It really is a band-aid approach. It's just trying anything. Anything you can invent, we'll try. And they're sort of the people that I'm sort of investigating. So why are they so ineffective? I think unlike other sort of neurological disorders, we don't spend much time understanding the pathophysiology. Some people have, but I think we've sort of dropped the ball a bit. We have an association that's supposed to study all these things, but we tend to study acute pain a lot, and acute pain goes away, so clinically it's irrelevant. But we really don't know the underlying neurobiology. And when it comes to clinical diagnosis, you can diagnose people into all these different categories, but it makes no difference what you then do to them. It makes you feel good because you have a clinical diagnosis. Okay, I've got X or I've got Y, but that doesn't then direct what treatment I'm going to have. So I can be in one category or the other, and it doesn't matter what treatment. I can be in the same category and two people can respond differently. So the clinical diagnosis and classification is relatively poor. And I think we just need to know what causes it, and then hopefully all these problems will go away. So really there are 3 points that we can try and target. We can target pre-injury, so before surgical interventions. There's very little studies looking at pre-injury. We try to get some predisposing factors, but nothing's really come out. There's some early life stress, there's some psychological things, but they don't really account for much of the post-surgical chronic pain. We can look at the acute to chronic phase. So when you get pain, it's that sort of phase between, that first week to then developing it, and it doesn't go away at 3 months. It's that sort of transition phase that really determines whether you're going to develop, or whether you're going to hang on to that pain for years. And that's a phase that people are very interested in. Or we can do what we're currently doing, where we wait for you to have chronic pain for 10 years and then we decide, okay, let's try and do something about it. And by that time, I think it's sort of just too late. So we're trying to sort of see if we can do something at the earlier stages. So really, it's difficult to study humans longitudinally. So during that acute to chronic phase, probably pre and post surgery is the only way to do it. Once you've had the injury, 5 minutes later, who knows what's going on? So we've really got to try and target research to look at pre and during the development of chronic pain in humans. We've got good preclinical studies that have started to explore that transition phase, or they've done it for a long time, but they're cross-sectional. So you're not following the one animal over time, you're sort of having a cross-section. So they've sort of got limited interpretation ability. We really need, or what we think we need, is really longitudinal preclinical studies, longitudinal human studies to track the changes over time. And that's really what we're all about. So I'll just get a bit neuroscience for 3 slides. So what do we currently know? We know this mainly from sort of human studies in people with well-established chronic pain, some stuff that I've done, but we also know it from some preclinical studies. So we know that chronic neuropathic pain, you don't need the periphery. You might have the periphery. It's not saying that some conditions don't, the periphery doesn't play an important role, but you can get a very small stroke in the thalamus or in the medulla along the ascending somatosensory pathway, and you can develop a chronic pain condition. It's about 8% after stroke will develop chronic pain. So you don't need the periphery. We know that you don't get overt activations of the classic pain pathway. So, you can do functional imaging and give someone acute stimulus, and we get all those pathways that light up, and we think that's what underpins the perception of pain. That doesn't happen in chronic pain, which is weird. But we do know that you get altered rhythms. So there's lots of evidence that in that ascending sort of pain pathway, you get altered rhythms. There's human thalamic recordings, direct thalamic recordings showing increased burst firing. We've done some studies using fMRI to look at very slow oscillations. There's some preclinical studies showing very slow oscillations in the ascending pathway. We've known for a long time that you get the thalamocortical dysrhythmia, so the way in which the cortex and the thalamus interact are changing. So we know that there's a rhythm change in that pathway. I have no idea how that ends up giving you chronic pain, but we know that this is something that we're sort of interested in. And we know that you get glial changes. So there's preclinical studies to the hill to show that you get microgliosis and astrogliosis after nerve injury, and that seems to be correlated to the animal behaviours of pain. But we also know from a human postmortem study, so this study looked at the dorsal horn in people with HIV-related neuropathic pain, and you get this chronic astrogliosis that's years and years long. No microgliosis. So what we're interested in, the three of us and others, we basically think that after a nerve injury or after any type of sort of injury, you get changes that within the dorsal horn or spinal trigeminal nucleus for the face, where there's a change in the interaction between glia and astrocytes that basically drive these rhythms. And that's really what we're trying to get a handle at. We could be completely wrong, but we do think they interact. And that's what we've been trying to sort of get a handle on for the last few years. And I'll show you sort of what we're trying to do. Now, the problem with measuring gliosis in live animals is it's very difficult. You can perfuse an animal and measure gliosis using GFAP and other types of immunohistochemical markers. To do it in a live rat or a live mouse or a live human is much more difficult, but we can measure it using positron emission tomography. So we can use PET imaging to start looking at microgliosis and astrogliosis in live animals, including humans. And we can measure microgliosis using a very old tracer called TSBO. It's been around since the 80s, I think. It's a relatively dirty radioligand, but we've started to use it even though we talk about it down about it all the time. But you can also measure astrogliosis. It's a little bit more difficult. We've got lots of microgliosis radioligands. We've only got a couple that seem to target astrogliosis. One is deprenol and one is a new thing called SMBT1. So we really are at the point now where we can start to sort of track astrogliosis, microgliosis using PET imaging and do some functional MRI and really track that sort of interaction over time to try and get a handle on sort of the underlying mechanism. So this is sort of our collaborative plan. The first is to track gliosis and neural activity in a rodent model. We have quite a good rodent model using PET and MRI. We then want to see in patients with well-established chronic pain if they also have similar changes using exactly the same radioligands. So we can use those radioligands in rats and we can use exactly the same thing in a human. So we want to see if they sort of, they're similar and whether we sort of translate it. We then want to sort of determine it's hard to do this in humans over time. Giving someone a PET scan every 2 months is not going to happen. So we'll start with the well-established and then we're going to try and work our way back to tracking them longitudinally pre and post surgery. And then we develop treatments. I think I'll probably be retired by number 4 or dead. But anyway, that's the goal. So I've just got a few things I want to show you. So currently we're running a preclinical study with Kevin up the back there and a lot of other people. And this is done down at Monash and it's collaboration with the Peter MacCallum Cancer Institute that makes the radioligands for us. And we're basically tracking astrogliosis and microgliosis and neural activity, brain volume, all sorts of things in the one rat over time. So we can scan the person, we can scan the rat pre-injury, we can do the injury, we can track these changes over time. And we've started doing that. We can track behaviour, we can take blood samples, we can do all sorts of stuff. We can look at their sleep and their behaviour. And so we've started to do that. That's sort of our first goal. Okay, and we've started to get some results. This is my only results slide, so bear with me. So this is very consistent with the cross-sectional preclinical studies that have shown astrogliosis in the dorsal horn. In our case, we're doing an infraorbital nerve lesion, so we can look at the whole pathway using imaging, and we're getting changes in the nerve of binding of this TSPO, which is probably macrophages or in the ganglion. But we're also getting it where those afferents first terminate in the brain itself. And this is exactly what cross-sectional preclinical data has shown us. And we've started to look at astrogliosis longitudinally as well, where we've done our first 5 rats. So that's going well. So I mean, the advantage of this is we're going to have a model where we've got the sequence of events from prior to during the transition of chronic pain. We can then, once we've got this established, we can then start to target particular areas. We can provide a treatment beforehand to see if we can prevent the changes. We can do it during the acute phase, or we can do it in the long phase when it's well established. So I think this is a real goldmine. Once we have this sort of established, we can then start to trial interventions. Of course, only if we see similar things in people. And then the second current human study we're doing, the second study we're doing is in humans. And again, we're going to basically take a whole bunch of chronic orofacial pain patients. So these are the same, this is what the animal model is mimicking. This is in collaboration with Melbourne Brain Imaging, have a nice 7T MRI down there, and a PET scanner next door. So we're going to get the patients come in, we'll get them to do some brain imaging to look at neural activity. We'll get them to do some PET scanning once or twice and look at astrogliosis and microgliosis. So these are the sort of things that we're doing to try and get at this problem. So we've started one by tracking gliosis in the rodent model. We've started 2. At the end of next year, I can update you on 2. 3, we've applied for funding. So there's what, a 9% chance we'll get that study up. Just joking. Was it 10% this year? So that'll be fabulous. So yeah, that's something that we're trying to get sort of funded to look at pre and post surgery, and we're going to look at people with amputation, mainly because all the other conditions, you know, they're relatively low chronic pain rates, whereas amputation is ridiculous. And Raw North Shore do 3 to 4 amputations a week for diabetes, which is insane. And as I mentioned, number 4 I'll update that in 25 years when I'm still hanging around. They can't get rid of me. And these are all the people that help out. Kevin at the back there, and Michael and Chris Pecker's a dentist, and Ian McGregor from the Lambert Initiative, and Rochelle does all the preclinical work for us, and Vaughan Macefield as well. And that's it.
Thank you for a really informative presentation that touches a lot of people. We do have time for some questions. Does anybody have any questions that they like to put forward? Just that.
Hi, Luke. Thank you. Great talk. So with the rodent model that you're looking at pre and post injury, and you're wanting to look at the relationship between the degree of gliosis, is that right? And treatment outcomes. Is there much variation between individual rats in that, or are you expecting to be able to see rodents with a different levels of gliosis so that you'll be able to see whether that correlates with functional outcomes?
So Kevin has shown for the last 20 years that if you give a nerve injury, at least in a CCI, sciatic nerve model, most studies will track allodynia and hyperalgesia, and all rats will basically develop allodynia and hyperalgesia. However, only about a third of the rats actually develop persistent sleep-wake cycle problems, feeding behaviour problems, social interaction issues, and they sort of mimic humans more than the other group, because there are, as Kevin pointed out to me yesterday, there are humans that get injured and have allodynia or hyperalgesia, and they don't seek treatment because it doesn't bother them. It's not pain per se. So yeah, we do think a third of them will probably develop that constant disability or persistent disability. At the moment, we haven't got to the point of being able to measure all that stuff at the same time. We've been dealing with trying to scan a rat 5 times, measure allodynia or hyperalgesia, and yeah, but in the future, we're going to try and add some behavioural measures. So we do expect there'll be variation. Yeah, probably based on genetics too.
In the interest of time, we probably won't have another question right now, but please feel free to seek Professor Henderson during the lunch break. And please thank Professor Henderson again. Now I'd like to introduce our next speaker and my colleague, Dr. Kelsie Boulton. Dr. Boulton is a research fellow in the Clinic for Autism and Neurodevelopmental Research, which is based at the Brain and Mind Center. Her research interests and expertise are in child neurodevelopment and mental health. Dr. Boulton's research develops evidence-based systems to improve the lives of children with neurodevelopmental conditions and their families. And this work has led to the establishment of the Australian Neurodevelopment and the Sydney Child Neurodevelopment Research Registries, both of which have become really important cornerstones in terms of research integrated clinical practice. Dr. Boulton has established multidisciplinary partnerships with clinicians, health services, and other organizations, including consumer and industry ones, to really drive real-world impact changes and support the well-being of children. Please welcome Dr. Boulton.
Thank you, Eleni, and thank you so much. It's such an honour to be here, and I'm really excited to share some of the work we've been doing in our team around child development and mental health. So I just wanted to provide a quick overview, but you've heard a lot about autism from Peter already, so I won't labour the point. But we know that 10% of children are affected by neurodevelopmental conditions such as autism, ADHD, intellectual disability. And 80% of these children will have a co-occurring condition. That could be another neurodevelopmental condition, or commonly it could be a mental health condition or a physical condition. So there's a lot of transdiagnostic needs in these children. And we also know that autism and developmental delay account for a huge proportion of NDIS funding. So there's a huge economic and societal cost associated with these conditions, and a lot of really difficult answers to create around how we can best support children and families to achieve the best positive outcomes. So today I wanted to take you through 2 components of research that our team's been conducting. The first being our clinically embedded research platform and how we've worked with clinical services to embed research into practice to really drive translation and ensure we're conducting research that's novel and innovative, but meeting the needs of children and families and supporting clinical services, and also really bringing representation from the broader cross-section of children with neurodevelopmental conditions that aren't necessarily turning up to a university for a clinical trial. I then want to talk a little bit about what we've coined the living laboratory, which is where we're leveraging these established partnerships with clinical services to test out novel ideas and theories. So first of all, as I mentioned, a lot of our research really sits at the intersection between research and clinical practice. And this clinically embedded research has afforded us a lot of opportunities and a lot of benefits. So with this, we've been able to identify markers such as biomarkers for broad neurodevelopmental delay and test these markers at scale within a clinical setting in an embedded way. We've been able to identify, by talking to clinicians and families, identify and address clinically relevant needs in large representative cohorts. And really importantly, this work has meant that we can take advantage of that research translation pipeline. It really enables forward and back translation between research and clinical practice in a way that working in one area alone might not happen so quickly. So the first component of work I wanted to talk about is an example of clinically embedded research with practice. So to do everything that I've just spoken about, we've partnered with a child developmental assessment service. And the examples I'll be using do come from our partnership with the Child Development Unit, which is a tertiary level diagnostic assessment service at the Kids Hospital at Westmead, but we are embedded in services across the state. So our overarching goal when initiating this partnership and other partnerships with services was to understand how we could embed research in clinical practice genuinely, so it's not adding to clinical burden and it's accelerating clinicians' ability to do their job clinically, but also how we could use this research to support children and families and answer research questions at scale in a large cohort. So I wanted to provide a little snapshot of our child development registry. So this is all clinically embedded with services. We have over 2,000 children in this database. And what we're seeing is a really good representation of children and families. So 50% of children and families in our registry are culturally and linguistically diverse. There's a large spread of socioeconomic status and education levels. This is a publicly funded service. So we are seeing largely children and families who aren't maybe financially able to attend a private assessment service. So it really provides representation from that broader band of children and families that don't necessarily always present in research studies. So when we started working with the assessment service, we sat down and we mapped out their assessment journey with a family, if you like. And we looked at the various touch points they had with a family before assessment. So before families came in for assessment, what information was required in order to be able to conduct a multidisciplinary assessment effectively. Then during assessment, what needs do children present with? We also looked at the supports and services that children had when they presented for assessment. And then we also looked at after assessment, what supports are provided after when the children and families need to continue on that journey. So I'm going to take you through studies that we've designed to measure each of these components. And another rationale for looking at each of these components separately was really to identify service gaps and areas where we could use a research platform to improve efficiencies and to drive research translation and answer novel research questions. So focusing on before assessment, when children and families present, the very first thing we did with the service was to develop and implement a digital platform. So we created an online digital platform where information was sent out to families before they came into the service, so they could provide it electronically using a mobile phone, personal device, or a computer, and it was provided immediately back to clinicians upon completion. After we developed and implemented this, the first thing we wanted to do was identify whether it was an acceptable and feasible mode of data collection, because otherwise it wasn't going to fly in the clinical service if families weren't responding to this and if clinicians weren't able to interact with the platform. So we conducted a study using an interrupted time series design where we compared families who completed the questionnaire on pencil and paper to those who completed it online. And we found that response rates increased from 36% to 90%. So it was highly feasible. And the vast majority of families stated that they preferred to complete that information online. So also very acceptable to families, which was really great to see. We also interviewed clinicians about their impression of this platform, and they were also, it was highly acceptable and feasible for them. They found that they had more time to prepare before assessments, and they weren't racing around on the day of assessment to get that information from the family. They had that valuable face-to-face time. So that was fantastic. And we could then use that digital platform to start asking those questions along each component of the assessment process. So a paper we published earlier this year looked at factors or diagnostic delays experienced by children and families attending these services. What we found was that the average age of assessment at this tertiary service was 6.5 years, and less than half of children were assessed by 5 years of age. And this is really concerning because we know early intervention and supports are so critical for positive outcomes. And also by 5 years, most children are in school or attending school. So it's really compromising children's ability to be school ready and to be optimally prepared for that stage of development. What we found quite interesting was this delay in assessment wasn't consistent with the time when parents noticed delays. So caregivers and parents were really good at identifying delays early. On average, they identified concerns in their children at 3 years. So the work we're doing now is, and the work we're planning to do in the future is really focused on how we can empower parents with the knowledge to advocate for supports for their children when they notice these delays, how we can equip them with the health literacy required, keeping in mind that a lot of these families are lower SES and from culturally and linguistically diverse background, how we can provide that information to support them across that journey. So the next question we asked with assessment services was, what needs do children present with? And we were interested in broad needs that extend beyond a specific diagnosis. And one study we focused on mental health needs. So what we found when we assessed mental health needs before children came into the clinic was that over 50% of the children had clinically elevated levels of mental health concerns, but these weren't addressed in the assessment. So the assessment tended to focus on the specific diagnostic query, whether it was autism or intellectual disability. And it represents an opportunity to use this platform to stratify children into appropriate treatments that are personalised to their needs. If we can identify that someone is having difficulties in a certain area of mental health, we can provide support in a way that might not traditionally be provided in this assessment setting. We then asked families what supports and services they have access to, and importantly, what they have difficulties getting access to when they present for assessment. And one of the rationales for asking these questions was that we know there are some really excellent guidelines and recommendations for conditions like autism and ADHD, but a core tenet of many of these guidelines is the importance of early interventions and supports. And we know that these early interventions and supports can be very expensive and inaccessible for many people. So we were interested in knowing whether our population, which is characterised by high levels of financial vulnerability, might experience more difficulties accessing these evidence-based recommendations. And what we found, was when we said what supports can caregivers access, paediatrician and general practitioner supports were commonly accessed in this group, which makes sense. It's a tertiary level service. They require that referral. But supports like psychology, so mental health support, where we know there's this need, and behavioural management and skills therapies were very infrequently accessed. And unsurprisingly, those were the supports that caregivers said they did want, but they couldn't access. So it highlighted a discrepancy between what children and families are getting in the public health system or when they attend the public health system and what they want. We also looked at barriers to accessing supports. And I don't think it will surprise any of you to learn that the main barriers were waitlist and financial barriers. We found when we looked at the moderating factor of having access to NDIS funding, that financial barriers went away. So having access to NDIS made it easier for families to access these services. Finance wasn't a barrier. We also found lack of knowledge about who to go and where to contact was a large barrier. We then asked caregivers about caregiver-focused support, because a lot of this research understandably focuses on the children, but the caregivers are a really core component of that dyad and that dynamic. And these results were really quite interesting and striking, because we found that nearly half of all caregivers said they would like access to a parenting support program, but less than 10% of them had reported having access to it. So again, it highlights a discrepancy between what families want and what they're currently getting. And also, I suggest an area where we can start building more research into this, where we can start supporting families by providing them with access to parenting programs and linking them in with relevant supports based on their needs, if we can identify these needs through a digital platform before they even come to assessment. So the last thing that we looked at with this service at the moment was what supports are provided after assessment. And within this service, it was the main support provided after assessment was the diagnostic assessment report that families take away, and they can use this to take to their teacher for school planning or apply for NDIS funding. And as well, so it's a really core critical document. So we conducted a retrospective analysis of 85 assessment reports, and we selected children where autism was a query. So the majority of children did have an autism diagnosis, but you can see comorbidity was the norm rather than the exception here. What we found when we evaluated these reports were a couple of key things. First of all, despite the high level of comorbidity, only 13% of the reports had a detailed section on the comorbid diagnoses. So they were very diagnostically driven to the autism diagnosis. So it suggests an opportunity to understand how we can better support families transdiagnostically and support their various needs around that specific diagnosis. Additionally, and in line with our mental health findings, we found that 60% of these children had clinically elevated mental health symptoms, specifically internalizing symptoms. But of those 60%, less than a third of reports had information responding to mental health needs. So again, it highlights a gap in what families are experiencing and what children are presenting with at the service and what's being included in that report. We then conducted a readability analysis on the reports. And what we found was that the grade reading level for the reports was 11.3, or a grade 11 level, which is significantly higher than the recommended national average of grade 8. And when we think about the fact that a lot of these families are culturally and linguistically diverse, so English might be a second language, and also might have lower levels of education, it highlights a crucial need to develop more accessible reports or a more accessible component of the report, whether it's a summary or a cover page that families can take away and access, and then that really critical and important detail can be provided to the various organisations around them to support the child. Thank you. So, oh, no, sorry, it was to Nick, sorry. Oh, stars. Okay, but nearly done, not too much longer. So based on this work today, based on this partnership, we've had services, developmental assessment services across New South Wales contact us to partner with us. And so what we're doing is embedding this digital platform in services across the state to uplift the capacity of research and to be able to answer questions on a large cohort of children at scale. We've been funded by the Sydney Health Partners to develop a child neurodevelopment and mental health clinical academic group. And this provides a really good opportunity to leverage these partnerships and upscale the research we're doing. So now I just want to talk a little bit about the work we're doing in terms of how we're using, we're developing a clinically integrated approach to personalised medicine. So what we're doing, I guess more so in the lab to really inform what we're implementing in clinical practice. So I'll talk about our work around transdiagnostic markers, how we're attempting to, or how we are integrating research tools into practice, and how we're using this digital platform to facilitate stratification into clinical trials. So I won't talk too much about this because Irene is presenting on this afternoon, so I don't want to spoil it. But our team is very interested in looking for transdiagnostic markers of neurodevelopment, and in particular looking at transdiagnostic markers of early developmental delay, so we can identify delays as early as possible and intervene to support children and families at the right time. One marker that we think has a lot of potential is executive function. So we've recently conducted a meta-analysis of 112 studies, and we found that executive function is impaired across conditions. And more importantly, that these impairments emerge by the age of 1 to 3 years. So they emerge very early. So it suggests that we can start targeting identifying delays and supporting children from early on. And given these these early emergence of delays, we started thinking about what the neural underpinnings of these delays might be. So this links into another sort of body of work we've been conducting, where we've started considering skin barrier integrity as a marker for neurodevelopmental divergence. So this was developed, we've had an honours student, and Adam Costello and Ralph Nahn proposed a novel hypothesis a couple of years ago, where based on the brain and the skin developing together in the ectoderm, impairments in skin barrier integrity could reflect cortical impairments in cortical integrity. So it could be a marker for early neurodevelopmental divergence. So what we've been able to do with our clinically embedded research platform is test this at scale. So we've been able to non-invasively look at skin barrier integrity in children attending the clinical service we partner with at Westmead and at other services. And we've been able to embed this assessment, which takes 15 seconds, into clinical practice, into standard practice. So multidisciplinary healthcare professionals are supporting the collection of this and enabling us to test this novel and, like slightly out of the box hypothesis in a clinical setting, which is really facilitated by the digital platform we have. More recently, we've reviewed existing online resources and apps for child development and mental health broadly. So we've conducted a review of 112 resources and apps, and the goal, we've rated them on dimensions including engagement, functionality, and information quality, with the goal of being able to provide these resources to children and families when we identify needs. So if we identify needs in families before assessment, we can recommend a high quality, high rated app that suits those needs to support them along their healthcare journey and enable access to health information. And lastly, this clinically embedded platform has enabled us to stratify children and families into novel and personalised therapies and clinical trials. So as Pete mentioned, we have a TMS trial that we're running here. We have oxytocin trials, we have MDMA trials. Because we have access to this cohort of children and we know what their specific needs are and challenges are, we can provide opportunity to participate in trials, which then also enables the trials we conduct to have a larger representation of children and families. So now I'd like to thank my team. Research is really a team sport, and I feel very lucky to have such great teammates to play with. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Kelsie, for a really nice presentation that really highlights the importance of translational services and also in translational research, but also engaging clinical services. I have time for 1 or 2 questions. Does anybody have any questions?
Hi, thank you. That was really interesting. I just wanted to ask, what approaches did you have to successfully implementing the digital platform? And how did you, I guess, how were clinicians and the young people and their parents participating in that, you know, in an ongoing capacity? Did you find certain approaches work better than others, or yeah?
How much time do you have?
I have a lot.
No, look, I think it's a really great question, And when I started this work nearly 5 years ago, I underestimated the time it would take. And implementation is, you know, there's that thing, you think it will go like this. It's so time consuming. But for us in particular, families, they were the easy part. Sending information out to families beforehand, they loved it. We thought it might be a bit tricky, for example, when the family was non-English speaking, and that was a potential issue the clinicians raised with us. But what we found is that they would contact a relative or even a neighbour and go through the information with them. And then the particularly vulnerable families, the clinicians would obviously check in with them. At the clinician level, it has been a lot of really process mapping to identify barriers and facilitators and working through that in a really structured way. So we've developed a lot of processes around, first of all, identifying the needs of the service and really sitting with the service, observing their processes and identifying where we can implement our tools to increase efficiency. So not adding burden, but taking away some of that burden. So asking a lot of those questions and asking really those service level questions has been really key, but it is ongoing. But I'd be really happy to chat to you more about that because I'm really passionate about that side of this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kelsie. Please see Kelsie during the lunch break. Okay. I'd like now to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Jason Dibbs, who is a research associate of the Brain and Mind Centre and also with the School of Architecture, Design and Planning at the University of Sydney. Jason is an associate lecturer and doctoral candidate at the School of Architecture, Design and Planning. And he's a research associate for the Brain, Mind and Mallet Street research collaboration with the Brain and Mind Centre. His research focuses on the aesthetics and ethics in spatial histories and healthcare settings. With his colleagues, Chris Smith, Donald McNeil, and Lee Ann Hepburn, Jason has a forthcoming book chapter with Routledge, which is titled Spaces of Co-Design in Mental Health, Neurology, and Neurosciences. Please welcome Jason, who will present on spaces of mental health.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Yeah, thanks for the Brain and Mind Centre for the invitation to come and share this work. As Eleni said, and thank you for the introduction, I'm Jason Dibbs. And I feel like a bit of a tourist here because I'm not a scientist. I'm an architectural designer and historian over at the School of Architecture, Design and Planning. So the presentation that I'm going to give today is an updated version of a presentation that we gave to the Brain and Mind Centre's leadership group a little earlier this year. So I'll start with a little bit of a background on our project. The Brain and Mind Centre, so the BMC, commenced research collaboration with our School of Architecture, Design and Planning, that's ADP, in around late 2020. And its aim was, and it still is, to try to better understand the role of spatial design in the delivery of clinical services and research in mental health, neurology, and neuroscience. So the commencement of our collaboration coincided with the nursing school's move from the old Mallet Street Bonds factory to a brand spanking purpose-built Susan Wakehill Health Building. So the vacant Bonds factory presented an opportunity for us to reconsider space in the context of the BMC's various programs and its partnerships. So as Eleni said, working alongside Professor Chris Smith from architecture, Professor Donald McNeil from urbanism, and Dr. Leanne Hepburn from design, and with our BMC collaborators, we've identified three kind of predominant research streams for the project. The first are scoping activities and qualitative research. And these have included a co-design workshop, semi-structured interviews, and ongoing interview analysis, interview data analysis. The second stream regards our teaching activities, which have included both undergraduate and graduate level design studios, which explore spatial design possibilities for the BMC's clinical and research services. The third collaboration stream is one that I won't talk about today, other than to introduce it, which concerns ongoing conversations on healthy aging between the BMC, ADP, and external partners. So in what follows, I'm going to very briefly outline one design methodology that's really resonated strongly in our work so far, and then I'm going to survey a selection of student projects from the various from the teaching streams of our collaboration. So as I look around, I think some of you may have even participated in this, but in December 2020, we held a workshop with BMC stakeholders, and in it we considered questions of co-location and space allocation. So this is how you kind of inhabit the spaces in which you work in. And we did that in regard to the BMC's existing facilities. So the co-design methodology scaffolded this workshop, and it's one that we've also identified occurring quite organically in various settings of the BMC. Now, I know that many of you are familiar with co-design and probably work with it in your work, but it's worth reflecting on what co-design is just for a moment. So it's a practice of collaborative engagement that enables those with a connection to a particular context or place or project or activity to contribute to and become part of a design process by sharing their experiential knowledge. So it privileges experience as evidence, and it's community focused. So in processes of co-design, stakeholders and designers share responsibility for the production of a specific design outcome, whether it's a new interface for an app or a system for managing patient admissions or the interior design of a youth mental health service. So during interviews with Headspace Camperdown, we learned of existing decentralized formal and informal mechanisms in place there that resemble what my colleague Leanne Hepburn calls emergent co-design. So according to her, these are rich and dynamic processes that facilitate responsive changes to everyday practice. One such initiative has been the move to modify the atmosphere of consulting spaces. So interviewed participants in our research suggested that the rooms were considered far too clinical in the past, and that clinical spaces such as these were off-putting to young people seeking mental health support. Another example of emergent co-design at Headspace is the Youth Advisory Group, affectionately known there as the YAG. So this consists of youth mental health advocates and former service users who meet regularly to discuss the issues concerning services and facilities. So in this way, a feedback loop is maintained whereby stakeholders have agency to enact shifts, so very subtle shifts in the spatial environment within which the services are delivered. So through engagement with the YAG, staff have been involved in the co-design of not only clinical spaces, but also the reception and waiting area. Through these processes, little things were identified as significant to the atmosphere created in these spaces. Fidget bowls containing fidget spinners and other sensory toys, and a preponderance of indoor plants have been distributed throughout the waiting area and consulting rooms of Headspace. Identifying processes of emergent co-design is one example of the insights that we're gaining from the analysis of interview data. So the teaching focused stream of our collaboration aims to put insights from our research into practice in our student speculative design projects. So this commenced in the winter of 2022 with an intensive design studio for a youth mental health outreach centre. In this, students from architecture and design, they are actually two disciplines in our school, they don't often work together, collaborated to imagine new spatial futures for the delivery of mental health services at the university. The design brief was devised with BMC and university stakeholders, and is speculated on the possibility of Headspace Camperdown and the university student wellbeing portfolio, co-locating for the provision of psychological clinical services in the student union-owned Wentworth building on Darlington campus. So in this, we sought opportunities to foster meaningful collaboration with stakeholders, and we asked students to consider how ongoing processes of co-design might be facilitated and implemented in their proposals. So the BMC's operations manager of research, Harrison Stein, generously gave his time to talk to our students and provide tours of the BMC's facilities. He's done this time and time again for us, so thanks. And also Blake Hamilton, Donna Fowler, and Vicky Papageorgopoulos at Headspace gave their time as well. Ben Wilkes from Student Wellbeing at the university provided a critical evaluation of the university's psychological consultation facilities over in the Jane Foss Russell building. So things like presentations and the exhibition of students' works were used as feedback loops with project stakeholders and design professionals alike. Students worked and designed from within the actual space for which the Mental Health Outreach Centre is proposed. For 2 weeks, we decamped from the Wilkinson building, our normal home, to the Wentworth building. We worked alongside the staff of the Student Life Portfolio, the current tenants of the space, who graciously put up with us, and they explained what works and doesn't work about the space from their perspective. It can be argued that in a very real way, as members of the university community and potential users of outreach services such as this, the students designing this project are the stakeholders themselves. So Carol Shi, Ileana New, and Wanting Lee in their project, A Clearing in the Woods, identified stigma as a foremost barrier for students accessing mental health services. Wanting Lee reports that some international students don't want others or even their close friends to know they're accessing mental health services. She thinks it's because of a lack of knowledge or misunderstanding of mental health. Their design proposal includes a carefully calibrated shopfront entry sequence, what we call a threshold moment in architectural design, as a way of inviting users into the centre whilst preserving privacy and confidentiality. Once inside the space, service users are presented with an interior design that balances youth culture with professionalism. A waiting room with integrated green space and a communal kitchenette area. In Metamorphosis, Mitchell Volk and Nishal Narayan wanted to create a welcoming environment based on the design trope of variability. They explained that their design accommodates varying levels of privacy, allowing individuals to gain a sense of control and personalization. This is subtly implied through elements such as movable furniture and inhabitable walls within the waiting room. The main seating area is separated from a more private seating area by a wall of battens. The battens are angled in such a way that they provide privacy to those seated in niches in the wall, while still permitting reception staff to discreetly monitor the space. So building on learnings from the Brain, Mind and Mallet Street collaboration, in semester 2 of 2022, students in the Master of Architecture graduation thesis were given the option to pursue projects exploring mental health in community. In her project, Sasha Tatham, an architectural designer with a Kin Atelier. So if you've been in a Maryvale establishment in Sydney in the last 5 years, chances are that Sasha designed it. She designed a wellness campus for communities surrounding Wentworth Park in Ultimo and Glebe. So Sasha's explored the potential for spatial design to address perceived barriers to mental health help seeking in young people. The wellness campus that she's designed consists of education, health, and mental health programs, promoting accessibility, inclusivity, a variety of support modalities, and user agency so that users can engage with services in a way that makes sense to them. One example of this is the community kitchen space, which acts as both a reception and waiting area for service users, staff, and local community members. Sasha writes that the approachable cafe and coffee bar acts as a starting point for wayfinding and provides a space for family and friends to wait. Identifying the significance of group activities in addressing barriers to mental health access, the Ultimo Wellness Campus contains a group space, a flexible room at the heart of the campus for workshops or art classes and peer activities for those seeking peer support. Sasha writes that the room was designed in the round, ridding the space of hierarchical configuration and instead encouraging sharing and togetherness. So around the same time, we launched the Headplace Master of Architecture graduation thesis studio. So this is a studio that's led by Rose McInerney. She's a senior associate with Architectus Conrad Gargett and a colleague at ADP. She's also a specialist in healthcare architecture. So we're really very fortunate to have her on board with our project. Headplace, according to Rose, explores regenerative spaces. That is the idea that spaces or places play a role in facilitating healing. So guided by our collaboration with the BMC, Rose explains how the project explores transforming a building might actually help support or shape regeneration, health, well-being, and healing. So some of the key policy areas that she sought to explore in the project include increased equity and access to mental health services, the reduction of stigma, and the promotion of early and ongoing access to mental health services and support networks. So in 2022, and again in semester 1, 2023, this studio focused on the redesign of the former Bonds Factory building for existing and prospective BMC programs and services. Rose explains how concepts of wellness and spaces for health and regeneration create opportunities for moments of reflection, retreat, and relaxation, the connection and reconnection to self, to family and community, as well as connections to the local and natural environment and to country. Beth Hooper's project identifies poetic resonances between the complexity of mental health treatment and access and the labyrinthine network of BMC's facilities across various interconnected buildings. And anyone who's actually been through the BMC's buildings will know what I'm talking about. So from this, she imagined both systems of mental health care and facilities wayfinding as a choose-your-own-adventure. So some of you might fondly remember these from books from the 1980s and 1990s. Beth explains that choice is an important mechanism. Missing a slide. Oh, well. Beth explains that choice is an important mechanism within mental health care. It assists in developing a sense of autonomy and agency in what's traditionally been a highly controlled, institutionalized, and paternalistic system. For youth, especially, choice contributes to a sense of independence and ownership over one's mental health journey within a period that often involves challenging familial relationships and power dynamics. So in semester 2 of this year, the Headplace studio shifted from Camperdown Health Precincts to Callan Park in Lilyfield. So it was previously the Rozelle Hospital, Callan Park Psychiatric Hospital, and more recently, the home of the university's SCA until 2020. So Betty Chen, in Sound of Mind, which is her reimagination of the Callan Park site, investigates the significance of sound in relation to psychological well-being. This investigation takes place at a number of different registers, from the inner voice in our head that may transform into endless self-doubt and rumination, to background noise that accelerates anxiety, and conversely, the soothing qualities of sounds of the natural environment. Betty cites research concerning high levels of stress and cognitive issues for children living in noisy environments such as airports, traffic intersections, and motorways. And in her design, conversely, explores sound and its potential to promote health and well-being, drawing from the work of environmental psychology. She explains that soft auditory fascination, an intrinsic reaction of experiencing natural settings, might provide opportunities for reflection, which can further enhance recovery from mental fatigue. So one whimsical example of this is her tree phone. So it's 2 plywood horns placed within lush she oaks of Cullen Park. And it's designed to capture the crispy rustlings of the wind, she explains. Right, so in this presentation, I've very briefly introduced the Brain, Mind and Mallet Street collaboration. I've talked through some of the creative student work from our research-led mental health focused design studios. But our collaboration with the BMC is ongoing and there's much work to do. We've got more teaching activities planned and we still have a lot of interview research data to analyze. As Eleni said in her introduction, so in addition to the activities that I've talked about today, we also have a forthcoming book chapter on spaces of co-design in mental health, neurology, and neuroscience that's due out anytime now. So thanks very much for having me and thanks for listening. And please come and chat with me afterwards or email if you have any questions about this project or want to get involved. Thanks.
Thank you, Jason. That was a really informative session and presentation, and it does highlight that there are really no set boundaries when it comes to the research in brain and mind sciences. Yeah. We do have time for questions. Does anybody have any questions?
Looks like I'm off the hook.
Thank you. Please thank us. Okay, I'd like to now introduce our next speaker, Dr. Carol Dobson-Stone, who's a senior lecturer in the School of Medical Sciences, Neurosciences theme at the Brain and Mind Center. Dr. Dobson-Stone completed her PhD in human genetics at the University of Oxford in the UK in 2004. Soon after, she moved to Sydney to work on brain function genetics at the Garvan Institute of Medical Research, and then to Neuroscience Research Australia. Dr. Dobson-Stone was appointed as a senior research fellow at the Brain and Mind Center in 2017 and was an NHMRC Boosting Dementia Research Leadership Fellow between 2017 and 2022. Dr. Dobson-Stone's research examines genes that are mutated in dementia and related neurodegeneration, and especially in relation to frontotemporal dementia and motor neuron disease or amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Her research program uses next generation sequencing, molecular, biological, and cell culture approaches to understand the biological pathways that are involved in neurodegeneration, and with the ultimate aim of identifying potential targets for future drug therapies. Please welcome Dr. Dobson-Stone.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. That's right, I'm a geneticist, so I'm very sorry to inform you that you're all going to have to sit through 15 minutes of molecular biology before you can have food. I do apologize. So the title of my talk, you can see it involves genetics of frontotemporal dementia. So I thought I would start with a very brief primer on frontotemporal dementia, or FTD. It's the second most common cause of younger onset dementia. And it's characterized clinically by personality or behavior changes and or difficulties with language, progressive difficulties with language that arise from degeneration of neurons in the frontal and temporal lobes of the brain. Now, the reason I'm interested in FTD as a geneticist is that pretty high proportion, between 30 to 40% of people with FTD are considered familial cases. And that's when a patient comes to the FTD clinic with FTD, and we discover through looking at family history that they also have a close relative with FTD or a related condition. And when we start to see those sort of patterns cluster in families, it brings up the possibility that the reason that one of the principal reasons that they've developed the disease is through a genetic mechanism. Now, FTD has a significant overlap with another neurodegenerative disorder called amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or ALS. And as I'm sure many of you know, ALS is a disease of the motor neurons, and it leads to progressive weakness, paralysis, and ultimately death. As I said, there's a lot of overlap between the two disorders. Clinically, about 15% of cases with the behavioral variant of FTD also meet clinical criteria for motor neuron disease, and vice versa. And neuropathologically, if you look at affected neurons under the microscope, you see that there's mislocalization of a key protein in the brain called TDP43. So TDP43 normally lives in the nucleus of a cell, but in affected neurons, and you can, is this pointer? No, I can't get it to work. Hang on. All right, here we go. So in these, normally, so this is brown staining for TDP43 and blue for the nuclei. And in healthy neurons, the TDP43 mainly lives in the nucleus. But as neurons get sick, the TDP43 gets shunted out into the cytoplasm of the cell, and it starts to form these cytoplasmic aggregations, so these lumps of protein. And that's a feature that's observed in tissue from over 95% of people with ALS and around 50% of people with FTD. So there's obviously a lot of shared biology between the two disorders, and it's becoming increasingly clear that some of this overlap is due to shared genetics between the two disorders. So around 30 genes have been identified to have mutations that can cause ALS, shown in this graph here. And the ones I've highlighted here, nearly half of them also, when mutated, can lead to FTD. So there's a lot of shared biology that's driving the development of these disorders. Now, both FTD and ALS are progressive disorders, and they're inexorable and they are fatal. And unfortunately, we don't have very effective treatments for these disorders, and we certainly don't have any cures. And one of the reasons why progress on treatment has been so limited is due to our relatively limited understanding of actually what's happening in the cell to actually drive a neuron to die. Having said that, what we do know about disease biology in these disorders has been it's been greatly informed by gene discovery over the last couple of decades. And today I'm going to talk about two of those genes that we've been working on in order to be able to understand a bit more about the fundamental biology for these disorders. So the first gene I'll be talking about is giving the overview of the research at the conclusion of our project. And the next one, I'm going to be talking about a project that's going to be starting over the next couple of years. So the first gene I wanted to talk about is called tank binding kinase 1, or TBK1. It was identified as an FTD ALS gene in 2015, and since then about over 90 rare variants have been identified in this protein so far. Now, all sorts of different variants, so DNA substitutions have been identified in this gene, and of all different types. So if you know anything about genetics, you may know that there are two main types of simple variants that you can get. You can get variants that actually encode a premature stop signal, which leads to drastic truncation of the protein. Instead of translating the whole length of the protein, you only get a tiny little bit made, and you might get nothing made at all because the cell has mechanisms to downregulate genes that have these premature termination signals. Alternatively, you can get other types of variants, which are called missense variants, which are much less drastic changes to a protein function. They just involve swapping out a single amino acid from one to the other. Now, for TBK1, it's well established that these the loss of function variants, the drastic change variants, are pathogenic. And if you have one of these loss of function variants, your risk of developing disease is increased by over 10-fold. However, over 50% of the variants that have been identified so far in FTD and ALS patients are missense variants, and they're illustrated by these green vertical bars across the schematic of the protein here. And although there does seem to be a statistical signal here in that collectively the risk of developing disease if you have a rare missense variant seems to increase your risk by about 3-fold. Individually, if you look at any one missense variant, the vast majority of them, we actually don't know if they are pathogenic or if they are just there by coincidence. And so almost all of the missense variants in this gene so far have been classified as variants of unknown significance, or VUS. The reason we became interested in this gene is because we identified in a patient that came to the Frontier FTD clinic at the BMC, we identified a missense variant in this gene that happened to be with this guy over here, which happened to be the same variant as that had been previously described in a patient with ALS in a previous study. Now, although it does start to look suspicious if two unrelated people with neurodegenerative disorders share exactly the same very rare variant and exactly the same gene, that by itself is not enough evidence to declare that the variant is pathogenic. So we decided to engineer this mutation in vitro and do a bunch of functional assays to see if the mutant version of the protein behaves significantly different from the normal version or the wild type version of TBK1. And because this seemed like quite a lot of effort to go to for just one variant, we decided to also pick 14 other missense variants that were predicted to be deleterious according to bioinformatics, but not much functional work had been done on them. And so, as well as looking at the effect of these variants just on TBK1 protein levels overall, the amount of protein that ends up sticking around in the cell, we assessed two main functions of TBK1 that had previously been hypothesized to be critical to FTD and ALS pathogenesis. The first being kinase activity. TBK1 is a kinase, which is an enzyme that adds phosphate groups to other proteins. And so we did a few different assays to look at different substrates of TBK1. And we also examined optoneurin binding. So optoneurin is another FTD ALS disease protein, and TBK1 in normal situations can bind to this protein. We also wanted to get some kind of readout of the likelihood of neurodegeneration relevant phenotype for these variants. And so we decided to look at mislocalization of TDP43 because we know from neuropathology studies that people with known pathogenic TBK1 mutations show this classic mislocalization of TDP43 from the nucleus into the cytoplasm and then aggregation. And so we used an assay that we've established that can recapitulate the TDP43 mislocalization phenotype seen in affected neurons in standard cell lines, and which enables us to be able to do the experiment many times and to be able to assess many hundreds and thousands of cells in order to get a statistical readout about the proportion of cytoplasmic TDP43, i.e. TDP43 in the wrong place, compared to nuclear TDP43, so TDP43 that's behaving itself. So I won't get into the weeds about the functional assay results, but suffice to say that we identified that of these 14 missense variants, and the note we had a few known pathogenic variants in there as well. We found some that led to a drastic reduction in just the amount of TBK1 that hung around in the cell. We saw some that led to a drastic reduction in the kinase activity, And we saw some others that led to a drastic reduction in optoneurin binding. Now, so far, we haven't actually got any further in deciding which of those two functions is actually important for pathogenesis. So we looked at TDP43 mislocalization, and as a sort of validation for our assay, we saw that all known pathogenic mutations that we analyzed showed a significant increase in mislocalization of TDP43 when we introduced them to a cell compared to just introducing wild type or normal TBK1 into a cell. In addition to that, we saw that several of our variants of unknown significance showed an increase in TDP43 mislocalization. And what was interesting is when we compared the ability of these variants to induce mislocalization with their ability in the other functional assays, we found a significant correlation between the degree of loss of binding to optoneurin with this mislocalization of TDP43 here, but not any significant correlation with the loss of kinase activity. And that implies that potentially the loss in kinase activity may not be critical for development of FTD or ALS. So if you find a variant that just leads to a loss of kinase activity, but not a loss of optoneurin binding, that may well not actually be a pathogenic variant, which obviously has implications for genetic counseling and diagnosis for the patient. So now moving on to our project that we've been working on this gene for a long time, but just to give you an introduction to the project that we will be starting soon. Centers around a gene called SILD. And the reason we work on SILD is because of this family that came to our clinicians many years ago now. We first described this family 10 years ago now. They showed the OZ12 family, and they had 4 generations at the time, with dementia and or ALS being inherited through every generation of the family. And when you see this kind of family, a geneticist can take one glance at this and go, okay, thank you. They take one glance at this and think, okay, this looks like it's a single mutation in a single gene that's having this effect. As I said, most of about half the family presented with dementia and or ALS. Clinically, actually, most of the people with dementia, the dementia actually looks like Alzheimer's disease. But it wasn't until 2 members of the family came to autopsy that we saw that actually they had FTD, neuropathology consistent with FTD. Now, through a lot of genetic detective work that I won't talk to you about now, but that you can read about in this paper, we identified there was only one single coding variant in one single gene that completely segregated with disease in the family, and that plausibly could be responsible for the disease. And it was a missense change, M719V, in this gene called SILD. Now, SILD is a lysine 63 deubiquitinase, which deubiquitinase means an enzyme that removes ubiquitin molecules. And lysine 63 ubiquitin molecules tags that get attached to proteins that are involved in activation of proteins, moving proteins around the cell, and in intracellular signal transduction pathways. And what we found was the M719V mutation led to a significant increase in this enzyme activity, as well as a significant increase in TDP43 mislocalization and an increase in cell death. So this is all very well and good, but with only one mutation that we've established to be pathogenic, it's really hard to draw conclusions on what are the important regions and the important functions of SILD just based on this one mutation. So a project that we've just been funded by the US Alzheimer's Association is to look at several more variants that we've identified in other people with dementia and ALS in these functional assays, similar to ones that I described for TBK1, to determine whether they're pathogenic. And if they behave similarly to our known mutation, then we start to give more clues that they may actually be pathogenic, which obviously will help with patient diagnosis and genetic counseling for those patients. And also, if those variants start to cluster in a particular region, that will help us determine which regions or functions of SILD might be important for pathogenesis. And I'm going to race through this slide. Another mini project that we've just been funded to do is to look at interactions between SILD and other FTD ALS proteins. So we know that mutations of SILD as a direct cause of disease are going to be a very, very rare occurrence. But what's really interesting about SILD, the protein, is that it physically binds to several other proteins that are known themselves also to cause disease when mutated. Which begs the question as whether mutations in these other genes are actually affecting this interaction with SILD. And perhaps if we knock down SILD expression, we could alter the processing of these proteins. And if that starts to look promising, that could be an avenue that could be investigated for treatment. So genetics is a very highly collaborative affair. So I'd like to acknowledge all the members of my team at Brain and Mind Centre and collaborators in Australia and internationally, and of course my research funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carol. It's a really interesting presentation. It looks at the potential of treatments for conditions that affect so many in our community. And I must say, certainly rekindled my interest in basic neuroscience. Are there questions for Dr. Dobson-Stone? Just allow some people to sit down.
If there aren't any questions, given that the theme of the meeting is diversion, inclusion and equity, just wanted to make a broad point that I didn't get time to put in the slides, but as geneticists, we're very, very bad at studying anyone who isn't of European ancestry. And that has implications for translatability of our findings, that the genes that we find are genes that are mutated in people with European ancestry. And the databases that we work with, and I'm talking about rare variants, I'm talking about they're rare in healthy databases of healthy people, but those databases of healthy people are databases of healthy people of European ancestry. I think I just looked it up before, in the main database that I use, the NOMAD database, 45% of the DNA sequences that have been deposited there are people of European ancestry. And that compares with the proportion of people of European ancestry in the world, which is 16%. So you can see we've got a huge amount of work to do to try and increase representation of the rest of the global population so that the advances that we make in genetics can be translated to everybody in the world. And we all have DNA and it should be fairly represented.
Thank you. For the next one.
Dr. Frank Iorfino is an NHMRC EO Emerging Leadership Fellow at the University of Sydney's Brain and Mind Centre. His research interests and expertise are in youth mental health and early intervention with a specific focus on how digital health can change the way we assess and managing emerging anxiety, moods, and psychotic disorders. So yeah, all yours.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm going to give a brief overview of some of the work we're doing, working with youth mental health services to develop new digital technologies to support youth mental health care. And like all research, you know, it is a large team of people who have worked on this, from psychologists, psychiatrists, physicists, computer scientists, data scientists, and young people with lived experience. So that is everyone involved in this type of work. But I want to start off with just pointing out something about mental health that's unique in medicine, which is that it's largely dependent on, it relies on a person's ability to report their illness states, the illness course, and associated factors. And our own work in the area has shown the complexity and heterogeneity of these disorders. Heterogeneity being that there's large variation in the types of presentations. Complexity meaning that there are many interrelated factors which contribute to illness course, which are often difficult to understand or treat. And they're often dynamic as well. They change over time as a result of many interrelated factors. And importantly, this means that there is a large amount of clinical pressure on clinicians to recognize and then also translate those dynamic states into clear diagnostic, prognostic, and treatment decisions. And even under ideal circumstances, we know that there's large individual level variation in treatment response. And so often where clinicians are left with trial and error in terms of trying to make these decisions. And this leads to delayed and reactive and inappropriate care often. So it's been a major focus of our work to try and develop a personalized and measurement-based care framework, which tries to increase the quality of youth mental health care. And personalized means that mental health care is tailored to a person's needs, whether they be, and it considers things like social and biological development, as well as physical health needs and emotional health needs, and addresses these over time. And measurement-based means that it uses continuous outcome monitoring to look at changes in care and to ensure that care is constantly adapting to a person's needs over the course of illness. And importantly, it's our view that to do this effectively, you need technology. It needs to be technology enabled, and you need to be using data smart in these systems. And we aren't alone with this view. There's a recent review published in World Psychiatry, which points out that smartphones and digital technologies that provides us with a plethora of data that gives us a more detailed understanding of conditions like we've never seen before. And you know, many are saying that, you know, the advancements in AI are giving us promise in terms of being able to deliver timely, accurate, and contextualized care. So it has been the focus or our goal to leverage sort of the advancements in the way that technology can collect and analyze and feedback data to develop a more comprehensive infrastructure, research infrastructure, to develop new tools for services to inform decision-making and care. And so we work closely with industry and health services and young people to design and develop and implement these into practice, and importantly, run evaluation trials to look at their impacts in real-world settings. Now, I'm not a real fan of the term AI, and one of our collaborators says that it's really just a marketing term for applied statistics. But just for simplicity, you know, I want to talk about some of the two bits of AI that we're sort of focused on in our work. And then one is predictive AI, which is about, you know, focusing on looking at past patterns in data to predict future events or outcomes. And for this, the types of things we're interested in are identifying individuals at risk of illness progression. So developing a more serious mood disorder or bipolar disorder or psychotic illness, developing suicidal thoughts and behaviors, as well as identifying people at risk for functional impairment. And so this could be used to guide basic care decisions and care pathway decisions. But then we're also interested in causal AI, and this is about trying to focus on understanding the cause and effect dynamics in data and understand these relationships at a much deeper level. And so for this, it's obviously used for scientific discovery to identify new or pathways to the emergence of disorders. But also it's about trying to improve the explainability and reduce the uncertainty in these models and in its predictions. So it increases the transparency of what these predictions and models are saying. And this is hopefully can move us forward to identifying or proposing more personalized targets for intervention. An example of predictive AI that we've been focusing on is developing a prognostic tool for functional impairment. So our previous work has shown that up to 2/3 of young people presenting to youth mental health services experience poor functional outcomes over a 2-year period. And this is obviously an important clinical question then to identify who is at risk for these poor functional outcomes so we can identify them for early intervention and prevention. And so we use just a basic set of demographic and clinical variables that are commonly available in services to then identify or predict functional outcomes and simulate possible trajectories over the next 3 months after someone presents to care. And so while the overall model performance was fairly good, it was actually better for those who had good functioning at baseline. And this is kind of interesting because these are young people coming into services, seeking treatment, and have some level of symptoms, but appear to be functioning well. They're at work, they're at school, and so forth. But according to the model, you know, they're at risk for going down a bad path. And so compared to those who present with functional impairment, they may not receive the right intensity of care or the right directed interventions to prevent functional impairment in the future. And so models like this can help identify these people earlier to ensure they get the types of care that is needed for them. Now, a large part of our work is focused on further developing and using the platform we've developed that provides personalized and measurement-based care. It's called the Inner World Platform, and it's used in Australia and in Canada. And I want to point out here that it's used importantly for measurement-based care, which is about, monitoring outcomes over time. And you can see this is an individual's outcomes across sort of a range of dimensions. And you can see the sort of ebbs and flows of treatment and their course of illness. But we know that, for early intervention, monitoring these outcomes over time while effective may not be enough to provide the types of early interventions that people require. And so to do this effectively requires much more depth in terms of interpretation and prediction of multiple pieces of information to then identify where someone might be going. And so this is, most prediction work currently is static. However, we know that the type of phenomena and risk factors that we're interested in are part of complex and dynamic systems. And so often a single cross-sectional assessment may not be enough or have enough clinical utility to tell us about what trajectory this person might be on. So to address this, we built an individual level continuous time model based on clinical data using the digital platform. And so here you can see the figure at the top here shows the dynamic updating of the predictions from the model for someone's level of suicide ideation. And the bottom right here shows this diffusion parameter, which you can see as more information is provided or collected, the model is learning that this person is on a relatively high but more stable illness trajectory. And then this parameter is then used to then project into the state space here and then forecast forward based on the most recent observations for this person. And so you can see that although predictions from baseline, when this sort of resets, the baseline prediction is quite uncertain. So you can see there's multiple possible trajectories in the beginning that this person could follow. But then as more information is provided, we can start to learn what type of trajectory this person might be on. And here are 6 different cases from that model, just to point out that this can be used to leverage differential decision-making, one being about the type of, or just the level of severity that they have or the level of ideation they're presenting with. But importantly, you can, based on the level of uncertainty in the predictions, this can be used to guide decisions about how often this person should or should not be followed up. So this example here, for example, this model is highly uncertain about where this person is going in the future based on quite a volatile trajectory. And so more frequent monitoring may be required for that particular person, as opposed to someone presenting with a much more stable low trajectory, for example. And importantly, we're working with industry to try and develop and deploy this and implement this into practice for further testing and evaluation. And here are some screenshots, not just for suicide ideation, but for other outcomes like functioning and overall health. In the interest of time, I don't want to go into too much detail here, but I just wanted to point out the other example about causal AI. And so here we're looking at trying to learn or uncover causal structures in our data set, in these using multiple clinical variables to try and identify targets for intervention. And in this particular study, we identified a sort of structure where we can see that functioning is quite an important variable that had direct effects on suicide ideation in the future, which itself had effects on suicide attempts temporally in the future as well. And so we could estimate the potential effects of addressing functioning and what those effects might have on not just functioning in the future, but also a range of other clinical outcomes. And so this is the type of modeling that we think is, will move us forward in terms of trying to identify much more personalized targets for intervention. Now, it wouldn't be a talk about AI without mentioning the elephant in the room, which is generative AI, and Louise has already covered it. But I just wanted to point out that, this is an example currently of predictive modeling. It's sort of objective function is about fluency and not necessarily accuracy. And so, but despite that, this one study here is published recently is quite interesting in that they compared clinicians and ChatGPT to responses to doctor health sort of questions on Reddit. And the ChatGPT did better in both quality of the ratings, quality of the responses, and in terms of empathy. So there's it's a very interesting and evolving space to definitely keep your eye on. But in terms of our focus in this area, we're sort of interested in taking things to an expert level in terms of how can we replicate or try and get the depth and quality of expertise found in human mental health professionals. So this includes things like expertise, reasoning capabilities, and context. How do you embed these types of principles into generative AI or leverage generative AI technology combined with this type of expert level AI to provide much more personalized and accurate and responsible responses to clinicians and potentially young people and patients in the future. So I'll leave it there and just want to send thanks to the large team and collaborators and health service partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for sharing those stories, leveraging of advancements of technology to improve healthcare. So probably I would like to add 2 more stories from my side. So basically from radiology, how we're leveraging artificial intelligence. Well, I probably don't use that word, artificial intelligence. So first one, this is actually the technology we already implemented and to assist in the emergency department situation. So basically, usually when you get a little bit headache, you probably go to emergency, a little bit uncomfortable. The head scan CT is probably usually prescribed, right? So, and we found it out actually majority of the time probably is nothing. Right, 99, 95% is nothing, but there is the chances there might be hemorrhage in the brain. And but the problem in the current emergency department situation is that the doctors will usually review the scans when they come in, right? So when you are very busy, when you're in the evening, very tired, you're highly likely that people will missing those very critical cases that worth treating straight away. So this is the first solution we developed essentially is the hemorrhage detection in the brain. So what we could do is when the scan being performed, there is the algorithms sitting at the scanner side that can analyze the data and directly highlight, as you can see from the right side, highlighting the doctor's worklist. So they can access to these patients in a very timely manner. And of course, this is another thing we implemented, not just to inform those high value cases for the doctors to treat. And the other thing is we highlight the reasoning for why AI make those decisions. This is very important for deployment those solutions, which, as you're probably aware, is the explainability. The reason for that is we know we're never able to really achieve this 100% specificity and the sensitivity. So we really need the doctors is aware what is the reasoning for AI to make those decisions. So those areas highlighting the areas, that's why the AI think there is the hemorrhage in the brain. So we conducted this type of large research to validate in the real world practice. And I probably won't go to the detail about the high performance of those sensitivity and the specificity. What's rewarding the most to us is actually we know the solutions works because this is one of the message text. Basically, this is the case missed by the registrar overnight because could be very tight and actually picked up by the AI. So this is how one way we see AI can help is definitely not replace doctors, is actually help with those errors that a human may make because of time fatigue and also potentially because of the expertise. So this is one example that we implemented in the healthcare. The second one, we're using AI to assist clinical radiology essentially is the precision management for the disease. So first example is the MS pathology. This is a multiple sclerosis case. It could be tumor, could be other pathology. Quantifying those pathology is actually one of the very important biomarker to assess, for example, treatment efficacy and managing the disease progression. Before those workups take a really long time. So this is the first type of application we could do essentially to replace those very tedious type of work to achieve the high accuracy result. And not only just to quantify how much is those pathology in the brain. And another very important application is that, in the radiology department, often what people do is, the radiologists do is actually comparing the patient's current scan with previous scan to see whether there is change in the brain, whether there is the change of the pathology with a new enlarging. And but to do this is just showing you an MRI scanner across every single slice of the brain, right? So think about in the radiology departments, the doctors actually have to comparing, this is the baseline like last year, and this is the today's scan, to look at every single slice to pick up the differences. Really time consuming. So this is another software that, or the solution we're leveraging the advancement of AI to do is actually to do this fully automatically using deep learning. So essentially, this is not only help us to identify those differences straight away for the clinician, for the radiologist, and we could do. Radiologists probably have to spend 10 minutes or 15 minutes to pick up all the differences to inform, okay, there is a disease activity, we maybe needed to act on it. We're using AI not only to show those differences, but actually the most value is to show those very subtle differences. I wanted to you pay attention to those two scans. This is the baseline, this is a follow-up. If you have a quick look, looks very similar, right? So the pathology is not really changing much over time, but actually there is a slow growing of the lesion, and that's needed to be quantified by these, by deep learning, by the quantification of the algorithm, so you can appreciate what can be done. So we have done a large multi-center studies to validate this in the real world as well. So this is a recent paper we just published in the MPJ Digital Medicine. So we done, of course, a lot of people done man versus machine, right? So we can see that using AI in detecting the disease activity, detecting the lesion activity, we found while the AI we actually can keep the specificity, but we almost double the sensitivity of picking the disease activity from the radiologist report. And most of those cases is actually when there is lots of pathology in the brain and there is a very complex of the pathology. So people get really hard to find those small changes and small differences. Another very important finding actually from this validation work is this incidental finding. We found that we're not only picking up the value of this study, it's not only we demonstrate like what we could do, helping the doctors in picking up the disease activity, but it's also those cases emphasize the importance for human to involved. Is there no way that AI can replace the human now? Because we still need the doctors to identify those incidental findings. So this is another finding emphasize the importance. This is about 10% of the cases that require the radiologist reports. So yes, the AI is not yet able to replace anyone at the moment. Or are we? So if you're watching this space or not, right? This year you heard large language model, ChatGPT. So I just before this talk, I asked ChatGPT for generator imaging, like create a realistic photo showing the AI challenging human radiologist. So this has come up, what is come out straight away. So the interesting part of this is actually, you can see how AI currently portray the relationship between the AI and the human, right? The machine sitting in front, the human sat at back. And also the part of I found it very interesting is the wording, how it's used, right? So it's not about challenging, it's all about engaged, AI engaged in the analysis of medical images, very politically, very diplomatically. Of course, as curious, I keep pushing these questions. Can you show me more? So this is what comes from. So basically, the ChatGPT completely get rid of the AI. I don't know whether it's scared of, we start feeling AI gonna replace human. And just basically using more, gentle language, engaged in the comparative analysis of medical imaging, right? So, of course, what I did again is push it again. Guess what's gonna happen? And this time, the AI get rid of the human. I don't know whether it's there, just feels tired of my questions, stop pretending. That's actually, he thinks this one they're gonna replace us. So basically, as you can see, the powerful of ChatGPT, those large language models, what they can do these days. So I just simply put imaging, like a flare imaging chronal section of the human brain and ask, is there any problem of the brain? You really could appreciate the current advancements of the technology can do. Is describe the pathology, describe what type of the imaging is, and think about if we could optimize those large language model for your area, there's the great potential that we can deliver to improve the healthcare. So this actually leads to our panel discussion. I really would like to invite my two friends come on to the stage. To kick off the discussion, the panel discussion is that in the era of the explosion of the large language model and the ChatGPT.
I'm just aware that people are going to start throwing stuff at us.
Yeah. What's the opportunity you see in your area? Particularly, I think you definitely has a lot of healthcare data. Where did you see the possibility and how practically you're planning to adapt it?
Yeah, I can pick up just the last point I was saying in the talk, which is, yeah, I mean, it's clear that these large language models we're such early days in this whole process, so I don't really know where it's going to go too much. But picking up that point I was saying at the end of my talk, which was that I think, trying to think about how we can embed expertise, like optimize for specific expertise, but also reasoning processes and some of the real, as humans, we all make sense of the world in terms of we have a model in our head of the world. And the same goes for clinicians they have a model about what a person might need and what might be driving a particular illness. So if we can try and start to translate some of those processes and that reasoning capability into these tools, I think we can increase the capabilities. And I think it's important because I think the needs in the healthcare system are going to, we know that digital technologies need to be leveraged to take these things to scale because, the workforce is never going to be able to meet demand. So I think the more we can push these things forward, again, it's not about replacing, it's about an adjunct to care, but also filling in gaps. There are huge gaps in the system in terms of access and to treatment. So I think that's where it can be really valuable.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks, Frank. So what do you think, Louise? Because you have probably the largest data amounts of everyone here from Tesco House. How do you think this transformation with large language model?
Yes, I think. There we go. I think two areas. So supporting better clinical decisions, which is a lot of the work that's going on in that sort of image space, and also the prompting work that I sort of talked about. But then also creating efficiencies. So often when we talk to doctors, we hear them say that doing the clinical, making the clinical decisions is why we went to med school. It's the fun part of being a doctor. And, the real interest that we have from customers is in the efficiency side. How can we spend more time doing what we do using our human brains and less time having to type things into software and click buttons? So at the moment, I think we're concentrating more on the efficiency gains. But I think, there's obvious ways that we can work sort of in the decision support space as well.
Yes, this is also how I feel, especially from last year to this year, the AI transformation from especially from the single task type of the AI decisions making to streamline, help to improve the efficiency towards to the currently AI is like large models is really compression of the knowledge and give you the freedom to really access those the past the previous knowledge to assist in many of the different tasks. Yes, so this is quite fascinating. So before I go to next one, so I'm wondering if any questions from the audience would feel free to ask and we can discuss. Yes, please.
Thank you for some great presentations, and you've talked a lot about the promise of AI. I'm also curious to think, particularly in light of the symposium's theme on health equity and inclusion, what do you see as some of the perils of AI, particularly from this efficiency perspective, when we consider who's represented in the models that we're generating and the predictions that we make?
Yeah, there's lots. So I think if you look at where I guess some of those tools currently sit, they are working, they are being trained on US data and trained in the English language. And so that is going to create, I guess, efficiencies for particular individuals before it does so for everybody. And there's a real, I guess, ethical question as to whether you wait for the model to be inclusive and to be able to, represent the full population, or do you let the early adopters adopt and learn from that and sort of go from there? So there are a lot of perils, I would say, and it's a very interesting space right now. I think what I've seen of these models, there's, I guess it's not just the language component, but also guidelines. Guidelines for how to deliver health are different in different markets. And, you run the risk of, I guess, utilizing something in one area that is not necessarily appropriate in another. So I think it creates some real moral issues, frankly.
And I'll just add to that. I think that's why, I think there's our big focus has been on explainability. And I know explainability has also been a bit of a contentious issue in AI model, but I think it is an important part to try and understand more about sort of what the model might be saying. And I think that can be used to address some of those sort of issues to make these things transparent. And often, humans have biases that we can't vocalize or understand even sometimes ourselves. So ironically, technology may be able to also help us identify when there's certain biases and point them out as a way of trying to help us navigate that as well, I think.
I'll probably add also to, from the model performance point of view, actually, I was just recently, aware, for example, the FDA recently started really concerned about the data you used in the training of the model, because some of the data is actually biased. For example, for as an Australian company, when we're trying to move to the US, when we use the data that actually covers the population that is specific to the US market. So this is also another aspect, we're trying to address how we can transform some of those models into different markets. Yeah. Thanks. Yes. Wait. One more question from there.
One big point with all of these models is that there are large amounts of data needed to train those models. That data comes from patients, custodians. What are the models for guaranteeing that custodianship of the data going forward? I mean, there are big concerns in regards to 23andMe has been sold all of the data to GlaxoSmithKline in a very, very simple way. And we are as researchers aggregating more and more data. In those kind of scenarios, how do we make sure that we're not betraying the trust while we're building the systems that are going to drive some improvements?
Yeah, great question. I often sort of talk about there being two trains, and one train is the AI train, and just as fast is, I guess, the privacy train, right? We're all, as consumers and patients, becoming more and more aware of our data, who has access, why they have access, where it's stored. Look, I think it comes back to consent and transparency of, when dealing in this space. Certainly lots of people like to have the benefits of these models, but not necessarily want their data to be used in the training. And I think the more that, software providers or industry can help provide patients and clinicians with control as to how they want their information used. And there will be some patients and clinicians who are happy for that information to be used, for training. Some will be happy for it to be stored overseas and some won't be. So I think it's about being able to be transparent and, you know, make sure people are aware as to how the data is being used, and then allowing people to lean in different ways in which they're comfortable.
I'll just add, yeah, consent is crucial. And then also I think you're right in terms of, you know, as researchers and people involved in this, we're sort of taking on some risks in terms of, you know, if you think about all the data breaches that are out there more recently. So, you know, the more that we can work with people, experts in security, and I think thinking about the way sort of digital infrastructures can provide much more secure transfer and storage of data, and, you know, new technologies like blockchain and these types of things, and how that could be used for the secure storage and transfer of data, I think is going to be important to protect the researchers and people involved in this type of work.
Thank you very much for your talks. As I was listening to each of them, the elephant in the room for me was one word, it was regulation. What's being done in Australia in terms of regulating, I guess, these smart algorithms, AI, and bringing them into health practice. And if there aren't any forms of regulation currently, should we stop using them or implementing them clinically until something is set up? And I think the reason why I was thinking about Louise in terms of the smart algorithms with medical director, you know, if there's a prompt that says, you know, in the hepatitis C example, if every doctor is probably going to be like, oh, that's a great suggestion, I'm going to take it on board. Isn't it therefore an intervention? And as we regulate all interventions, it should go to a regulator for approval and final checks.
Yeah, look, super great question. And I think, you know, we do find that regulation, especially in our market, but across all global markets, is not keeping up with the innovation and where this technology is at. I guess the pertinent regulation in that space is the software as a medical device regulation. And, you know, while I'm not an expert in that area, it, I guess, relies on your intervention and whether or not that's actually creating a clinical decision or whether it's supporting a clinical decision. And so in all of the work that we do, we certainly put the clinician as the central sort of owner or of the judgment in terms of how that patient should be treated. And what we're doing is providing support, which we believe to be helpful, but the language of that support takes the format of, you know, given that this patient has a history of X, you know, you might want to consider whether or not Y is appropriate. And it's never sort of trying to tell the clinician what to do, because that's where you really do start to get into that software as a medical device regulation. So that's the most pertinent regulation. Obviously, privacy law is changing very quickly over time, and we're learning a lot, I guess, from the implementation of GDPR over in Europe. At the moment, I think we're still sort of not quite keeping up with where, you know, markets like that are. And we, in many aspects, operate in the space of, well, if it's de-identified, then it's okay. And I think what we're going to see more of is just removing obvious identifiers. It's not enough to de-identify information. You know, to make it truly anonymous, you have to think about, you know, the effect of putting different variables together and whether that creates identifiable information. So I think that's the space to watch at the moment. You know, I think a lot of the industry is really getting away with, you know, I guess, utilizing data on a sort of strictly de-identified basis to remain outside of that privacy law.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, especially at the privacy plans. Before, just for example, in the brain imaging space, before we required just remove the identification from the patient's name, you know, date of birth, the physician's name. Nowadays, there is also requirements to remove the face, because through the high resolution imaging, you'll be able to recreate the facial features of the person. So actually required before the storing data, some of the regulatory requires you actually have to blurring the imaging itself of the face to remove the identity of the person. So this is something additional, evolving gradually. Yeah. Thank you. Any further questions? So if not, probably I will move to the one more last question is actually to the theme of today is the inclusivity of this area. So basically we're aware this is transformation of AI is really, feels like a long time is the large institute game, right? So the people really make the progress and look at OpenAI investments to health, the massive the data. So as individuals, as us, how we actually can participating in this transformation process and contributing ourselves and in this, changing. How do you feel as individuals, as everyone sitting here?
How they can contribute?
Yeah.
Look, I think where people sit is a very personal sort of, I guess, question, and how comfortable they feel in terms of data usage is often sort of something that sort of comes from within, and you can't sort of necessarily encourage people in a different way. I mean, certainly, I always say yes when asked for consent for data usage. As a data person, I guess that makes sense too. I have probably a high threshold for trust in this area, and I feel if that data can be utilised for the right purposes with the right protections in place, and I do some diligence around, whether that is the right purpose and with the right protections. But I think, where asked, I try and say yes. And, in the work that we do, we try and make sure that where we can, if we don't need to extract data, we don't extract it. That's the beauty of, I think, running decision support, in the software, is that you don't need to sort of take it outside the software. You can just run that algorithm without anybody else knowing that patient has that history. And so the more that we can set things up so that we don't have to have people accessing other people's information, I think is the obvious way that you can reduce risk and make people feel more comfortable.
I think the other way, taking a slightly, just getting people involved. We have this Empowered trial, which is about sort of integrating digital technologies into youth mental health services. And part of that is about trying to upskill young people and with an understanding of digital technologies, how information is collected, stored, used for them. And so I think in terms of all co-design and sort of engagement of lived experience in research and in healthcare, I think that's a really important component in terms of just trying to get people involved and having an upskill and understanding of what is involved in these types of issues.
Yeah. So basically more like positively engage with those activities. Yeah. Watch less, terminator. Yeah. To review that. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Lunchtime.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you for those who have come back after lunch. It's always appreciated. And we've got a really good, exciting last session for you today. So I'm chairing the first part of this last session, where, the first thing I need to do is a little bit of housekeeping. There is still voting open for People's Choice posters. So for those of you who haven't voted yet, still a little bit of time, get those votes in. That would be great. Now, the next item is to introduce our next keynote speaker, who is Professor Scott Ayton. So Scott is one of those people who wears many hats. And I was asking him before about whether how the workload is. He said it was very high. And I think this is because of all of the hats that he wears. He is an NHMRC Leadership Fellow. He is the head of the Dementia Mission and head of the Translational Neurodegeneration Laboratory at the Florey Institute and director of the Centre of Research Excellence in Enhanced Dementia Diagnosis. So Scott started out his career as a basic neuroscientist, but he's kind of delved into other areas. He still does a lot of basic science work in the dementia space, but he also has delved into clinical trials and also obviously leading centres and doing very important administrative things. So without any further ado, I'd like to introduce Scott, whose presentation title is Developing and Translating Novel Treatments and Diagnostics in a New Era for Dementia. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Eleanor, and thank you to the organising committee for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be amongst you all at this symposium. I've been a long-term admirer of the work of the Brain and Mind Centre, but it's the first time I've been here with you all, so it's a great pleasure for me. I'll be talking today, I'm not going to be talking much at all about my laboratory work, it's going to be mostly clinical today, and I'm going to be talking about developing and translating novel treatments and diagnostics in what I think is a new era for dementia. So this is the outline of my talk. I'm first going to be talking about the changing landscape for Alzheimer's disease that we currently find ourselves in. This is going to be a backdrop for the work on the Centre of Research Excellence in Enhanced Dementia Diagnosis. And then I'm going to talk about what I think is unmet need still in Alzheimer's disease. And that's I'm going to focus on neurodegeneration, which is going to be a background to a putative mechanism of neurodegeneration called ferroptosis. I'll introduce that kind of briefly because this will then lead on to our clinical trial outcome of an iron chelating drug for Alzheimer's disease. This is one of the first times I'll be presenting this outcome. Before I get into that, I just want to re-emphasize the scale of the problem of Alzheimer's disease and dementia. And it is a problem, it's a major disease, and it's a major disease of our era. It wasn't a generation ago that Alzheimer's disease and dementia did not feature in the top 10 causes of death within Australia, but this has rapidly changed. It's now the second leading cause of death for Australians, and it's the top cause of death for women. This is already obviously a major problem, and this problem will increase in line with our aging population. Alzheimer's disease, what is this? This is the major cause of dementia, and it's defined by these two pathologies, amyloid plaque and neurofibrillary tangles. Amyloid plaque accumulates in a 30-year timescale in the years prior to symptom onset. Tau tangles then emerge more proximal to neurodegeneration and then the subsequent cognitive impairment. We've been able to measure the change in these pathologies using PET scan for about the last 15, maybe 20 years. And this has been instrumental in us understanding the natural history of the disease, also for developing therapeutics. This is going to be taken over, we expect, in the next few years or so by blood-based biomarkers that are now very effective in detecting amyloid pathology via blood test. This is just one example of many, many I could show you. The accuracy is around 90 to 95%. I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're going to be translating these now into clinical practice to determine their use in that setting. That's one foundation for why this is a changing landscape of how we diagnose dementia is going to change into the future. But also this other part to why the landscape for dementia is changing is because we now have disease-modifying therapies. And by far the most common disease target, a therapeutic target for Alzheimer's disease has been beta amyloid at the top of this pile. And these drugs have been very effective now at lowering amyloid plaque within the brain. You can see this is one example of a drug called aducanumab. It lowers amyloid plaque. But the question is, does this improve cognitive performance? Now, there have been more than 30 failed phase 3 clinical trials of anti-amyloid drugs that lowered plaque but did not improve cognition. I doubt in the history of medicine we've come across such an extensively investigated drug target that did not lead to clinical benefit. I and many others in the field had given up hope that this was an effective drug target for Alzheimer's disease. But it was only 13 months ago that all of this changed because we got a positive result. A drug called lecanemab, a monoclonal antibody that lowered amyloid plaque, was shown to have an improvement in or a slowing of disease trajectory. And so here you can see cognitive performance over time, placebo, lecanemab, you can see an improvement. This was followed up about 6 months later with a drug called donanemab. And so we've got some positive news for Alzheimer's disease. I've got to say from the outset, this is a modest effect. And the biggest question is, will it lead to a lasting change? With this benefit, there becomes a risk as well. And the side effects that we most care about are something called ARIA. This stands for amyloid-related imaging abnormalities. These are MRI detectable lesions, either hemorrhage or edema. And most frequently, they're asymptomatic, but they can be symptomatic mildly, and they also can be severely symptomatic. And there have been deaths attributed to ARIA so far. The long-term significance of this is uncertain. Where we're at in the approval process, and despite these side effects, lecanemab has been approved, got full approval in the United States. It's currently under consideration in Australia. Donanemab is under consideration in both Australia and the United States. Aducanumab, a pre-runner to this, got provisional approval in the US, but it was rejected in Australia. So it's with this, under this backdrop where we've got these major diagnosed Alzheimer's disease, and now even how we're going to be treating Alzheimer's disease, I think it's quite likely that it will be approved in Australia. This is going to cause change to geriatric medicine in a profound way, given how many people have got Alzheimer's disease and how we're going to need to change all our practices. And this is where we find ourselves with the Centre of Research Excellence Enhanced Dementia Diagnosis. This is an NHMRC program that was funded before the clinical trial results came out. And this had the ambition to take diagnostics that we found that were very useful in our clinical cohorts and apply them in the real world to see if they were indeed useful. We thought that was such an important priority to do right now, but now it's got an even greater priority or greater impetus given the drug trials and the likely approval of these drugs into the future. This is a major effort by many clinicians and clinical researchers, implementation scientists throughout Australia. And our vision is to enable fast, accurate and equitable dementia diagnosis across Australia. I've been asked to talk about inclusion and equity in this talk today. And I think this is really fitting for the CRE program because this was one of the lenses which we really wanted to really make sure that we got right within the CRE program. How do we ensure that people are getting an equitable and an effective diagnosis, no matter their postcode, no matter their language, no matter their social status and connections within their community. So this is a big challenge for us, but it's something that we think that we can find systems to improve. So how are we going to see this vision realized? Well, we're going to be performing real-world testing of the CREED program. So these are new diagnostics in Vanguard clinical sites throughout Australia. And we were seeking to embed in practice those diagnostics that demonstrate acceptability to the patient, utility to the clinician, and value to the health system. I'm not going to talk about the actual this program that we're going to be putting into clinical sites. That's actually starting in Q1 next year. Before we actually doing this program and going out into clinical sites, we wanted to engage with patients and clinicians. We wanted to hear more about what the diagnosis process looks like in different settings throughout Australia. And we wanted to learn what it looks like, what are the challenges, and so that we can then go in with a very informed way about how we can work with what's already happening to see if we can bring improvements. One of the ways we were engaged with patients that had undergone a diagnosis of dementia is we engage with them this semi-structured interview around this concept called the river of life, where we use this analogy of a river, where there's twists and turns in the river, there's boulders, there's whirlpools, and other elements to this, to a river that patients can use to describe what happened in the process of diagnosis. This process can happen over many years, from when the symptoms are initially observed to when they finally get a diagnosis by a specialist. And so there's a lot that can go on. And what we found that this was a very useful device. We heard a lot of positive things that happened in the process of getting a dementia diagnosis, a lot of clarity, but also a lot of challenges and a lot of roadblocks. And through this understanding the journey of many patients that went this diagnosis, we were able to map out the pathway through diagnosis and what are the common challenges that people are experiencing. So there are several outcomes that came out of this, but I just wanted to talk about the pathway to a dementia diagnosis. It's complex, it's long, and particularly for someone who is frail, got a dementia diagnosis, got cognitive impairment, this pathway can be a real challenge. It begins with the person. And somebody who has got cognitive impairment loses insight into their own deterioration. And so if they're not engaged with family members within their community, some of these symptoms can go unrecognized for several years until they get quite severe. So it's very important that we're connecting this with the family and friends, but we've also understood through this process that it is a lack of awareness of some of the symptoms of dementia. I think there are some symptoms that people are very well aware of, but there are a lot of other symptoms that that family and friends and the general community just don't recognize as dementia symptoms. We've had public awareness campaigns for stroke and understanding the symptoms for that. Maybe we also need to have public awareness campaigns also for dementia. Also to maybe explain to people what not to be worried about too much as well, because we also have a lot of worried wells. But then once this process can take, even several years, we get to the GP. And the GP plays such an important role in the dementia diagnosis process. And what we found is that there have been GPs which have been excellent, ones that have been really aware of the early symptoms of dementia and to screen for it. But there are other GPs that this is not common for them. And the process of going to a GP with these complaints there was a bit of a roadblock there. We think that we need to normalise screening for dementia at the GP level. We've normalised things like screening for bowel cancer using stool samples. And it's a difficult conversation to be had about screening for dementia within the GP practice. But I think that this is something that we can try and normalise better so that we can screen people at risk of dementia so that they can get referred to the specialist. The specialist is also a challenge. This varies from state to state. In Victoria, we've got CADMS clinics, but in New South Wales, there are other specialists and other clinics. But even in these specialist settings, the diagnostic accuracy for Alzheimer's disease is only 70%. This is something that we think that we hope we can improve upon by these new diagnostics, but we don't know. And that's the purpose of the CRE program, to see if we can roll out new diagnostics, see if they do improve the accuracy of diagnosis, and also to see if that matters in the long run. Finally, after diagnosis, it's not common for patients to have ongoing care from a specialist clinician. And part of the reason is that, well, what's the point? There's no drugs available. So, why should we continue to have care? But we think that there's a lot we can do for somebody who's got a dementia diagnosis. I know there's amazing work coming out of this centre and others around Australia and the world who are also saying the same thing. And so as part of the CRE program, we're going to be introducing cognitive coaches in the first year after the diagnosis to help transition the patient into what is a major disease and will be a major life change, and hopefully add in positive steps that can delay their progression, delay their entry into aged care. So we think that this is a priority now, but it will also be transformed with the new disease-modifying therapies, and particularly that follow-up. That follow-up is going to be really crucial because specialists now will be engaged in the long-term follow-up of patients with Alzheimer's disease if they are on disease-modifying therapy. And it's crucial that we get the practices in now as this will change into the future. The big question that we have, and is very pertinent to follow-up, is that do these drugs actually provide long-term benefit? I said that there was a modest benefit to cognition, and you can see here that it's probably happening in the first 6 to 9 months, but then the trajectory of the decline is reasonably parallel. Now, it's very hard at this moment to determine, is this change in cognition really going to lead to a long-term change of trajectory? Or is this just going to give a boost to cognition and then it's going to decline at the same rate thereafter? Answering this question is really going to be critical about understanding the value of these drugs, which are going to cost north of $50,000 a year. So, and it's also, we need to zoom out a little bit. That was a zoomed in image. If we zoom out and look at the full scale of cognition, you can see that we've only had such a small snapshot of the cognitive change that happens in Alzheimer's disease. So there's a big question mark on the long-term benefit. So with the cognition that we can't yet really get a good handle on, we sought to investigate there are other ways to know whether there might be a slowing of disease progression. Another way is if we look at brain volume. In Alzheimer's disease, you get a shrinkage of the brain and an enlargement of the lateral ventricular area. As we get neurodegeneration. We reason that disease-modifying drugs should prevent neurodegeneration if indeed they are disease-modifying. So to ask this question, if anti-amyloid drugs do slow neurodegeneration, we did a meta-analysis of all anti-amyloid drugs that had shown brain volume changes. Ultimately, we included 31 clinical trials of some 8,000 to 10,000 participants. And concerningly, we found that these drugs that induce ARIA and are the front-running drugs that are have got approval in America or are under consideration, these drugs actually accelerated volumetric changes. And it wasn't by a subtle amount, it was around about by 40%. More concerningly, we found that we could link this with ARIA. So These are, each dot here is a clinical trial, and the size of the dot represents the size of the people in the clinical trial, the number of people in the clinical trial. We've got frequency of ARIA on the y-axis and ventricular volume change on the x-axis. We can see a striking correlation between volume changes and ARIA. We weren't able to ask the question whether those people with ARIA had more change in volume than those people without ARIA, because that data wasn't released. But there was one clinical trial that did show this result, and indeed this is what they found. This is with a drug called bapineuzumab, which is now being discontinued, but those people with ARIA have more volume change than those without. So I think this strongly implicates ARIA in causing volume change, and it may have implications for the long-term benefit of these drugs. So you may say to me, well, who really cares? All we care about is a patient got better. Who cares if we see these volumetric changes? Well, what I'd suggest to you is that we've only looked in a small time frame for the cognitive change. And maybe if we looked in a longer time frame, we would be able to see the effects of the brain volume changes. And indeed, if we look at the time scale of the cognitive benefit, I said before, we get this initial benefit to cognition, and then it's declining at the same rate thereafter. If we look at the volumetric changes, actually it's the reverse. They become apparent after 1 year and they continue to increase. So maybe the negative effects on the volume change will take longer to emerge. And indeed, we now have the first evidence of some long-term follow-up with an open label extension of a drug called lecanemab. At this point here, we were expecting maybe that the people still, these lines will continue to diverge. But actually, it's gone in the wrong direction. And people that were on treatment are actually now declining a little bit faster. This is really early days. We can't read too much into this, but currently the data is going in the wrong direction. And we shouldn't necessarily conclude at this point that this is going to actually lead to a major long-term benefit. So the conclusions from this work is that we think that these data warrant concern, but ultimately we don't know. We don't know whether the apparent volume loss is actually damaging to the brain or it's benign. We simply need more data to answer that question. And what we've been saying is the trial sponsors, the drug companies that conducted these studies, they hold the necessary data to better understand this risk, but they have not released it. And I have absolutely pressured them to do so. We're at the tip of the iceberg on this, and we are calling these data to be released so that we better understand the long-term safety risks of these new drugs. We've put out a range of recommendations for how we might better understand this risk, but I think this is best summed up by a husband of a participant in one of the clinical trials who emailed me and said, I know from personal experience how much the successful disease-modifying therapy is needed, but this has to be properly considered and the pros and cons identified systematically. Unless pharma publishes properly, there won't be the solid progress we need. So where to from here? I think we now know the potential benefit of anti-amyloid therapies. We're able to lower amyloid, and at least we can see an initial improvement to cognition. But we haven't yet cracked neurodegeneration, and which I think is going to be hopefully be a better correlate of change in cognition. And so we think neurodegeneration itself is a good drug target. And the mechanism of neurodegeneration in Alzheimer's disease is not established. We have the hypothesis that ferroptosis is a putative mechanism for Alzheimer's disease of neurodegeneration. Neurodegeneration is going to happen by some form of ptosis, like apoptosis, necroptosis. We've got the hypothesis that the mechanism is ferroptosis. And one of the reasons we think this is because of the ion changes that we see in Alzheimer's disease. Ferroptosis is an ion-related cell death pathway. It causes lipid peroxidation. I'll explain in a moment. But you do see these ion changes that occur with Alzheimer's disease, evidenced by this modified Pearl stain. You can see the brown substance here. So why iron is a good thing, right? We need it for a variety of functions in our body, but also it can have a negative consequence. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about chemistry right now, and also if there's any chemists in the room, I apologize for some simplifications, but we need to go through this to better understand the role of iron in the disease. I'm going to be talking about oxidative stress. The biggest cause of oxidative stress, or contributor to oxidative stress in the body, is the mitochondria that leaks electrons. This can reduce molecular oxygen to superoxide, and this can superoxide dismutase can dismutate superoxide to generate hydrogen peroxide. This is reduced by catalates. That's all okay. we've got very effective systems to deal with this leaky electron. The problem is if we come in contact with iron. Iron has got this ability to cycle between iron 2 and iron 3. Other metals can do this, copper as well. And this can cause a release of an electron that can also reduce molecular oxygen. But troublingly, if it comes in contact with hydrogen peroxide, then it can produce, it can split hydrogen peroxide, produce a hydroxy radical. There's nothing within biology that is able to quench this. It will damage whatever it sees. If it comes in contact with polyunsaturated fatty acids, which line the membrane, it will produce the lipid peroxide radical. I'm going to come back to this in a moment. The other pathway to generate the lipid peroxide radical is also iron dependent. So the iron-dependent lipoxygenases that also cause peroxidation of polyunsaturated fatty acids that generate lipid hydroperoxides. If these also come in contact with an electron, then they generate the lipid peroxide radical. Now, why this guy is so bad is that if this one sees another polyunsaturated fatty acids, it generates another lipid peroxide radical. And it forms a chain reaction until the membrane is kaput and the cell dies. We have got defense mechanisms against this. There are a range of antioxidants, but the chief mechanism for controlling this is a protein called GPX4, glutathione peroxidase 4. This is the key checkpoint in the cell death pathway of ferroptosis. It consumes glutathione in this process. This is one example of the ferroptosis pathway. I'm sorry I won't be able to go through it today, but I did want to point out that there are a lot of other factors involved. GPX4, iron, and glutathione are probably the key factors involved. We have linked now ferroptosis to Alzheimer's disease with our clinical observational studies, our lab studies, and now a clinical trial. I'm just going to very quickly go over clinical observation and lab work just to give you a background to our work. So iron is associated with faster disease progression. This is seen in multiple cohorts and by multiple different approaches of looking at iron within the brain, both in postmortem and in prospective studies. I won't go through the data, but that's the body of work that has demonstrated that. Within the lab, we've also linked ferroptosis to Alzheimer's disease. The key genes involved in Alzheimer's disease we have linked to the ferroptosis pathway, and maybe in another talk on another day I could go through some of these data that support this. But it's this clinical and lab work that supported the rationale for doing a clinical trial of an iron chelating drug for Alzheimer's disease. And in fact, there had previously been a prior clinical trial of an iron chelating drug, desferrioxamine. This was performed in 1991. It was a very early study. It wasn't very well conducted, but it did show a benefit to patients. It was never followed up. Around about 10 years ago, there was a new drug that was approved. This was a better iron chelator. It's orally available and had a better access to the brain. It's used for beta thalassemia. And it has been, after this drug came out, it was very rapidly applied to neurological diseases. For example, neurodegeneration with brain iron accumulation, where you get neurodegeneration because of iron changes, a disease called PCAN as an example. This did lower brain iron and it did show a benefit. This was also tried in Parkinson's disease, where there is also iron accumulation that happens in this disease. In a phase 2 study, deferoprone lowered iron within the brain and also showed improvement to patients. It was then we then tested this in a phase 3 study. And we found that deferoprone dramatically worsened the symptoms of people with Parkinson's disease. Now, there's some differences between the phase 2 and the phase 3. The phase 3 patients were not able to have L-DOPA therapy, whereas they were in the phase 2 study. And there's some evidence here to say that actually deferoprone was lowering dopamine within the brain rather than exacerbating neurodegeneration. But we don't know. It could be that deferoprone was actually just making the disease worse. There is another follow-up study that is not yet reported, but it would suggest that it was causing a symptomatic tax. But there's this big unknown about the potential effect of deferoprone in Parkinson's disease at the moment. We started this clinical trial, deferoprone to delay dementia, the 3D trial, in between the phase 2 study and before the phase 3 study was announced. So deferoprone to delay dementia, what is this? This is a randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled, multi-center phase 2 clinical trial. Patients had mild Alzheimer's disease or prodromal Alzheimer's disease. They were given deferoprone or placebo for a period of 12 months. And the primary endpoint was a neuropsychological test battery. And the secondary endpoint where we measured QSM, which is a measure of brain iron to detect target engagement. This is our consort statement. Our trial was horribly affected by COVID, but also the company that sponsored our trial, the founder of that was murdered, and that company was sold off, and so we had to wrap things up. So ultimately, this was a small study, 21 placebo patients and 33 deferoprone patients, but we got a clear result. This is the baseline characteristics. This is there was no clear difference in no statistical difference in any of the key variables. So pleasingly, our randomization worked well. First question we want to ask is, does deferoprone do what we thought it was going to do? Does it lower ions in the brain? And indeed it does. This is a quantitative susceptibility mapping, which is a measure of MRI dependent measure of brain iron. You can see in the hippocampus, iron goes up in placebo and down in deferoprone. So that looks very good. We can be confident that that we are lowering iron within the brain. Question is, does this change cognitive performance? And that is the result. Deferoprone dramatically worsened cognitive deterioration in people with Alzheimer's disease. This is obviously not the result we were hoping for or expecting, but we think that it is quite significant given the number of people that were included in the study. It's ultimately a small study, but the result was very clear. We can unpack this a little bit more. Deferoprone did not affect memory. If we look at the subscales, it didn't affect attention, it affected executive function, which was quite clear. So the SAEs were in line with what we were expecting for this drug in this patient cohort. So all of the work that we've done previously, it was correlations with humans, and they were experiments in animals. And this is now the experiment in the humans about asking what role iron might have in Alzheimer's disease. And I think from the outset, we can say iron is important, right? It had such a big effect, but it was perhaps not what we were thinking. And this causes us to revisit our hypothesis. The first possibility is that this iron elevation that we see in Alzheimer's disease, this is actually iron sequestration in Alzheimer's disease. So the iron is, this is a possibility. I'm saying this is what it is. I'm saying it's a hypothesis to take us forward. That iron might be sequestered in plaques and tangles. We know that that occurs, and that leads to a functional iron deficiency. So if we lower the iron, that actually would worsen the disease. It's also possible that iron elevation in Alzheimer's disease is an adaptive response, which benefits the brain. And so lowering iron might be detrimental to that protective response. Also, iron elevation in Alzheimer's disease could be an adaptive response, but that also lead to a secondary maladaptive response, perhaps oxidative stress. And I think this is a point that we're pursuing at the moment, because we still have to explain why Alzheimer's disease has elevated oxidative stress, and iron is an obvious target for that. But while we've been looking in the center of this, we're looking at iron as the catalyst for this oxidative stress, and now we're looking outside the circle at the mitochondrion and at these antioxidant defense mechanisms. And that's been the work that is taking us forward at the moment. I won't go through this data, but we're really excited. We just put a CRE on this application on this today, and this is the work that we're going forward with. So with that, I want to acknowledge the many, many patients that were involved in this study, particularly the 3D clinical trial. And I'm very sorry that we didn't improve you, but this information you provided gave us amazing new understanding of the disease. And also for the people who contributed to the clinical work that I only skipped over, I really acknowledge their contribution to this work. Thank the many investigators of this work and the trial sponsors and the collaborators within the FLORI. And thank you for your time.
Okay, we already have a question over there.
That keeps time.
When looking at the antioxidative cycle, you mentioned that also copper could be involved in that, and there's actually a paper about here, one of the posters about copper and Parkinson's. Has this been looked at, and has there been a direction towards positive or negative in terms of neurodegeneration?
I love copper too. In my PhD, I did one paper on copper and Parkinson's disease, so I'm very keen to check that out. In Alzheimer's disease and in Parkinson's disease, we get a reduction of copper, lower levels, I should say, not reduction. And so it's not as easily we can say that it might be contributing to this part of the cycle. I think the lower copper is problematic in its own right, but that we can also talk about the ligated copper or not ligated copper, because what matters is not necessarily the abundance, but whether it's effectively ligated. All I can say is that I think that's very important. We haven't considered it or used it as a drug target so far.
We might have time for one more question if there's one from the audience. No, you're stuck with my question. I have two. This is so hard. Okay, let's go with the second story, because thank you again for presenting all of that new work. That is definitely a really important addition to the field. Is there any laboratory evidence suggesting that the iron is beneficial? That was one of your potential hypotheses.
There had been animal work showing that iron chelators benefited the animal models. But I always held those with a grain of salt, because in Alzheimer's disease mouse models, if you take the plaque ones, they don't have neurodegeneration, so I don't really know what we would see with an iron chelator. But the tau ones, they showed a benefit. We didn't have any signal for harm. So yeah, it was unexpected.
Do you have plans to follow up on these results?
I don't think iron is a good drug target. I think we've learned that.
Solid conclusion.
Yeah. I think that the chemistry is very interesting. There's a lot going on there. I can see that it's important. I should say, I think iron is very important. This is what we learned from the disease. It's very important, but lowering it is not the right strategy. But given the effect that it had, I think we need to learn from this chemistry to see, can we manipulate this in the other way and get a benefit? The biggest consumer of iron in the brain and in most cells is going to be the mitochondria. And we've talked about and understand that there's this challenge of mitochondrial deficits in Alzheimer's disease. And that's probably giving us a clue as to where the deficit lies. And maybe we were taxing the mitochondria even more when we used an iron chelator. We're in the relearning phase at the moment after this result. It's still fresh.
Fair enough. Well, everyone join me thanking Scott again. I'm now going to the co-chairs of the next session. For some rapid fire presentation.
Hey, hi everyone. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce all of the wonderful posters that have been submitted for this symposium. There were lots of wonderful posters that you can see upstairs, and 3 from each category. So there was a honours professional staff category, there was a HDR category, and there was an EMCR category. And 3 posters from each category have been chosen to present a short 5-minute presentation today. So I'm going to start off with Anne Lee, who's an honours candidate, with her poster, Testing a Copper-Based Treatment for Parkinson's Disease. Anne?
Can I start? Okay, hi everyone. My name is Anne. I'm from Double Group, where we do Parkinson's disease research. And today I'll be talking about my honors project on investigating the effect of copper supplementation on superoxide dismutase 1 pathology. So our lab looks at a not newly identified misfolded form of protein that may contribute to neuronal loss in Parkinson's disease. And this protein is called superoxide dismutase 1, or SOD1 protein. So under normal condition, SOD1 binds to 2 copper ion and 2 zinc ion. Zinc ion binding is more for structural stability, And copper ion is both for structural stability as well as the normal enzyme active function of SOD1 protein. And that is in removing reactive oxygen species as well as antioxidant defense. So we looked at the postmortem Parkinson's disease patient brain, and within the degenerating region, i.e. the substantia nigra pars compacta, we found no changes to zinc level, but we did see a twofold increase in SOD1 expression and a 65% reduction in cellular copper. Then within the same degenerating region, degenerating region here, as you can see in red, there is a significantly higher amount of misfolded SOD1 in the substantia nigra pars compacta compared to the non-degenerating region shown in gray. And previous SOD1-related neurodegenerative disease studies have shown that misfolded SOD1 mediates neuronal loss. So we presume the same is happening in Parkinson's disease. And that leads me to the published hypothesis by our lab that the increase in SOD1 expression and cellular copper deficiency results in copper deficient SOD1. And the copper deficiency increases the propensity for the protein to misfold, contributing to neuronal vulnerability. That is via potentially loss of normal function or gain of toxic function, based on previous literature. And we propose this newly identified misfolded SOD1 pathology as a novel and tractable therapeutic target. And we also propose that restoring normal copper level via copper supplement as a potential therapeutic treatment. So to test this mechanism and efficacy of treatment, our lab designed a novel animal model called sock mice. So this animal model has two genetic mutations. One is overexpression of misfolded SOD1, and the other is copper deficiency. This is to emulate the biochemistry of Parkinson's disease brain, and this model had been shown to develop misfolded SOD1 and dopamine neuron loss with age, just as we have observed in Parkinson's disease. So for my project, I had sock mice and wild-type mice. We treated half of them with vehicle treatment, the other half with copper ATSM. And copper ATSM is a blood-brain barrier permeable copper delivery agent that has previously been adapted in clinical trials. And we culled these animals and collected brain tissues. We did some staining and quantified the amount of misfolded SOD1 within the degenerating region, so the substantia nigra pars compacta. And the hypothesis was that copper supplementation will reduce misfolded SOD1 in sock mice. So for my results, I calculated the proportion of the degenerating region occupied by misfolded SOD1, just in case if there's any volumetric differences within the animals. And with the preliminary data I found no significant difference in the proportion of misfolded SOD1 in the substantia nigra pars compacta between these groups. But qualitatively, because I have a very small sample size at the moment, there's higher level of misfolded SOD1 in the vehicle-treated sock mice compared to the vehicle wild-type mice, and that is consistent to my model design. Then I also see there is a higher level of misfolded SOD1 in the copper-treated sock mice compared to the vehicle-treated sock mice. So with the data I have to date, this is opposite to my hypothesis. But this is consistent to another finding by Robert et al. In 2014. They also studying an animal model that also expressed substantial amount of misfolded SOD1. And they also found that copper ATSM increased misfolded SOD1 and that the treatment improved the behavior of these animal models. So again, that is consistent to the cohort of mice I used, because another previous honor student at my lab studied the behavior of the cohort of mice I used, and the copper ATSM treated sock mice performed better than the vehicle treated sock mice in behavioral tests. So potentially copper ATSM increasing misfolded SOD1 could be a potential protective mechanism. Yeah, and here are. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne. That was an incredibly engaging presentation for a very complicated topic. So well done. I'd like to invite next sorry if I butchered your last name, Sienna Bertie, to present on radiological and volumeric colossal abnormalities as a marker of ALS pathology. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Firstly, I'd like to thank my fantastic supervisors, Dr. Sikong Tu and Professor Matthew Keenan, to my collaborators and everyone at the Forefront Clinic. I'm excited to share with you today my research on structural colossal abnormalities as a clinical biomarker of disease in ALS. So amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is a heterogeneous neurodegenerative disorder. It is the most common form of motor neuron disease with a mean survival time between 2 and 5 years and an absence of effective treatment. The direction of neurodegeneration is debated. So the dying forward hypothesis represents the primacy of central motor neuron loss or a disease propagation from the upper motor neurons. And evidence favoring the dying forward hypothesis is derived from TMS, MRI, neurofilament, and postmortem studies. Specifically, the hallmark protein TDP43 pathology observed in over 95% of ALS patients is predominantly confined to corticofugal proteins and suggests origination from the motor cortex. Notably, the degeneration of the corpus callosum is a core feature of disease impact in ALS, evident in histopathological change in postmortem, in vivo and ex vivo structural neuroimaging studies, and reduced interhemispheric functional connectivity. However, the conflicting findings persist on the presence of region-specific colossal impacts, significant clinical functional correlations in patient presentation, and the potential for disease spread and propagation of the transcolossal motor regions. So primary aims were to investigate these colossal abnormalities in ALS through radiological classification and volumetric analysis and assess their potential correlations with clinical characteristics. Moreover, to examine the preferential involvement of the premotor, motor, and somatosensory interhemispheric connectivity using diffusion-weighted images. So the clinical diagnosis of ALS was established by 2 experienced neurologists. The revised ALS functional rating scale was assessed with lower scores indicating increasing disability. ALS patients and healthy controls underwent MRI and diffusion-weighted image scans. Manual segmentations of the corpus callosum was performed using ITK SNAP. Scans were categorized using a simple in-house scalar classification system, 0 being healthy, 1 being mildly degenerated, and 2 being severely degenerated. And this was marked by rounding, ventricle dilation, and thinning. Resulting segmentation volumes were quantified in FSL. And then the constrained spherical deconvolution fiber tracking approach was utilized, generating 10 million streamlines, and each assigned a weight with the SIFT2 approach. Probabilistic tractography was formed with co-registered Brodmann labels from a recon all pipeline, where premotor, primary motor, somatosensory cortices, and a mask of the corpus callosum was used. A transcolossal ratio analysis was performed due to a priori hypothesis that disease propagates from the motor region and spreads corticofugally. All analyses were corrected for age, and volumetric metrics were additionally corrected for total intracranial volume. So participant numbers totaled 78, 53 ALS patients and 25 well-matched healthy controls. Cohorts were matched for age and sex. Demonstrated within Figure 2, the odds of being classified as having severely degenerated corpus callosum among ALS patients was 5 times higher than healthy controls. If you turn your eyes to Figure 3, this is an age-matched illustrative example of tract density maps where you may visually observe lower tract density in the ALS patient on the right. Taking a look at the structural integrity at the group level, a prelim analysis identified the motor-premotor interhemispheric ratio was significantly lower in ALS patients in comparison to healthy controls, indicating relatively greater motor degeneration. Finally, although we found no significant colossal volumetric changes between cohorts, increased corpus callosum volume demonstrated a significant positive association with increased ALS FRS scores. This may indicate that reduced colossal volume is associated with worsening functional impairment rather than the mere presence of the disease. Observations suggest the potential utility of radiological colossal assessment as a surrogate marker of disease and further supports the growing evidence implicating the transcolossal motor region in disease propagation. Overall, current findings reinforce the role of the corpus callosum, with abnormalities suggesting a clinico-pathological correlation. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks, Yana. Another fascinating presentation. Now I'd like to ask Irene Lee for her talk on attention and executive function delays in early childhood, a meta-analysis of neurodevelopmental conditions.
Good afternoon. My name is Irene, and today I'll be presenting a recent review we conducted on attention and executive function delays in early childhood, a meta-analysis of neurodevelopmental conditions. To start off with some background, attention and executive function are two very important cognitive processes which underpin our adaptive and goal-directed behavior. And as you might expect, delays in the development of these two processes can lead to long-lasting real-world challenges like relationship difficulties, low academic achievement, and low employability. And unfortunately, these delays are very commonly observed in various neurodevelopmental conditions like autism, ADHD, and cerebral palsy. But despite this prevalence, we know very little about how early these delays emerge and develop in the first few years of life. And that's a very pressing issue, as it could represent a missed window of opportunity for early detection and intervention options. So this is where our study began. So our study aimed to acknowledge this specific knowledge gap by reviewing the existing literature with the following three aims. So first, we aim to determine whether children with neurodevelopmental conditions show attention and executive function delays in the first 5 years of life compared to their typically developing peers. Next, we wanted to examine the effect of age, gender, the type of neurodevelopmental condition, and the type of measure used on these delays. And finally, we wanted to explore whether these early delays occur alongside divergences in their brain development. And to address these aims, we first searched the existing literature for studies that met our eligibility criteria and identified a total of 117 studies. Then we assessed the quality of each of these studies, and then we moved on to data analysis. Now, we found 112 studies which compared attention or executive function between the neurodevelopmental condition and the typically developing group, which we analyzed quantitatively. And then the remaining 5 studies were looking at atypical attention or executive function related brain development in neurodevelopmental conditions, which we synthesized in a qualitative manner. And from these analyses, we ended up with 6 key findings. First, we found that children with neurodevelopmental conditions do show a moderate delay in attention and a large delay in executive function from the first 5 years of their life. Importantly, however, we found that this delay increases with age, such that delays could not be identified in the first year of life, but it began to emerge as a moderate delay from the second year of life. And then it further increased to a large delay by the age of 3 to 5 years old. Next, we found that these delays were largely transdiagnostic, meaning that these delays were observed across most neurodevelopmental conditions that were included in our study. There was no effect of gender on these delays, but the type of measure used did have an effect, where larger delays were found using informant ratings compared to performance-based or physiological measures. And finally, our qualitative analysis revealed that preschool children with neurodevelopmental conditions, specifically those with autism or ADHD, do present with structural and functional differences in their brain development, specifically in and around the prefrontal cortex, which is an area closely related to attention or executive function. So taken together, the results of our study highlights the need to take a transdiagnostic and comprehensive approach to these early delays in neurodevelopmental conditions. Importantly, however, given that we couldn't find any, we couldn't detect these delays in the first year of life, it suggests that attention or executive function markers may not be so useful for preemptive intervention approaches in the first year of life, but that these markers may start to gain value from the second year of life. And finally, the large delays that we found in the 3 to 5-year-olds reflects the effect sizes that we commonly find in school-aged children, and adolescents, and adults, which again emphasizes the need to intervene at this early stage to prevent these delays persisting across the lifespan. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Irene. Another great breakdown of a very complicated paper. Thank you for that. So I'd like to invite, I'm really sorry if I get this pronunciation wrong, Menji Wang to present on the association between amygdala volumes and social cognition in younger onset dementia.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm from the Frontier Research Group, and I'm going to present some findings on the associations between amygdala volumes and social cognition in younger onset dementia, focusing on frontotemporal dementia and Alzheimer's disease. So, yeah, frontotemporal dementia is the leading cause of dementia in people under 65 years of age, and it involves clinically a behavioral variant and the 2 language presentations. And all these subtypes experience some changes in social processing to a variable degree, such as difficulties to think from other people's perspective or loss of empathy. And all these changes have been partly linked with damage to a range of brain regions, including the amygdala. So why are we interested in the amygdala when we talk about FTD? The amygdala is critically involved in processing emotions and social behaviors, and it's also comprised of multiple distinct nuclei, which can be grouped into the basolateral, superficial, and the central medial subregions, and each associated with different structures and functions. But we know very little about the functional specificity of these subregions in humans, as most research was conducted in rodents. And additionally, previous studies have mostly reported on overall amygdala volume changes in FTD. So this study was set out to investigate to what extent the amygdala subregions undergo damage in FTD and AD, and what are their relations to social cognitive symptoms. So in this study, we included patients clinically diagnosed with behavioral variant FTD, left and right semantic dementia, Alzheimer's disease, and matched healthy controls. And all of them were assessed on their cognition, emotion recognition, empathy, and underwent a whole brain structural MRI. We used FreeSurfer to automatically parcellate the amygdala into 9 individual nuclei for the left and right hemispheres, and visually inspected the output for segmentation accuracy. And the nuclei volumes were corrected by intracranial volumes and summed into the 3 relevant subregions, and the data were analyzed using non-parametric tests. And here's what we found. So for volumetric findings, we found that all the patient groups present significant bilateral volume reduction across all 3 subregions compared to the controls. The 2 semantic dementia variants present the most severe and asymmetrical atrophy. And looking at the associations, it's blocking a bit. So looking at the associations with all patient groups combined, identity discrimination was not correlated with any amygdala subregions, whereas facial effect selection was correlated with all the subregions except for the right central medial part. So this dissociation might point to the different networks underlying the ability of discriminating facial identity and facial expressions. And our data seems to suggest that the amygdala as a whole is only closely related to recognizing basic facial emotions. And looking at empathy, perspective taking is associated with right superficial and right central medial nuclei, but we also observe the trend for the right basolateral. And empathy concern is only associated with the right central medial nuclei, but similarly, there seems to be a weak correlation with the right superficial. So there seems to be a very clear pattern for the involvement of the right amygdala. So finally, I want to conclude this talk by highlighting that in previous animal studies, the central and medial nuclei are shown to be primarily involved in mediating fear responses. But our data seems to challenge this assumption by showing that they might participate in functions beyond behavioral responses in humans. But given that it's the smallest subregion in the amygdala, so we do need to be more cautious when we interpret the findings. And taking the results forward, we will continue to examine the disease-specific associations between amygdala subregions and social cognitive symptoms in this younger onset dementia. And thank you.
Thanks, Benji. Just while we're thinking of it, if you did bring a poster today, if you can remember to take it home with you after the symposium, that would be great. Just to make sure it doesn't get chucked in the bin. Now I'd like to invite James Carrick up to talk about a novel observational task reveals relationship between apathy measurement and behaviour in new enriched environments in dementia.
All right. Hey, everyone. So continuing on from Mengji's talk, I'm going to keep talking about dementia, but this time I'm going to look more at the way in which people behave. Specifically, I'm going to be talking about apathy. So apathy is a deficit in the production or sustaining of voluntary behaviors. It's one of the most common neuropsychiatric symptoms of dementia, and it's been linked to a variety of negative outcomes in all different types of dementia. So it's been linked to lower quality of life, lower ability to perform activities of daily living, as well as greater caregiver burden in Alzheimer's disease, dementia with Lewy bodies, and also in frontotemporal dementia. While apathy can be a symptom of depression, it can also exist on its own as a separate clinical syndrome. People experiencing apathy may have difficulties in responding appropriately, like emotionally in conversations. They might have difficulties being interested in things, or they might have difficulties getting started or sticking with activities. Clinically, our assessment of apathy typically relies on subjective measures, either self or informant report. The issue with these is that they are subjective and they can be influenced by a lack of insight or carer burden. We aimed to assess whether these subjective measures of apathy are able to accurately describe behavior in novel environments. To do so, we took 48 participants with a variety of dementia diagnoses. Much like Mengji's study, we included people with Alzheimer's disease, people with behavioral variant frontotemporal dementia, semantic dementia, and also healthy controls. We then introduced these people into a waiting room. This room was furnished with a variety of activities, stimuli like chocolates, snacks, activity books, puzzles, magazines, and stuff to read. We informed them that there was going to be like a 15 to 20-minute wait, and then we secretly filmed them to see what they do in this situation. We then went through the videos. I think Simone, who is in the audience, maybe, she did a lot of the coding for these videos. We went through and we coded all these different behaviors that the people exhibited. We then conducted a principal components analysis on these behaviors, and it revealed 3 components or groups of behaviors that tended to occur together. So the first component we extracted, I've called disengagement. So this consisted of looking around the room, but remaining stationary, grooming the self, so touching their hair or touching their clothes, as well as being not active, which was essentially not doing anything at all, not looking around either. The second component we extracted consisted of utilization behaviors. So these represented a more surface level engagement with the environment. This included eating, picking up and manipulating objects, as well as rapidly touching objects, but not picking them up. Finally, the more sustained goal-directed behaviors loaded onto a separate component. This was primarily puzzles and reading, so that's what I've called this one. Now, we were specifically interested in the disengagement component. Excuse me. Yeah, we were specifically interested in the disengagement component, which is these ones here. So we found that the scores on this component correlated with both informant-rated apathy and self-rated depression, in that higher disengagement went higher informant-rated apathy or higher self-rated depression. Looking at the way in which the performance distribution differs across our patient groups, we found that a subsection of AD and behavioural variant FTD patients were more disengaged. And in fact, the Alzheimer's disease group was significantly more disengaged than controls. We also had a trend towards BBFTD being more disengaged than controls as well. Overall, this study reveals a group of disengaged behaviours that are related to apathy and depression in dementia, but participants did engage in these other behaviours. So the other behaviours that were listed in the other components. This is not exactly what we would expect based just on the informant report. So it seems like these observational measures can offer us more information than just what the informant report tells us. It's possible that the enriched environment may help overcome apathy in people who are otherwise apathetic in their home environment. And this could be a novel avenue for further research to examine whether this is the case and whether this could potentially help with management of apathy, development of programs for managing apathy. And thank you. I'm part of Frontier, and this is Frontier. Thank you to the patients and their families.
Thanks, James. That was a really cool study. Now I'd like to invite Susan Lin to talk about the power of one, phenotypic spectrum in individuals with pathogenic GAB G2 loss and gain of function variants.
Not that hard. Hi, everybody. My name is Susan, and I'm from the Ion Channel Drug Discovery Group at the Brain and Mind Centre. And today I am so excited to tell you guys about the tale of epilepsy and GABA-A receptor, which are the principal inhibitory receptor within the CNS. So with epilepsy, it's a neurological disorder. It can range anywhere between a febrile seizure, which often starts from a young age, triggered by a fever, but generally they subside at around about 5 to 6 years old. So the patient's usually okay. On the other end of the spectrum, you can have something called developmental and epileptic encephalopathy, which is a rare and severe form of epilepsy starting off at a very young age, and they tend to get cognitive issues together with it. 1 second. So, epilepsy. A long hypothesis for epilepsy is that there is an imbalance between excitation and inhibition. To put it simply, if you have a lot of excitation and not a lot of inhibition, this can result in a seizure and epilepsy. Sorry, my bad. However, there is a lot of evidence coming up recently that if there is too much inhibition, so if the receptor is more sensitive to GABA, this can in fact also result in epilepsy. The interesting thing is that they tend to have a younger age of onset, more severe form of epilepsy, and also the patient tend to have a smaller brain, which is quite bad. And in our lab, we collaborate with clinicians and geneticists from an epilepsy hospital to identify variants found in patients with epilepsy. And our aim is to find out how these variants may affect the normal function of the receptor. So what we have identified is we've got 25 patients. There's 15 missense variants, and the age of onset can range from anywhere between 1 month to 108 months. When we look, and about half of them respond to treatment, the other half don't respond to treatment, so they still get continuous seizure. When we take a deeper look into these variants, we find that about 52% of them are de novo, so they happen spontaneously within that patient. 40% is inherited either from their mother or their father, and 8% we're not too sure what really happened to them. So where does GABA come in? Well, GABA is important for inhibition, and GABA A receptors are the major inhibitory ion channels within the mammalian central nervous system. It is a pentameric protein. So as you can see here, it's made up of 5 subunits, usually 2 alphas, 2 betas, and a gamma subunit, which is encoded by the GABRG2 gene. And this is the epicenter of our patient cohort's genetic aberration. The gamma subunit is of particular interest because, as you can see, there's only one of it in the ion channel. So the question is, how much power does this subunit really have on our patients? So to investigate this, we need to study the effects of these variants. And to do so, we first need to create these variants, and we use a technique called receptor concatenation. So first we insert the mutation into the gamma-2 subunit, and then we link it up with the other 2 alphas and 2 beta subunit using an artificial linker. The benefit of doing this is that it allows us to look at only one receptor arrangement, which also means that the functional output is more consistent and accurate, and also it allows us to determine the pathogenicity of these variants more accurately. Following, these concatenated receptors are injected into oocytes, aka frog eggs, into frog eggs. The RNA is then expressed onto the cell surface, and these receptors open up when they are stimulated by GABA. And this allows us to measure the inward current, and from that we can determine the variant's effect on receptor sensitivity. Here I've got a representative trace of what you generally see, this one up here. So with increasing concentrations of GABA, so 1, 3, 10, there's greater current that flows through. And these currents are normalized to the maximum current, and this is fitted to a Hill equation, generating a sigmoidal curve, which is the classical dose-response curve. From there, we typically have 3 different outcomes. It can either shift the curve to the right, which means that it is more sensitive to GABA, so more inhibition, or it can shift it to the left. Oh my God. Shift it to the left. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Shift it to the left, which means that it is less sensitive to GABA, and so needs more GABA to elicit half a response. The third option is that it could be similar to wild type, so it doesn't really change the dose response curve. So relating this back to the patient, as I mentioned before, we've got 25 patients. We have identified 15 different variants. 10 of them colored in red loss of function, so they're hyposensitive to GABA, and 5 of them are gain of function variant. 5 of the patients have gain of function variants, so they are hypersensitive to GABA. How does this relate back to the remaining variants of unknown significance? So it doesn't really change the dose response curve. But how does this really relate to the patient? When we take a deeper look into the patient, we see that those with a loss of function variant tend to have a mean age of onset at 16 months. Their intellectual ability tends to be okay, but when we look at the gain of function variants, their mean age of onset is around about 2 months, and almost all of them have severe intellectual disability. Our study is, however, limited by the number of variants, and therefore to get a better understanding of how the gene that encodes for the gamma-2 subunit relates to epilepsy and potentially revolutionize drug development for treatment resistant, we do need to look at more variants to get a better understanding. But the typical trend now is if there's too much activity, tends to be not great. If you have, a loss of function, so less sensitive to GABA, you tend to be okay, generally speaking. Anyways, thank you so much for your time today.
Thanks, Susan. I'm taking notes from these presentations about how to present complicated data in really engaging ways. So now moving into the EMCR talks. So I'd like to invite Dr. Stella Petkova for her talk, Oxytocin Effects on Deficits in Neonatal Ultrasonic Vocalizations in a Model of Prenatal Valproic Acid Exposure.
My name was easier than the title.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name's Stella. I'm part of the translational psychopharmacology team with Michael Bowen, and I am going to fulfill your daily dose of animal work. As the doctor prescribed, I am the doctor. I'm going to briefly share some recent work looking at a model of autism and using oxytocin as a potential treatment for an early communication outcome. If you are an autism researcher, bear with me in my very broad stroke. So autism is a behaviorally defined neurodevelopmental disorder that affects about 1 in 100 Australians. It is neurodevelopmental, so it is identified and diagnosed early. And we say that there are 3 core diagnostic criteria: difficulties in social interaction, repetitive and restricted patterns of behavior, and communication dysfunction. And this is the one I'm going to focus on today. And that can present early on as well. And that includes things like not being able to follow gaze, not responding to name, and language development delays. There are a myriad, many risk factors for autism spectrum disorder, including genetic and environmental. And I'm going to only focus on one of which is maternal taking of pharmaceuticals. And this is particularly of valproic acid. Valproic acid is a commonly prescribed medication used for treatment of epilepsy as well as bipolar depression. But it was shown that when moms are taking this specifically during early first trimester and across pregnancy as well, their offspring have an increased chance of being diagnosed with neurodevelopmental disorders broadly, but as well as autism and ADHD specifically. This is an attractive risk factor for us because we can easily replicate this in a mouse model. There's a rich history of this model generation in the literature showing a lot of similarities between the human population and the mouse line in anatomical, neurological, physiological, and behavioral domains. So we pair mama mouse and papa mouse, and when she is pregnant, so the equivalency during the end of first trimester, we dose mom with either valproic acid or a control, and then we're actually going to study the offspring. And like I said, I'm particularly interested in the communication aspect and how are we going to get communication out of rodents. So rodents produce ultrasonic vocalizations, or USVs, at 2 time points in their lives. Once is early on in the first few weeks of life, and one is as adults in social interactions. Early on, when a pup is separated from mom, siblings, and the nest, they produce these ultrasonic vocalizations that are beyond our own hearing age, basically saying, "Mom, I'm cold, I'm alone, come get me." And it is communicative because mom actually, when she hears those USVs, will actually go to the pup and retrieve them. And what it looks like in typically developing pups is we see this increase from birth to 9 days of age as the USV call rate starts to increase, as their larynx fully develops and they start to go, "Mom, really come get me, I don't want to be here anymore." And then starting around day 9 and 10, they develop fur, they begin to thermoregulate, they start moving around independently, and they start opening their eyes and exploring the world, and they go, "I don't really need you as much, Mom." And so their call rate starts to decline. However, in pups dosed with valproic acid, we see a bit of a different story. We see a flattening of this curve. And so there's actually no difference across this timeline. They don't have a peak in this call rate, and they produce fewer calls across this developmental period. And we specifically wanted to see whether we could affect this USV production on day 9. This represents the peak of calling, but also the largest difference between our groups. And so we're an oxytocin lab, so we decided to see whether oxytocin would be an effective treatment. Oxytocin very broadly is considered to be pro-social. And we know from literature that valproic acid leads to deficits in the oxytocin system in both humans and in the rodent models. And also from literature, we've seen that dosing with oxytocin in our target neonatal period has shown an increase in USVs. So this is looking really promising for us. So this is, again, only on day 9. We see this beautiful replication of our phenotype, this very robust effect where pups treated with valproic acid on the right side produce fewer calls than animals treated with saline when both are dosed with vehicle drug on day 9. So there's no stress of being injected or this manipulation. And then our saline animals who were dosed with oxytocin had the same call rate. So it seems like oxytocin isn't just raw increasing our USVs. And finally, and rather sadly for us, Oxytocin dosing did not affect VPA pups either in their calling rate. The reason for which we think is this dose from literature, while it might be reported, we think is just too low. But for the sake of time, I'm going to tease and say that if you want to talk about my work using higher doses or seeing other social outcomes outside of this neonatal time period, come see me at my poster or chat with me sometime. I'd like to say thank you to the lab.
Okay, so we've actually got to our last research talk for the day because Megan is, I think, got COVID, so she's not with us. So Miriam will be our last talk before we hand over for closing remarks. And I'm sure we've saved the best till last. So Miriam's talk is, sorry, Dr. Miriam Shin's talk is titled Patterns of Sleep Disruption in People with Depression During the COVID-19 Pandemic.
Thanks, Sarah. Hi, my name is Miriam. I'm from Youth Mental Health and Technology team. So today I'm talking about how sleep duration in people with depression changed during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the COVID-19 is still ongoing, and it has significant negative impact on mental and sleep health. And however, despite being a major stressor for everyone, like a Wendy, where's Wendy? Like a Wendy, yeah, she said in the morning, it actually increased the flexibility in sleep or behavioral schedules, especially during the lockdown period. So in this study, we have two aims. Firstly, utilizing this nature big experiment, we explored how people with depression adjust their sleep duration during pandemic. And secondly, we examined the factors influencing these changes in sleep duration. So for this purpose, I used the Australian Genetics of Depression Study, or HDS. This is large genetically informative cohort study of the adult with depression and done by our collaborators in Queensland. So there were 6,453 adults participate in both pre and post pandemics. And participants were categorized into 3 groups at each time point. So short sleepers for those people who had less than 6 hours sleep, and optimal sleepers for those who had 6 to 8 hours of sleep, and long sleepers for those more than 8 hours of sleep. I then investigate their sleep duration trajectory, analyzing the predictors of these trajectories using multinomial regression. So this graph shows the trajectories in sleep duration before and after the pandemic. Before the pandemic, 70% of people with depression had optimal sleep, but decreasing to 49% after pandemic. The proportion of short or long sleepers will actually increase after the pandemic. But today's talk, I only focus on those people who had optimal sleep pre-pandemic. So among these optimal sleepers pre-pandemic, more than half of them, they maintained their optimal sleep. 16% they shift to short sleep, 27% shift to long sleep. And this right figure shows the difference in mental and sleep health among these 3 trajectories. So for the optimal to short sleep trajectory, they had significantly poorer mental and sleep health compared to other trajectories groups. And especially here, they had higher somatic or psychological distress. They also had higher suicidal ideation, had exposed to more stressful life events, and also they had higher insomnia severity. And also this group had fewer people with partners and lower rate of engagement in paid work, hence lower income. But for the optimal to long sleep trajectories, somehow their clinical characteristic was somewhat similar to maintain optimal sleep. The major distinctive difference is the last figure panel, so which is the mornings, evenings questionnaires. So these groups of people, they had greater propensity for night hours. And also this group has a little bit younger than other groups. So from this multinomial regression, we reveal some factors significantly associated with this optimal to short or optimal to long sleep trajectories. The significant predictors are indicated by here in asterisk and also close the symbols. So the predictors for optimal to short sleep trajectory, they had poorer mental health, especially in the more stressful life event, and higher somatic or psychological symptoms. And also they had poorer sleep health, like a higher insomnia symptoms, and also they are significantly associated with higher genetic liability to depression. And these are the features of the anxious depression subtype. And for the predictors of optimal long sleep trajectory, they are more likely to be evening types of people, and also they have higher genetic risk to depression. And these are the features of the circadian depression. So in conclusion, we observed distinct changes in sleep patterns among people with depression when they face some major stressors. And the features of the anxious depression predict shift to short sleep, and features of the circadian depression predict shift to a long sleep. So these findings may reveal some pathophysiological subtypes of depression, and also it may inform us interventions for optimal sleep and mental health during the challenging time. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you so much, especially for those presenters to sticking so closely to the time. I didn't have to use the red thing too much. To move things along, I'd like to invite Matt Kinnan, co-director of the BMC, to come up and close off the day for us, and then we'll go into a little award ceremony.
Well, I just wanted to really begin by, thanking everyone, all of the speakers for really wonderful presentations. And also thank our guests for their wonderful plenary talks as well. I think it really shows the strength of the strategy of the Brain and Mind Centre to incorporate brain development, second theme, youth mental health, and then healthy brain aging and all of the conditions that we see in neurology. And I think what we're really pleased to hear are the various, advances into therapeutic era. And hearing about the lecanemab study, just an example, Biogen share price went up $100 in a day when it was approved by the FDA. So there's a lot of funding around, and we're working in great areas, and clearly the community wants us to, come up with better therapies. And so it's great to see them coming through, and all of your research is contributing to that, whether it's biomarkers of effect, new therapies, understanding disease models. So it's really wonderful work. So well done. Now, all meetings have a lot of planning involved, and I'd like to just begin by thanking the Scientific Planning Committee for this year's symposium, led by Olivia Piguet, but also Joanne Okapinti, Eleni Dimitriou, Eleanor Drummond, Tim Wang, Sarah McKenna, Tiffany Lai, Nick Everett, and all of the ASU staff. So thank you for putting things together. Now, I did mention all of the ASU staff, but one staff member has really contributed well over the requirements, and that's Oksana Markovic. And I'd like to bring Oksana down and say thank you for all of your great work, keeping the steering committee in train, and the ASU.
Very expected. Thank you very much. And much appreciated.
Now, we'd like to use both Oksana and Nick, and I'd like to call down my co-director, Ian and Tegan. And this is the most exciting part. We've got so much money from the university, we just want to give it away. So these are the lucky recipients this year. And I'd like to begin by the Brain and Mind Centre Research Development Grants. So this is $20,000, which is seed funding to early and mid-career researchers to lead independent projects. And we have 4 winners. 2 of them are here. So when we call your name, please come down. Shrujna Patel. Yeah.
Stand at the front there.
Down the front, yes. Pick up yours and somebody else. Somewhere else. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Dr. Emiliana Tonini. Dr. Thomas Kavanagh.
$20,000.
Not in attendance today, but Dr. Benjamin Triss was also a winner of this award. Okay. Now on to the BMC Emerging Researcher Award category. This is $2,500 to support research dissemination and collaboration and to travel to different conferences. So first up, we have Dr. Stella Petkova. Dr. Christina Horn. I believe these three aren't in attendance today, but Dr. Aaron Lamb, Dr. Alyssa Milton, and Dr. Benjamin Trist also won this award. So then we have a category where we might get everyone to come down at once if you are here. This is the BMC Research Excellence and Impact Awards. It's a gift card for recognition of the research publications and their impact and their output. So Dr. Alyssa Milton, not here, but come down if I call your name. Donggang Wang, Dr. Vivian Lau, Dr. Tom Swanton, Susan Lin, William Capon, Min Chong, and Dr. Victoria Loblay. Do we have any? All right.
Oh, look, hang on.
Good luck with that. Pick one.
Turn around.
Min's got here.
Hang on.
Sorry.
Well, come on. The men's looking very empty-handed there. Top of your front here. Good. Thanks.
All righty. And the final awards are the poster awards. So we have one from each category. We have a combined category for the first time this year of the honors, masters, and the professional staff. In that category, we have Irene Lee. We might get everyone down for a good photo. Yep. In the HDR category, Meng Ji Huan. And then the People's Choice Award, which was voted in the break. So thank you for the about 50 of you that did work out the QR code thing. We have Connie Januski. Then the MCR category, not present, Dr. Megan Finch Edmondson. How much she's. Thank you.
Well, look, the only thing to say is the executive of the university has put on drinks for everyone. I think also what we wanted to do was highlight everyone who won here today, because it really builds your CV and makes you competitive, and hopefully you'll all get on and get a CRE in the next iteration. But so congratulations to all winners. And to everyone else who came here today. It's really been a magnificent symposium.
Just finally, before we break,
Matthew is obviously moving on as the co-director, so I assume this is the last time he's going to be up the front handing out awards. I hope he's back next year speaking about what is happening, and I hope we do see a growing collaboration in the Sydney Basin between the neurosciences group, and meetings about it today have partly involved those kind of groups. There are fabulous developments in neurosciences and mental health across this Sydney Basin. So that was Matthew's last time, but I would like to take the opportunity to thank you, Matthew personally, for his contribution as the co-director of the Brain and Mind Centre over the last considerable years, and I must say, during considerably challenging times. For the Brain and Mind Centre in general, we will be have a new co-director in place by next year, and as discussed with the DVCR and others yesterday, we'll be returning to a strategic planning process in the new year, a refresh to fit in with the university strategy and all the various faculty strategies and elsewhere. And it will be a time for consultation with people, a reflection on what we've done, how effectively we've done it or not, where new opportunities are, what is emerging. I was downtown, I'd just say, in a ministerial meeting when you were tweeting about AI and where things go. It was really nice to be able to say in the middle of that meeting, that's what we're doing. That's where we're at. And in some other areas in our global work and our other reach, the diversity of what we do, the breadth of what we do is critical to solving many of the complex kind of problems that we take. So a lot of my own role and Matthew's role and others is to take the work that you're doing, the fundamentals of what you're doing, and elaborate that out in the wider world as to why it matters, why we should invest in those things, not just within our university, but in the broader societies that we have. So it's great to see, and I have followed extensively during the day what's been going on here while sort of paying attention to other Medicare nonsense, so that we actually kind of focus on where our opportunities are, what are the societal challenges we're facing, and a real interest. I must say, it's a pleasure, in fact, to spend most of the day with Mark Butler, our current minister, who's really interested in what is the future, not just what do we repeat in the past or just simply re-describe all the challenges we face. And the extent that needs to be faced by new sciences. And also, as people say to me, don't you know a few younger people? Couldn't we get a few new faces? Couldn't we get a few new perspectives into that? And I hope that what we foster is an environment in which that happens, the collaboration between teams and the structures that we have to increasingly foster that. And a very positive feedback message from the DVCR and the research portfolio is they really like the team structures that we have. And could we do more of that between teams? So for the ECRs and MCRs, et cetera, can we do that? And that we will support, the university will support our work with overseas colleagues, one of which will be in February next year with the University of California in San Diego in the sleep and circadian area, which the portfolio is prepared to do with a partner organisation, the University of California's chronobiology group. So forming better international partnerships. I'm sorry, some of those awards are only $250 or $2,500, which might get you to Melbourne, maybe Darwin with the wind behind you. One of our goals, I think, is to actually have people join significant international collaborations and take on leadership roles within that. So we're under some pressure. We're trying to put some pressure on the university to provide more support. And there's certainly Kathy Beloff, who we support too, is very keen that we develop specific relationships with specific international institutions and networks that we're part of, and that we support our early and mid-career researchers in a multidisciplinary way to participate that. And I think we see under the leadership of the research portfolio, which is where we report with Kathy Beloff and Emma Johnson, a willingness to engage in that in a way that has not been perhaps evident in the whole time that Matthew and I have been in these positions. We've struggled to some degrees, but that's the kind of thing. The clear message to us is if you can bring forward examples of that, then we will support them and we'll seek to support the researchers in those areas. And you can see through the Horizon Fellowship type things this year, try to provide greater career stability for people. The more multidisciplinary, the more team it is, the more social impact orientated it is, the more likely to receive that support. So thank you to all of you. Thank you, Matthew, for all of your help. Excellent. So we hope to see you again next year in a different role. Thank you.